A big week in the world for golf fans, for baseball fans, and of course, for poker fans as we are in Northern Cyprus for the 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe. We are here for event number one, the $25,000 pot limit Omaha. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks. Event number one down to their final six players. Take a look at our final six players. Laszlo Bujtas. He is pacing the field with 1.38 million chips. Imsirovic with 785,000 in second place, looking to add to his Poker Go Tour lead. Brent, how are you? Good morning.
Rise and shine, Tuck. Fantastically well, my man. Great little intro there.
Well, it's a big week.
Beautiful.
I mean, we've got the Masters, we got opening day of baseball, and of course, we got poker. And what a better way to kick it off with the Super High Roller Series Europe event number one. We're running there from April 7th through the 15th, all culminating with a $250,000 huge tournament at the end of the series. But today we've got a $25,000 PLO in front of us. It is currently 1 p.m. in Northern Cyprus.
Well, it's 4 a.m. here on the west coast of the United States, Tuck, so grab your coffee, buddy.
Ready to go, ready to go. First place in this tournament, $360,000. We'll talk about those Poker Go Tour points as well. As Ali looking to pad his lead. He is current leader right now with 1,445 points. So he'll be getting a lot of those.
Certainly is. Amazing, really. He's the 2021 PGT Player of the Year. Back on top of the leaderboard here in 2022. The kid is unstoppable.
Unstoppable for sure. Pot limit Omaha, $25,000 tournament. The tournaments this week ranging from $25,000 all up to $250,000. So what do we know about these players here? Laszlo Bujtas, our chip leader, 28 from Hungary, goes by Omaha for rolls online.
That's right. Yeah, absolute killer. When you call yourself Omaha for rolls, I'm going to go out on a limb and say this is his best game, Tuck. Pot limit Omaha.
I think that's probably safe to say. PLO
Also,
final tables are always... I was going to say, PLO final tables are always kind of an interesting animal as we look at this flop here. Ace, queen, nine, two hearts out there. Because of the ICM and so forth and so on, set of queens here for Imsirovic.
Very wet board, even for middle set. Plentiful draws available, and it looks like we can't see all four for Rok Gostisa, but he has got a nice little peelable hand. If the other card is in fact some sort of heart, that would be a great deal of strength. Eelis Parssinen, he won the PLO Poker Masters of Online series a couple years back. He's got that pair of nines with a flush draw as well.
Parssinen from Finland bets 50,000. Ali makes the call with middle set, as you mentioned. Rok Gostisa. You mentioned earlier he and Ali travel together, good friends.
They also dress the same, very similar hoodies, I believe the Dragon Ball Z variety.
I try wearing that. I don't think I can pull it off anymore.
Try it again, Tuck. You'll be fine.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that our friend Parssinen did not have, Gostisa did not have the flush draw to go along with the Jack-10 as he let that one go.
Thank you.
Pot 180,000, and I'm curious to see how careful the players at this final table play it. PLO final tables can be an interesting animal depending on how the players are feeling about ICM, about laddering up.
You check? Yeah, check one time. Yeah.
Check, check on the turn. Why is Ali checking in the queens?
Well, here on the river, I believe he's no longer concerned about aces. He's hoping that Parssinen comes in with some sort of thin value bet, so Ali can come in with a check full pot raise. At least I have to imagine. And it looks like Parssinen, wise check back, does not turn that 9 into a bluff.
Yeah, he gave up there. Ali did not get any value on the turn, looking to induce on the river. Parssinen does check it back. Once again, thank you for joining us here in the Super High Roller Series Europe. Exclusively on the Poker Go YouTube channel. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from across the world. Let us know in the YouTube chat. Tuck and I are there. I am in Las Vegas. Tuck, where are you located?
I am in sunny Los Angeles right now.
Well, there we go. We got LA and Vegas covered.
Yeah, we are crushing the 4 in the morning crowd. I'm going to venture a guess that most of our viewers right now are outside the United States, so welcome. And as Brent mentioned, yeah, do let us know where you are, whether you're in New Zealand, Australia, Japan. I love seeing that kind of stuff. I think it's interesting as well because you got Raphael Schreiner from Austria with 535,000 chips. Then you got kind of a bunched up middle. And then, of course, Bujtas, the Hungarian, who's our chip leader.
Bujtas, he did some work on day one. That is a hefty pile to come in with, especially against this crew. I was watching the live updates, which you can check out over at pgt.com, live reporting. Keeping an eye last night as we were nearing the final table. Chris Brewer ended up being our bubble boy. Did not reach the final 6 here today, nor did he cash. So that's a pure, stone cold, painful bubble.
Yeah, the final table and the pay bubble, and he actually doubled up Ali earlier on. Ali was he was all in for his tournament life. Did double up versus Brewer. I mean, it's really Brewer's fault. I mean, you can't try to eliminate Ali. This guy's not getting knocked out of anything these days.
Yeah, it's remarkable. We know how good Ali is at the 2-card games, in particular No Limit Hold'em, and he's showing us today that, well, he can play every variety.
This is event number 1, the Super High Roller Series in Europe. We're in Northern Cyprus, and 4 players to the flop limped around. We're playing 10,000, 20,000. Levels are 40 minutes long. Taking a look in the chat there, I see we got Chicago, we got Sweden.
Yeah, Sweden.
We do have some referee. We got the United States representing here. I'm. Good morning, everybody.
I'm shocked.
I'm loving it. I am not surprised at all that we're kind of seeing a little bit of, close to the vest playing so far. We take a look at the payouts. Remaining 6 players all guaranteed $50,000. Then it's $80,000. Third place is $160,000. First place $360,000. Sorry. Then I look at the Poker Go points, the Poker Go Tour points given out. All these players are guaranteed 30. As I mentioned earlier, Ali is in the lead there. How important is that to him to get those points?
For Ali, it's everything. He thrives and is driven by these sorts of leaderboards, the accolades, the rewards, and whatnot. He won Player of the Year in 2021, an outstanding achievement. He wants to win it every year, and he'll be the first one to tell you that. This is just how he's wired. He's different than most. to participate on the PGT. Already in 2022, he's got 4 wins, 13 cashes, and more than $2.2 million earned on the PGT leaderboard. Somehow, some way, not only is he in first place ranking-wise, but also total earnings.
Let me just look at my paperwork, all those accolades. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I've just double-checked.
Yeah.
All those wins and that money.
What you may have missed, and I doubt it, but it's hard to miss unless you've been living under a rock, is what has happened along the way at the Triton Series leading up to the Super High Roll Blues. How about the return of Phil Ivey? He is now 8th on the PGT leaderboard, making various final tables over at these Triton events, and it's safe to say Phil Ivey is back.
Yeah, that's an amazing story, and we'll talk about that throughout the morning, the evening, wherever you might be in the world. Bujtas has flopped the nuts with Queen 10, playing it a little bit cautiously. Bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see their cards. You'll see the percentage of the time that they will win the pot if it goes to showdown.
25.
And in all likelihood, this hand is probably just... Well, we'll see.
I will tell you, for Parssinen, he's got a decent bluff catcher, right? I mean, I'm no PLO expert by any means, but we do have aces up. We've got a queen in our hand that acts as sort of a blocker to the nuts, making it more unlikely that our opponent could have that sort of holding. The question is Bujtas ever value betting a hand like King-Jack, King-9, which would be the two pair combos we would still be ahead of on this sort of texture? That's a nice little discipline fold there by Parssinen.
Yeah, and one thing that I was about to allude to, he didn't have any diamonds, so he doesn't block the diamond draw.
Yeah.
So and just to let top and bottom pair go like that is really, really disciplined. Parssinen, once again from Finland, wearing the Triton sweatshirt. And Phil Ivey, yeah, that was something I was talking about in the intro. You talk about this week. We got the Masters. We got baseball opening. We got Tiger Woods playing in the Masters. And Phil Ivey back. It's just amazing. Just won a 7-figure score over there in Northern Cyprus. It's just, what a story. Phil Ivey is just one of those players in poker, and he has been for the, past 20 years, really, that no matter where you are and what you're doing, if he's playing, you're watching.
He is the greatest of all time, and there's no question about it. When Ivey wants to be the best, when he's dialed in and focused and working hard, he is the best. You name it, in any game. Maybe, no limit hold'em tournaments these days, kids like Ali Imsirovic, they'll wave the old Dikembe and say, not so fast, Ivey, this is my turn now. But as far as overall across the board, Ivey still remains supreme.
Queen 10-3, 2 spades out there. 120,000 in the pot. Bujtas, the pre-flop raiser.
Yeah, thinking back to the U.S. Poker Open, which just concluded a couple weeks ago at Las Vegas inside the Poker Go studio. How about Daniel Negreanu, Eric Seidel winning his first tournament since 2015, and then, of course, what happened this week over at the Triton events, Phil Ivey reaching the podium, also claiming victor at one of those events. I mean, it's like, what year is this?
Yeah, you rub your eyes and you think about it and you go, wait, I'm 22 again. This is awesome.
Yeah.
Ace on the river.
I think most folks at home are pretty aware of this, but this is not Christoph Vogelsang. This is his supermodel cousin, Tom Vogelsang, who has been featured on the cover of Maxim and GQ numerous times. An absolutely beautiful-looking fella from the Netherlands.
Yeah, and if you weren't sure which one was from the Netherlands, it's the tall guy on your right. It's always the tall guy on your right.
It's the only good-looking guy here, Tuck. I mean, look.
Wow, wait, whoa,
Vogelsang.
throwing everybody else under the bus.
Yeah, I am, Tuck. I mean, no one can touch this guy, Tom Vogelsang. I mean, what?
Hey, listen, I'm not
He's
saying
like
anybody
James
can touch him.
Bond.
He's a good-looking man. Yeah, he's James Bond. But I mean, the rest of the table isn't. You know, it's not chopped liver.
Free hand.
Maybe chop. No, I don't think so.
Hector Abreu in the chat says announcers should mention how much of a legend Bujtas is. Probably a bigger legend than Ivy when adjusted for hype. I've never adjusted anything for hype, and I think that's a little bit much, Hector. But I will say, yeah, from what we have seen about Laszlo Bujtas, he certainly is a legend. Omaha 4 rolls online, big PLO cash game player online, just 28 years old from Hungary.
Yeah, he is an absolute legend. I was doing a little digging and discovered that little nugget about him being Omaha for rolls. Iconic, plays the biggest stakes any game offered when it comes to online cash games. Ooh, and a whopper here for Parssinen. Those are the suited bullets.
Yeah, all aces are not equal, and these are among the better ones. Double suited with the king and the 9.
30.
A raise from Vogelsang to 70,000. Parssinen going up to 230,000, and Ali with aces.
Yours are better than mine.
And they're going to get it all in, and you hear Ali say, yours are better than mine.
They certainly are, although not too differently. Ali, of course, has live shovels. He's got the spades kicking, and he's got the wheel tickets stuck. Don't count out those low boards.
Each player with 27% equity. The rest of the time, they'll chop this up.
Tell us what you had.
I had these two.
Maybe. Red cards?
No. I had maybe one spade. I don't know for sure.
Oh god, he's dead.
Nice sweat. Like 9 of spades.
How could I ever lose?
Oof, fuck.
Oh, yeah.
How could I ever lose, man?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh boy, indeed. That's an above-average flop for Ali.
Queen of...
The five of hearts.
No.
The 5 of diamonds.
The 6. Parssinen cannot win the hand. He can only chop it.
Come on.
It's a beauty.
Queen.
Good game, man.
And he is not going to chop it. Taps the table. Ali Imsirovic makes the wheel. He wins the pot, and with that, eliminates the Finn, Eelis Parssinen, gone in 6th place. He'll take home $50,000. And, you know, taking us back to the Connor Drine and Carrie Katz aces versus aces hand in the $1 million big one drop. This is not the same thing, right? I mean, aces versus aces in PLO, a player loses all the time, right?
It happens.
Honestly,
It's much more frequent. It's less dramatic. But I will tell you, for Ali to just do that now on this stage, similar to what we have seen and been accustomed to seeing for a number of years inside the PokerGo studio, I'm now convinced it's not about the location. It is just about Ali himself. He's an alien.
Continue doing what you're doing.
The best player league.
It's also not bad, yeah.
So we lose 1, down to 5 players. Remaining 5 players all guaranteed 80,000 and 48 PGT points. Bujtas raising to 50,000. We're not going to see a flop though. As we continue to roll along here, the Super High Roller Series, exclusively on the PokerGo YouTube channel. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. 10 events ranging from $25,000 all the way up to $250,000. That one's on April 13th.
Today is now a 50k short deck, right?
I think so, yeah.
25k hold'em day after. Yeah.
How's your short deck game, Tuck?
Oh, I tell you, back east where I'm from, they call me
Playing-
David
playing
Short
short
Deck
deck?
Tuckman,
I would
but
play
for
it
completely different
before,
reasons.
50k,
Ooh,
like
yeah.
play.
Well, that's very unfortunate, David.
I played very
I
little.
always
yeah.
just play.
No, it's good, it's
Yeah.
good. I'm not a tall guy like you. I'm not, I'm not Brent Hanks.
hands.
I'm not
Yeah.
Tom Vogelsang. I'm not from the
Different game
Netherlands,
works.
okay?
I always won on cash on stars.
Jack 8-7, 2 spades out
I
there.
like it.
Bujtas all over it.
Really? Yeah, I don't really like the game. It's,
No?
it just feels so simple, you know?
I like it in a tournament.
The
format-
sort of
tournament
board
because
where
it's
you're thinking, oh, well, I've got an
exciting.
overpair,
all
two
in all,
queens in
yeah.
PLO. That is a stone
just-
zero sort of holding on that texture.
I don't know.
A
Really know
very
how to
quick
bluff in
fold
this
with the two
game,
queens.
and
Bujtas, again,
just waiting
nothing
for
but
good hands in cash is no fun. But in tournaments, I get it. It's exciting.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, getting back to short deck though. Fortunately, I was in Montenegro a few years ago, right before the pandemic, for with the Triton series, and as you know, they do spread a lot of short deck there. So I think I was there for about 13 days. Probably commentated on about 80 hours of short deck during that time, and learned a lot about the game. Had some great analysts next to me, Daniel DeVoris, among many others, Randy Liu, who kind of explained the game to me and talked through the strategy. So I am far from an expert, but I feel like I can talk my way out of a paper bag in that one at least.
Well, that is great to hear because I will offer you nothing on that front, Tuck.
Hey, you're here for your good looks and your comedy, I assume.
That is it. I'll tell you what, in Vegas in the studio, we RIP'd short deck. That will unlikely to ever be played again in Las Vegas.
Yeah, a lot more popular in Asia and Europe.
Europe and Asia can keep it.
No, you're not a fan, huh?
It's fun. It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy watching it. Truth be told, we just simply do not get the turnouts when we run the high roller short deck events inside our studio like they do in Asia and in Europe.
Yeah, people in the States just not as familiar with the game as they are in Asia. Who knows? Maybe it will catch on at some point. Clubs represented on this board. Neither player with a club in their hand. Schreiner on just 425,000 chips. You're looking at him there with the glasses. That is Raphael Schreiner, who came in as our short stack. The Austrian with the best hand here. Check on the turn. And suddenly, Bujtas in the lead. If you're new to PLO, remember you must use two cards from your hand. So Schreiner does not have a full house. Bujtas does.
Well, Schreiner has a lesser full house. Those two sevens, obviously. Are
Sorry,
the two he
pardon me.
has
I
to
didn't-
use. And
Yeah,
Bujtas,
I'm staring at the queen. I'm thinking, he doesn't have that full house, right?
Yeah, great little value bet. Absolutely have to call with the two sevens. Bujtas
Never bluff.
wins
bluff,
yet
bro.
another pot. Those little daggers, they hurt for Schreiner, who is, well, he is short at the moment.
New strategy.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah. I mean, that represents more than,
Same strategy.
about 15% of his stack, that last little bet there. Christopher Calhoun in the chat saying, is there a place to see stack size as well? During each hand in the bottom left corner of your screen, you'll see the player's stack sizes right beneath their names and their cards. That's how many chips they have left.
Second. I don't think you can have first.
Falkenhof says Tuck must have a clone. He's everywhere.
I did it last week in Amsterdam. Won a tournament.
Poker Go Hold'em is here. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com.
Have you downloaded it yet, Tuck? Have you gotten Poker Go Hold'em?
I'm doing it right now. Hang on a second. You can do the play-by-play for a minute or two while I download this.
I certainly can. I mean, I can't see anything right now at the moment, but go ahead. You download the game. I've got it right here. I'm waiting for you. Wait till you hear the voice in that game. All the actions, See if you recognize him.
So I mentioned earlier we're on PokerGo's YouTube channel, so welcome all of you out there. I just want to welcome all of the people who might be joining us from the Merit Casino YouTube account. We're on that as well. And we're also, apparently, going to be on Luxon Pay's YouTube channel starting tomorrow. I want to thank our sponsor, Luxon Pay. Ace, Queen, 7, 2 clubs out there. You know, Brent, I think I'm going to try that sweatshirt again. It's just a sharp sweatshirt.
Now, when you say you're going to try that sweatshirt again, you're talking about the Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah. I'm going to give it a shot.
And you're going to try and wear it yourself.
Yeah. I tried it once. It was an epic failure, much like Short Deck in Vegas. But I'm you know what? My mom taught me. If you at first you fail, you try again. That's what I'm here for.
I think it's simply an age thing, Tuck. I mean, you know, you're over the hill. You're not allowed to wear a Dragon Ball Z attire, whereas Ali and Rok Gostisa, they're still in their mid-20s. You know, that's sort of their vibe.
Yep, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to be that guy.
Yeah,
Bujtas
typical
with the
American,
raise.
very ignorant.
True story. Story checks out. King, Jack, 9, 2 hearts out there. Do apologize if I misspeak or misread anything. It is 4:29 in the morning here, so pardon
Now, the
Brent and
really
myself. I'll apologize in
part
advance.
about this hand is how about all of the ladies, all the honeys in Ali's hand? He has got a perfect hand to try and consider bluffing, and he's clearly blocking the nuts. Oh.
Well, now he has the nuts. So, I mean, he was blocking the nuts. Now he has the nuts. It's a good life. And as you'll see in the bottom left corner of your screen, you're looking at chip counts. Ali has overtaken the chip lead. He came in to this final table second in chips, but kind of bunched in, doubled up with those aces versus Parssinen's aces. And he is in the chip lead and very likely to win this hand. Ali, a phenomenal talent, has made some hands here. We saw him with queens full earlier, aces, and here with ace-queen. Board does pair.
Yeah, not favorable for Ali, clearly. We are slightly concerned about being up against the full house whenever the board does pair. And a nice give up there by Bujtas.
All the queens.
Shout out to our crew at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel and Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus, feeding us all of the information
Not that fun about
as we
do stuff.
venture forward during the Super High Roller Series at Europe.
Yeah, River. I was like, oh no.
Ali with a smile. Something we have seen a lot of over the last couple of years as he continues to rake in pot after pot, tournament after tournament.
And Oma's better blocking. Hold never. Oma sometimes.
Just another outstanding turnout in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Casino
Well, you like part of the flop
Resort
go
and
away
Spa.
if it was
Players
raised
love
from
going
17-2.
out there. Folks have traveled from all different parts of the world to partake,
And I had like
not only in the Triton events, but also here at the Super High Roller Series. Really do a tremendous job with everything.
Raise 15. Pass.
Bujtas with the raise to 50,000. Again, that's Laszlo Bujtas from Hungary, 28 years old. Rok Gostisa
Coming too much with?
I think so, yeah.
gonna make the call.
A lot of fun.
It sounds. I've never been, so it sounds a lot of fun. You been there?
I don't think so, actually. One time on fly through
Jacks are cheap.
Okay.
for a day,
Yeah.
but that was like 8.
2 hearts out there as well. Bujtas
Cities are nice.
Yeah. I love Barcelona.
with the flush draw.
Yeah, Barcelona this year.
He's got 2 10s in his hand as
It's
well.
confirmed happening, like
Yeah,
for sure. Oh, awesome.
I mean, I know
He
for sure
does,
it
which
feels like
makes
that.
things a little problematic for Rok Gostisa, as you can see him considering betting this sort of texture. He does posture check.
And one last check. And Bujtas with the goods on this one.
Madrid falls at
Yeah,
Not a huge
troubling
pot.
run out for Gostisa as he has picked up
at
the
least 25k.
bottom end of
At
this
least,
straight.
I don't know if it's
I assume if he's gonna do it, it's gonna be like a 50 or 100K. But
yeah, but it's nice.
yeah.
70.
Bujtas going to go for some
Well,
value.
the people are gonna play. Like,
Yeah,
that's
for
just
sure.
the way it works. More people are gonna come as well.
Rok
Seriously.
considering his options at this point.
Yeah, I mean, who
Looks
doesn't
like
wanna
he's
go
going to
Madrid?
call.
Yeah.
Players, by the way,
I
have
think
30
he's got-
seconds to act on their hand. And he does make the call. You were saying, Brent, sorry?
Rok has just enough. You know, you hate to do it, but when you do have,
It's 50K
you know,
short
sort
deck
of the
today?
best bluff catcher
50K
being
short deck today?
the 6-5 in your hand,
Are you gonna play?
it's checked all
I
the
was
way
gonna lay
through.
range it.
Absolutely,
Yeah,
there are
I
hands
was
that
thinking-
Bujtas can be bluffing on the river, small to try and pick it up.
Tomorrow.
Rok has to
I
keep
wanted
him
to learn
honest.
the
You got to
rules.
police once in a while.
I mean, I was watching the stream and it was like gambling.
Yeah,
Huh?
it pretty much
I mean,
is.
it's like pre-flop.
Just wait for good hands. Go all in for a lot. What feels like a lot. You go in
Yeah.
for what feels like a lot.
50 N is like
Yeah.
13 bigs.
Yeah, it feels like way more.
I know.
Yeah, if I'm gonna play, I'm gonna register last minute.
Is it as well a turbo tournament?
One of my favorite
Same as
things
this,
about
like
the
the
Super
perfect-
High
the
Roller
perfect one.
Series, Brent,
It's perfect. It's so
is
small.
how
Play for a little bit.
just friendly the players seem to be. I mean, things get serious. They're playing for a lot of money, but it just has that kind of mixed game feel to it. The players just talking. They're not taking too long with their decisions. Obviously, the 30-second shot clock certainly helps with that. But as a poker fan, I'm a fan of this.
It's a great point. You know, across the high roller and super high roller scene, it's the same groups, right? Now, when you do head over to Europe, such as in Northern Cyprus, you're going to get a bigger piece of the pile. A bigger group will show up. You've got Asia coming in. You've got much of Europe coming in. And, of course, a cluster of Americans join the party as well. You're looking at your 1% in the poker world. This is a very small, intricate group of players that have all the money, compete at the highest levels, and yes, the swings are volatile and huge, but they're all comfortable enough in life and have been through the ringer before that they can joke at the table and laugh and make things seem not so cutthroat, if you will.
And I think with the Masters starting this week, today, I find it a really kind of an interesting comparison because some critics of the Super High Roller Series, some critics of, the huge buy-in tournaments point to the fields and they say, it's only 100 people or 80 people or 40 people, whatever it might be. And I point to golf or tennis or another, where, you're talking about 30, 40 players basically competing for each tournament each week. And we all sit glued watching because we want to watch the best in the world week after week compete. So for me, as a fan, I think this is I think the comparisons to the best in the world in other sports is very apropos.
It's a
Schreiner
great
with a 3-bet.
comparison. That's exactly what the PGT, the Poker Go Tour, has set out to do, is sort of model what the PGA Tour has done for golf. I mean, again, you're looking at, let's go down that line, that example that you gave, Tuck, with the Masters. When you look at the PGA and the Masters event in Augusta right now, you're talking about the best golfers in the world who have qualified, who are able to participate. Much like here in Northern Cyprus, these are your best poker players in the world. Now, they didn't qualify. It's open. But you certainly have to have the bankroll, the buy-ins, in order to participate.
Absolutely true. Imsirovic, the leader in the PG Tour standings right now. As we look at that, he is entering this with 1,445 points. Isaac Kempton in second right now with 1,375. So he will add to that lead with this final table.
In the PGT, the way it works, for the most part, any tournament worldwide that is a $10,000 buy-in or greater will qualify you for points towards the PGT leaderboard. Now, some certain tournaments and tours are exempt, but for the most part, it's going to be a majority of the 10K plus buy-ins. All Triton events, everything here in Northern Cyprus, everything in Las Vegas, a bunch of high rollers, World Series events happening this summer that are of the 10K plus variety will all count towards that leaderboard.
So when you look at that, while anybody with the bankroll could certainly compete, we're probably looking at the best 200, 250 players in the world that are in reality competing for that. I know there's an event in Florida that's going on that is qualifies for the PGT as well. I believe that was yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. And you know, really I'll sort of button it up with this. I could talk about it for the entire stream, but what makes the PGT, in my opinion, extra special is what will happen in December in Las Vegas. The PGT Tour Championship is where the top 21 players at the end of the calendar year will qualify to compete in a $500,000 free roll. Winner take all. Top 21 to determine who will take home the PGT Tour Championship Cup.
Hold that thought. We had a monster turn card where both players picked up a flush draw. Ali with the nut flush draw. Wow. And Tom Vogelsang, he flopped open-ended with the queen jack. He turned the flush draw. He bet, and Ali is putting him to the test. And now Vogelsang is thinking about this. I want to hear more about that free roll in a moment, but let's watch this one play out. Ali, a 2-1 favorite.
Yeah. 10s and 7s. Vogelsang wondering what has he stepped into. He does have queen jack for the open-ender with the diamonds as well. Of course, we can see those diamonds are no good.
7.5 minutes.
Yeah, if you think your diamonds are good, you probably need to make this call, but...
No, no, I have to go.
Right now, Vogelsang hoping he's up against just
two pair of
the
diamonds.
straight.
Oh, no, you have
Ace high diamonds, yeah.
So
10-7 with diamonds.
And Vogelsang looking for a 9, a 5, a jack, a king, an 8.
5. Yeah.
It's got a lot of outs, but as you can see, Ali, a 2-1 favorite to win the
Pair
hand.
of jacks, I didn't realize.
King.
Yeah.
$1.5 million in the pot. The Jack of Hearts on the river.
Got that one.
Woo!
Vogelsang hits one of his outs. And
I
he's
did
going
not
to
even
double up to
recognize that as
$1.6
an
million.
out.
Yeah, he needed the board to pair.
400 exactly.
Either a 9, a 5, a jack, or to hit his straight. A diamond
Oh, sorry.
obviously
I
would
bet
not have
250.
worked
Sorry.
out for him,
I'm
but
sorry.
that one was just,
No, I bet 250.
that worked fine.
So I was
650.
I had 4 in my head.
650.
And I think that Tom Vogelsang is now the new chip leader after that massive double up through Ali Imsirovic.
Yeah, he and Bujtas
We'll let
are
the,
neck and neck for the chip lead now. Ali dips below the 1 million chip mark. So as they count this out, just finish that thought there. So $500,000 free roll for the top 21 in the PGT standings at the end of the year. Is that what I heard correctly?
Yeah, it all leads up, Tuck, to the Tour Championship in December. So, along the way, these players that are in contention are going to be fighting to make sure that they're inside the top 21, to make sure that they have a seat for that Tour Championship event. And you nailed it, $500,000 winner take all.
That is fantastic. If you win this tournament here, you will earn yourself 216 PGT points, which I think puts it in perspective. So, this is a prestigious Super High Roller Series event where if you win, you only get 216 points. Ali already has 1,445.
That's amazing,
it's April.
Really.
It's April 8th.
And he's got 4 wins. Last year he did something very similar. I think he had I got to look back. Don't quote me on this. I think he had double-digit wins. 11 seems right in my mind. He blew everybody away, and he is on pace to do that again this year. He has the most amount of cashes as well on the PGT with 13. And I mentioned he also has the #1 spot as far as earnings in 2022 as well, with more than 2.2 million, and clearly he's going to add to that today.
Jack high flop here, Jack 10-8, and I believe Ali
What was this tournament?
has made a straight. He has with Queen 9.
195.
You can stop by the store and spend it all.
I want to welcome all of you in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Brett and I will be here the next 5 mornings. Tomorrow morning we've got short deck.
Yep.
Yeah, for fun. Probably.
Rok continues to get in these very annoying spots. You can see he's got the toppest of pairs, backdoor diamonds. He does have a gut shot straight as well. Forced to give it up. Good fold. Discipline.
What time is it?
Yeah, like ace king something.
I had double suited ace.
4K main.
That's fades, obviously.
And I'm
Queen 9. whatever.
Event #1 at the Super High Roller Series Europe.
double suited.
We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. David Tuckman. Brent Hanks calling the action for you. 5 players remain. $360,000 up top.
That's such
For 2 days, drunk all the time.
Yeah.
All the superstars are out in Northern Cyprus. Ivy is in attendance. Clearly, he has been running wild during the Triton events. We're hoping he final tables some of these Super High Roller Series events as well. How about Jason Kuhn? He is also there in Northern Cyprus, and he tweeted this morning that Turkish barbers are the best barbers. So he clearly went out and got a little haircut, some grooming done, and he's got nothing but good things to say about the barbers in Turkey.
4 5s in my hand.
Jason Kuhn strikes me as the kind of guy who gets haircut every morning. He just, I don't think I've ever seen him unkempt.
Well, about is put well together, Tuck. He's a masterpiece of a human being.
It really is. Jason Kuhn has had quite a year. He is a new father. That happened last year. Won a World Series of Poker bracelet in that 25K heads up last November. And he found himself a great Turkish barber. Things are looking up here for Jason Kuhn. I like it. Hopefully we'll see him at a final table as well. You mentioned Phil Ivey. He is in Northern Cyprus. Hopefully he'll grace us with his presence at one of these final tables.
much sleep.
Oh, they're all there. You know, the one thing we didn't mention are the Canadians, our friends up north.
What were the odds on that?
Rarely do they have the opportunity to play the high rollers in Las Vegas due to tax issues. However, when these series do go off in Europe or Asia, you're going to get the greater Canadian players to show up, guys like Sam Greenwood, Daniel DeVoris, and the Prince of Poultry, Tim Adams. Those are my top three, my favorite Canadians out there participating.
Good value for sure.
And I like to.
Yeah, I mentioned Daniel DeVoris earlier
I know, right?
as he was provided some analysis in short deck when I was in Montenegro for the Triton Series. He is one of my favorites. I mean, the way his brain works, just I think, you know, for the people who follow the High Roller Series and the High Roller players, they're very familiar with Daniel DeVoris. I think for mainstream poker fans, he's still somewhat unknown, but he is such a talented player. The way his brain works, just amazing.
Now, I particularly follow him on Instagram just so I can see all of his fishing pictures. He lives again in Canada, and he's always ice fishing and bringing in these walleye and giant trout, cooking them up. Fascinating guy, loves the outdoors, and of course a world-class poker talent as well.
To be honest, I'm very happy with those hands. So I don't.
Blinds are up, as you might have seen a couple of minutes ago. Looks like we're getting a dealer change. Blinds are now 15,000, 25,000. Levels are 40 minutes long as we take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Laszlo Bujtas, just under 1.6 million. He's still our chip leader. Vogelsang, courtesy of that jack on the river, currently in second place on 1.5 million. Ali Imsirovic with 1 million. Rok and Schreiner are short stacks. A lot of work to do. All five players guaranteed 80,000. I'll just tell you, you know, after the last couple of years, it's just good to see poker on the road again. Good to see people traveling,
clearly,
playing.
You know, pandemic shut it all down for quite some time, and you know, dare I say that we're back to normal, Tuck?
Yeah, I mean, we're certainly more normal than we have been, which is great. I want to say hi to some people in the chat there. Greg, Paul, Christian, Bruno. My kids just walk around the house just singing some Bruno song. I have no idea what it means, but
Talk
sure.
about Bruno, no. Come on, man. You got to be
that's the
caught
one.
up with that. Yeah.
That's the one.
Oh, yeah.
It's on. It's on a loop in my house.
Of course. If you have kids, it's on everybody's household with children, and it's looping everywhere.
I've already told the kids. I said, okay, we're turning that off today because the Masters are coming on. After poker, I've got the Masters on. I want to see Tiger.
Well, it is remarkable what Tiger Woods is doing. I didn't think he'd be playing, let alone in contention after round one. If Tiger Woods were to win the Masters, again, we're a long ways from it. It would go down as the greatest accomplishment in ever in the history of sports. Nothing would top that.
Wow, that's a strong statement.
I don't even think it's strong. Find me something. What else is worthy of that? So it'd be the greatest accomplishment.
The U.S. Olympic hockey team beating Russia.
Now I'm going Tiger all day.
Wow, fair enough.
Yeah,
I think a great. Listen, I think a great accomplishment. You know, we've got nearly 1,000 people watching this show. It's not even 5 a.m. here on the West Coast. So
yeah,
well done,
you. There's a big world out there. You know, we're not just stuck on the West Coast. You and I.
I know, but we have a lot of people here in the States who have woke up. They woke up this morning with a cup of tea, maybe a cup of coffee. I don't know what they're drinking, or maybe they've been up all night playing poker. But they're here joining us, and we appreciate it. So thank you for joining us.
Certainly do Appreciate all of you. And I'm curious from the chat joining us, give me some more headlines. Greatest accomplishments in the history of sports. Tuck threw out a great one. The U.S. beating Russia back in the 80s. Take home the gold. I've got Tiger Woods
so long ago.
2022, if it happened.
I don't think he swung the club yet, but hey, if it happens. 9 high flop here, 2 diamonds as we turn our attention back to the poker. Schreiner with the flush draw. He's got a gut shot in the overs as well. There's a look at Raphael Schreiner. That is not him. That's our model table.
It's unfortunate.
Hey, Brent, if, Ali and Nick they're the night shift, right? You seem to be the morning guy. Whether it's with Jeff Platt, myself, whoever, you seem to get these 3, 4 in the morning gigs.
Yeah, it probably tells you a lot, really, as far as, the podium and the pedestals, where talent is located. Like, give it to Hanks. He'll be up anyway. He's got kids running all over. Yeah, give it to Tuckman. He's got kids running everywhere.
Right. I mean, there's zero chance you get Nick Schulman waking up at 4 in the morning for anything, unless he's up already.
Absolutely not. Now, they did get Ali Najad for the Triton events. Now, not only did they have him, they flew Ali out there at the Triton events, he and Brian Rast. So, again, let's let that sink in. They brought their commentators to beautiful Northern Cyprus, put them in a luxurious hotel, and treated them like royalty while they could do commentary at the events. And then, Tuck, you and I, we are, of course, stuck in our own homes, waking up at 3 a.m.
Yeah. I will say, speak for yourself, because the Triton Series did fly me out to Montenegro a few years ago. And I'm all for that. And I will say, I will say that they treated me like royalty then. It was amazing. If you've never been to Montenegro, I highly recommend it. Absolutely gorgeous. And the Triton Series is absolutely first class, as you would expect.
I believe it. You mentioned a few years ago, and now they're flying Ali out. What happened? Ali took your spot, man. That's not right.
It's okay. You know what? I have so much respect for that man. And he's so well-dressed. He always looks good. He's so well-spoken. I feel like he fits the Triton name.
He's got an endless vocabulary, whereas, guys like you and I, we've got about 6 words we throw out there time to time.
Yeah, that's it. 6 is exactly what I have. I have them written down in front of me. I feel like a poker player with some sort of randomizer, and the randomizer comes up and I just come up with a word. 6 of hearts on the turn. Bujtas, 2-1 favorite to win this one. Sky Queen's up here. Schreiner's going to put a small little bet out there. Bujtas not going anywhere. Playing pot limit Omaha, $25,000. This is event number 1. Bujtas fills up on the river. Schreiner had a monster draw, but he's got nothing now. Nothing except
really
the 10s.
Has to recognize 10s are unlikely to be good, but waving the white flag, if you will, Tuck, probably recognizes that Bujtas has perhaps a queen, could have easily filled up. All we're beating are busted diamonds, but it's very hard to put them on that when we contain 3 in our hand.
Bujtas up to 1.7 million. Continues to pace the field. 5 players remain. Everybody chasing that first place prize of $360,000.
Although
Bujtas continues to separate himself. He is our chip leader. Ali Imsirovic at one time had the chip lead. still very much in contention. You can see he's still 1.1 million. That is healthy.
Nope.
Yeah, he certainly will not go quietly into the night.
Yeah.
We know that about him. You mentioned earlier Chris Brewer was our bubble boy, not just the final table bubble boy, but the payout bubble boy. We had 40 runners in this field. 6 got paid.
Brewer
Eelis
has
Parssinen. Yeah, go ahead.
unfortunately
No, they won't give me half
been
safe
a
anymore.
bubble boy
gotta
many
figure out
times,
some
and that is
I can't
typical
get
for
the half,
tournaments.
but,
But I feel like Chris Brewer
whatever's
has
on
run
half
into
anyway,
it
so-
over and over throughout the last year and a half,
yeah,
2
I'll just
years.
max it later.
He bubbled
Yeah.
this very Northern Cyprus Super High Rollerball event last year. Missed out on the money, was the ultimate bubble boy in the 250K buy-in event. He does it again to kick off the Super High Roller Series
That's
event
well, you
1,
can't-
this very event this year.
well,
So,
not really.
you know, perhaps some nightmares for the mullet man, Chris Brewer, over there in Northern Cyprus.
And I got to play.
I want to ask you about that in a moment. Bujtas had the flush draw. He picks up a wheel draw. Vogelsang has picked up a flush draw here. He's got a gut shot as well. And he hits the gut shot, and unfortunately for him, Bujtas makes the nuts.
Bujtas
300,000 in there.
on fire.
75.
See if Vogelsang has just enough to pay him off. He can't beat ace-queen, he can't beat hearts, but he beats everything else.
The sizing, too, for Bujtas, it's just, he seems to know right where he's at. We know he plays the highest stakes of PLO cash games online, 5K, 10K, you name it. Just great feel, fundamentally
What a fold.
sound. A great lay down there by the most beautiful man at the table, Tom Vogelsang.
I mean, that's unbelievable. You're getting 5 to 1. You know, you're getting 5 to 1. You've got the second nut straight. I know there are hearts out there, but you got to imagine that your opponent is bluffing, you know, some of the time. Yeah, Vogelsang, just uncanny fold. That's amazing. Getting back to Chris Brewer and his seemingly run of unlucky bubble boy circumstances, I'm wondering if you think that's a coincidence, or is there something in his play or anybody's play who might be bubbling a lot that would cause that?
Well, I'll tell you what, to get that deep in any tournament where you find yourself running into bubble scenarios is, in a way, an accomplishment, right? Because you've made it through 99% of the tournament. You're down to the final table or near the final table, and you're that close to making the money. Now, as far as being the victim of multiple bubbles scenarios, I don't know, Tuck. I think it's sort of unlucky in many regards, but I haven't seen enough of the play to really think, oh, well, he's playing poorly to get in those bubble spots, overly aggressive at times, or is it just a run of bad luck where you have, you know, the second best hand, or you get it in with ace-king, you lose to jack-10 off, whatever the situation may be.
Yeah, and that's what I was getting at, basically. Is there something, I'm not even saying he's playing poorly, it's just a matter of, are there players out there that maybe don't care about the bubble as much and are like, no, I'm playing my hands, I'm playing for the win, and they are a little bit more aggressive than others, regardless of payouts in bubble boy and situations like that. Turn our attention to the next hand here, 195,000 in there. And the two friends battling in this one, Rok, Ali.
And Rok Gostisa has a massive hand, the ultimate wrap. You can see Ali sort of has that back end wrap, the Jack-9-8 combo. Not in a great
And
spot.
of course the deuce, the deuce helps Ali, right?
Why wouldn't that deuce somehow give him the best hand at the moment? It's hard to believe that Rok is not a favorite. You can see the percentages. He adds a diamond draw to the mix as well, still 43% equity.
You win. I hit a deuce.
Well, Ali just says you win. So, well, we could see the deuce helps him. Doesn't help Ali in Ali's eyes, and he does let it go.
And Rok just told Ali I did not have a pair. So I think now understanding somehow that deuce was slightly out in front.
Now, keep in mind, though, the percentages there, Ali would have only won that hand about 52% of the time. So,
The hell up.
I'm pretty sure I'm on favorite.
Stuart Brody calling me out in the chat says, quietly into the night was definitely one of my 6. Well played, Stuart. I think you're 100% right. That one's right. Yep, right in front of me. I got that one. I should probably mark that. Don't use for another 91 minutes. That's how it works.
Pretty one on the button here for the pretty man, Tom Vogelsang. Just limps in off the button. I like this. Keep the pot small. You're in position against 2 stacks that are, dare I say, vulnerable, but on the lesser side.
I've commentated on a lot of PLO cash games, PLO tournaments, and PLO final tables, and it's just amazing how different a game it is when you're at a final table, especially with good players.
Well, you know, you come in thinking PLO, oh, this is going to be nonstop action, gambling, excitement, but it's quite the opposite when it's a tournament being played. The ICM pay jump considerations, the discipline, the big folds you're going to have to make time and time again. Yes, big hands will collide, but for the most part, it's going to be this. Very small, very delicate, perhaps 1, maybe 2 bets post-flop, given the situation and textures and runouts. These guys understand how to employ pot control to perfection for the most part.
I mean, case in point, I mean, you look at this hand, you got a limp pot, 2 calls. I mean, nobody's got much of anything. Rok wins it with 2 pair 10s and 4s, but nobody really taking a shot at it. Not as much bluffing as you might expect if you're familiar with PLO cash games. Just a very different animal.
Must put second, 5 seconds. Put on middle.
5 seconds.
Texas Lonnie, it says, Hanks, let these guys talk when they are talking. Would be really interesting to find out more about Omaha for rolls, for example. Hey, man, we try and lay out whenever they are talking, but I will tell you the audio is not great. But do your best to pick up information. If we get some more interesting nuggets about the players, we'll be sure to share that with you as well. And thank you for tuning in. We're going to be coming live every morning to you folks for the Super High Roller Series and eventually the Super High Roller Bowl towards the end of the series. Make sure you like and subscribe our PokerGo YouTube channel. Helps us a great deal. We want to bring you streams as often as we can. You show us your support, we'll show it right back by bringing you these streams. Like and subscribe. Do it now. Tuck, do it. I know you haven't done it yet.
I subscribed probably years ago, but I am one of the nearly 250,000 subscribers. We have 246,000 subscribers. It'd be great this week if we can get up over the 250,000 mark.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, for those of you who are new to PLO, and I see some of you in the chat asking some questions, PLO, a very simple game. You get 4 cards. You must use 2 from your hand and 3 from the board. I know players, people out there who are just familiar with No Limit Hold'em sometimes get a little bit confused. But if you watch the game for a few hours, you play it for a few hours, you'll be hooked. It is a great, great game. Bujtas with the small little bet. Schreiner folds. Schreiner, our short stack, now on about 400,000 chips. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here. I want to thank you all for joining us.
I don't have a pair though.
Short deck tomorrow. I believe the buy-in on that is 50K.
And if you want to follow all of the day one live reporting, head on over to pgt.com. You'll see live reporting. Doing a great job coverage over there at Merritt in Northern Cyprus. The 50K short deck is going right now. 15 players to start that event. Current chip leader. I'm going to butcher this, but here we go. It is Konstantin Osapio is in first, and Makita the Milkman Bazakuski is in second. Matt Dog Mike Watson third. The Mullet Chris Brewer and fourth, and Ivan Liao rounds out the top five. That is the event number 2, 50K short deck. Phil Ivey, by the way, in the top 10.
Yeah, no, I think you nailed that, Brent.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got you against my hand. You fucking. Yeah, I'm just saying.
What do you raise?
Why don't I raise? I raised last hand.
What do you raise?
No, last hand I had E9, 2-9, 8-6 double suited.
YouTube chat. What a small world, Hanks. You know, Remco was my friend in high school. He was drinking Pepsi 4 years every day. Crazy guy. Yeah, I believe that, Woozy. That is a small world indeed. Remco was it's kind of a great story when it comes to his health. He was a larger fellow, poor diet, you name it. He made me look skinny, which was hard to do. And he has turned his life around. He's biking nonstop. Very thin and in shape fella. Take a look at this leaderboard now.
Yeah, the GG Poker leaderboard, Laszlo Bujtas still pacing the field with 1.8 million chips. Came in as our chip leader and continues to be the chip leader. The Hungarian, 28 years old, looking for the win here. 360,000 up top. I believe everything about that story except the fact that Remco had a friend in high school.
Yeah, apparently it's Woozy. This is probably Remco's burner account on YouTube.
This is event number 1, the $25,000 pot limit Omaha. 40 players started this tournament. We're down to our final 5. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. On is this, you know, if you got March Madness, right? You got the Thursday games. That's just epic. Is this just Masters Thursday? Is that what it is?
I think it's Friday, Tuck, but I could be wrong.
Is it Friday? I'm so confused. Masters Friday?
Masters Friday, yeah.
Masters week?
Yeah, it is. It's Masters week, Masters weekend, yeah.
Is it Friday already? Feels like Thursday.
Friday.
It's so. I don't feel like, as a poker player, I don't consider it the next day. I know most people think that's the next day starts at midnight. For me, the next day doesn't start till 9 in the morning. So it's still Thursday for me. I'm just going to put that out there.
Fair enough. So it's Thursday for you for just a couple more hours. Friday for the rest of us.
Razor from Bujtas. Can't see all of his cards, but Imsirovic doesn't care. He's going to go pot up to 265,000. I'm not sure if this is more of a read thing, but Vogelsang is not going anywhere. He's going to make this call. Double suited, diamonds and clubs. We can see that he's dominated in clubs. Imsirovic with the ace-7 and that suit. Pot's got 615,000. So where we have seen a bunch of small pot after small pot, here we got some fireworks, and neither player with a huge hand, but top set here. So Vogelsang certainly flops a huge one. And Imsirovic just going with it. He's huge dog.
Yeah, well, he had 1-to-1 as far as stack consideration in accordance to the pot. He had 600 behind with 600 in the middle. He's open-ended with the 7-5, and here we go up against top set for Vogelsang.
My turn.
Good luck.
Yeah, 1.8 million in there. The winner of this pot will be our chip leader. And if it's Vogelsang, then Imsirovic will be out.
Give the man
It
a
is.
three.
It's Ollie's tournament life on the line. There are the outs in the top of your screen. Imsirovic looking for an 8 or a 3. Well, he's picked up more outs here. Queen, an 8 or a 3. Otherwise, Imsirovic will hit the door.
Ooh, a little life.
Good game.
Yeah, the board pairs, and that is it. Ollie Imsirovic is eliminated in 5th place. Vogelsang now our chip leader.
Only can win all in hands.
And Ollie Imsirovic eliminated in 5th place. He'll take home 80,000 euros. And also add 48 points to his PGT standings. He is the current leader in the PGT. And pads that lead with 48 more points, but obviously disappointed. Talk us through that one. I am not a PLO expert as we look at the Luxon Pay payouts. Eelis Parssinen, the Finn, 6th place, 50,000 euros. Ali takes home 80,000 euros. Our next casualty will earn themselves 110,000 euros with 360,000 euros up top. Talk us through that hand for a second. I'm not a PLO expert by any stretch. That seemed like, did Ollie have a date? Was there something that he saw? Was it a squeeze play? And then just a question of, I flopped an open-ended. I've got to go with it.
Well, if you start pre-flop, certainly it was aggressive on both ends, right? For Ali to be getting that much money in with the Ace-King XX1 suit. For Vogelsang, yes, he's double-suited with a couple of jacks. Neither player had much of a hand. I think you hit the nail on the head where there was something intuitively going on there, the warfare, the mental warfare between both players, a little element of gambling, which of course we love to see. And then once the flop rolled out, Ali in his mind had enough equity to just grip and rip, hope to get a lot of folds from Vogelsang, and clearly he ran into the top set.
The fact of the matter is, blocks his ace, he blocks aces, he blocks kings. If Vogelsang doesn't hit top set or some other sort of monster, he probably just folds and the hand is over and we're not even talking about it. It's one of the reasons why I find this game so fascinating. We're just seemingly toiling about, going after small hand, limp, check, small pot after small pot. And then you blink and you see these fireworks and you're going, where did that come from?
Yeah, and I will tell you, and I think Ali would be the first to tell you, PLO is not his specialty. Yes, he will play it if it's going on, but he is considered to be elite when it comes to no-limit hold'em. PLO, he's probably average or below average skill set-wise. He would tell you that. He will thrive because of the tournament sort of format. He is a tremendous tournament player in general. I think that hand was a good example where he was trying to, build a pot, leverage and handcuff his opponents by playing ultra aggressive, up the variance. And perhaps he thinks that if he, increases the variance, that he can give himself more of an advantage against these better players.
I'm going to go on a limb and say that when you say he's average to below average, you're comparing him to some of the best in the world as opposed to just, the players that are playing in my local casino. I think he
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you look at this table as a whole, this kid in general, Bujtas, who is arguably one of the best high-limit nosebleed PLO players in the world, plays as Omaha for Rolls Online. Ali would tell you safely, that this kid's really good. I am really bad compared to him.
Well, 4 players remain. The remaining 4 players all guaranteed 110,000 euros. 240 for second, 360 for first. And Raphael Schreiner, who's been, pretty quiet has done a great job laddering up. He's made himself at least an extra 60,000 euros by just watching other players fall by the wayside.
Call 25. Check.
9-9-4, 2 clubs out there.
25.
Kings versus Queens here. Bujtas well ahead of Vogelsang. Vogelsang bets 25,000. Bujtas goes nowhere. Bujtas a huge favorite to win this if it gets to showdown.
Yeah, for Vogelsang, you have to be a little bit concerned about being called there by Bujtas. But look at this, still firing 75,000 with just 2 queens. Now he has to be slightly concerned about these 2 queens being a dog.
Check.
Check, check, and Bujtas didn't need the king, but there's the wry smile on his face. Really couldn't bet one more time there, buddy?
No, I tell you. I mean, I didn't have at all. Played my hand like an idiot again.
Well, you heard Vogelsang. He thinks he played his hand like an idiot.
Value betting with
Maybe a little over-aggressive.
Every time you watch these PLO streams and you watch the best play, you just kind of learn more and more about this game and how it works. And then I also realize just how much I don't know.
Oh, I mean, they play at a different level. You know, again, I can say, or I can't say enough about our chip leader, Laszlo Bujtas, or second in chips at the moment behind Vogelsang. This phenom right here, Omaha for rolls. He is as good as they get when it comes to pot limit Omaha. Vogelsang just looks like he's come from royalty, doesn't he? He's got to be a prince somewhere. You know, it's not fair. The skin, the clothing, everything.
I have heard you commentate for hours and hours and hours over the last few years. I don't think I have ever heard you go on and on about a player like you have with Tom Vogelsang.
Well, let me make 2 things clear. One, the United States, the most beautiful man in poker is Jeremy Osmus. And 2, in Europe, the most beautiful man in poker is Tom Vogelsang. I want to see these 2 get in the ring. I want to see them play heads up. And we are going to determine who is the most beautiful poker player in the world after that heads up match. Vogelsang versus Osmus. Book it.
The ratings will be through the roof. We know that. That's for sure. King high flop here. No suits. Schreiner with a straight draw of sorts. The 5-3. He's got backdoor spades as well, but Vogelsang with bigger spades. Vogelsang up over the 2 million chip mark. Schreiner at 380,000. He's going to call. Pot is 165,000. 9 of diamonds on the turn. It's not often you get into a situation on the turn where neither player has a pair in PLO. Sorry, Vogelsang has a pair of deuces. And Vogelsang with the backdoor diamonds. He is going to win this hand. Just a question of, can he get any value from Schreiner?
I thought that
Nope.
it's already tricky.
Looks like Schreiner's given up.
I already said it. And then
Schreiner has been impressive, mainly because he's found a way to ladder up 2 spots coming into this final table. He's really done nothing as far as winning pots. But 2 other players have been eliminated despite Schreiner being the short stack to start here today. Continues to be the short stack now. He's just earned money.
Schreiner thought about that one. He just checked. So he apparently is waving the white flag. He hit a 5 on the river. Vogelsang's going to bet. Schreiner will quickly
I
fold.
think if I have to bluff this hand or not.
9.
And that's really the name of the game, isn't it, Brent? I mean, you think about it, it's not, it's not sexy, but laddering up, making money in these, just so important. It looks like the players are going to go on a break. 4 players remain here at the Super High Roller Series, event number 1 in Northern Cyprus. We're at the Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino and Spa. Take a look at the GG Poker leaderboard. Tom Vogelsang goes into the first break as our chip leader with $2.26 million. Laszlo Bujtas heads up for rolls, Omaha for rolls with $1.9 million. Rok Schreiner rounding out the field. Imsirovic, our latest casualty. Going on a short break. We'll be back with more exciting coverage here on our PokerGo YouTube channel. The 2022 Super High Roller Series Europe is back. We're at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus for event number 1. $25,000 pot limit Omaha. Live from Marriott Crystal Cove Casino, Northern Cyprus. 4 players remain inside those doors. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands pacing the field with $2.265 million. Laszlo Bujtas right behind him. And this is what they're playing for. We have had 2 casualties so far. The Finn, Eelis Parssinen, our first one to bow out, took home 50,000 euros. Ali was the next one, 80,000 euros in his pocket. 4 players remain, each of them looking for 360,000 euros and that first place prize. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks. It's been a fun first couple of hours, Brent.
Yeah, it certainly has. And Laszlo Bujtas, second in chips, has stood out to me. Clearly, I think he is the best player amongst these 4. Vogelsang, though, has been unstoppable as far as big pots, accumulating that chip lead. And certainly he's going to be a nuisance to try and eliminate. And how about Schreiner? He's been the short stack throughout. He's managed to ladder up 2 spots, earning those hundreds of thousands extra euros in place. Rok Gostisa, our 4th player at this final table, wearing the Dragon Ball Z hoodie. Good friends with Ali Imsirovic, who bowed out in 5th place.
Rok, certainly a force. Just you wonder if he or Schreiner get chips, how much pressure they can put on the other players, what they can do. It certainly will be interesting to watch over the next hour or so. Just a reminder for scheduling tomorrow, we've got the $50,000 short deck tournament. So if short deck is your thing, make sure you join us. If short deck's not your thing, make sure you join us tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening, wherever you might be in the world. Brent and I will be here for event number 2. That event has already begun. Last we checked, we had 15 entries. I'm sure more have entered the fray since. Speaking of Rok, he has picked up aces. Only 1 suit. Goes 105,000. Bujtas with a pretty hand of sorts. Double suited, 7-7-6-5.
Bujtas with a beautiful little rundown hand, and he has all of the chips. He could consider gambling. If he were in the big blind, I would have expected him to, but out of the small, not getting a great price. Recognized he was likely up against aces. Could be concerned about your suits being no good. A disciplined fold by Bujtas and a nice little pickup for Rok.
Yeah, for sure.
For Rok, he's trying to survive and really outlast Schneider, the other short stack here at the table. So any pot that you pick up to further separate yourself is very important.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic at this final table now because we have 2 distinct races. Not that our short stacks don't want to win, but before they can win, they've got to outlast the other short stacks. So you've got, the battle for 3rd and then the battle for 1st.
Exactly right. And here Rok again with a good one. Ace, king, jack, jack. He does have one suit. May believe this is the best hand. We suspect that Laszlo can be opening quite wide on the button, putting a lot of pressure on opponents. Rok could have gone either way, simply could have repotted pre-flop, but he's deep enough to call. Take a look at some texture.
10 high flop, not exactly the flop he's looking for. Does have overpair, but I think for those of you out there who play PLO certainly know the overpair. Not something to get too excited about.
Yeah, in a really tough spot with 2 jacks here. You have to be worried about getting it in against a single pair with a draw. We can see that Bujtas has a huge hand. Nut flush draw. He does have that bottom pair of 3s. Jack is not live for Bujtas, but clearly the ace is, giving him aces up. You can see the equities very much split, essentially 50-50 if the money were to go in here, and Rok really has a decision for all of his chips. He's going to pass.
And we talked earlier about short deck, which is going to happen tomorrow, and the strategies of short deck. And the one, I think the one kind of, the way that parallels with PLO is, it is a game of denying your opponent equity. And you saw a case there, which is perfect, where, you know, it's 50-50. And by putting pressure on the shorter stack, you get him to fold in a 50-50 spot. If you get them to fold when they have 35, 40% equity, that's huge. And that really is what a lot of a PLO is about. And you're going to see that tomorrow as well in short deck. A lot of that game, the best players, what they're trying to do is deny you your equity. Very different than no limit hold'em in that regard.
Yeah, great points, Tuck. The games are similar. There's plenty of gamble. Extremely popular across Europe and Asia, particularly short deck. PLO, we know, are being played at the nosebleed stakes. Short deck, you hear about cash games going off. Obviously, big buy-in tournaments, which are happening here at Northern Cyprus inside the Merit Casino. And Schreiner here, critical spot. 165 in the middle. He only has 240 behind, and this could go in right here.
I think the last hand, and you pointed out that Rok could either have gone either way. And there it is. The chips do go in here. And I think this is the reason why he played that hand more passively. He saw how short Schreiner was, saw an opportunity to maybe ladder up, and we'll see if Schreiner can survive. It's 50-50. This is the ultimate coin flip. Bujtas with the flush draw, a worse jack. Five of clubs. Now Schreiner, a 2-1 favorite. You see Bujtas outs in the top of your screen, 13 of them. Looking for a diamond, a 7, a 6, a 5, or a 3. 5 or 3 of diamonds, obviously. And it is the queen of spades, and Schreiner will double up to 645,000. The Austrian still alive.
Huge.
240.
Yeah, and last hand and this hand, a perfect example of tournament poker and players just playing smart. You know, you see Rok going, I can't go broke here. I'm going to play this hand a little bit more careful. Make sure that I give my opponent a chance to get knocked out so I can earn myself an extra 50,000 euros. You know, in that situation, Rok's got a 50% chance of laddering up, and that's the reason why he plays the last hand passive, I have to imagine.
You're spot on. You know, folding makes money, believe it or not, you know, because all this action is going to happen around you when you're not involved. If you're not involved, you can't lose your chips. And we know that, you know, collision is inevitable whenever you do square off at a final table. Now this could change as Rok Gostisa does become our short stack at 445. Schreiner with the double up to 630. It is Schreiner's turn, I think, really to just sort of, okay, stay out of harm's way. I'm not saying you don't limp in here, maybe try and see a flop. You're obviously halfway committed thus far. Keep the pot small. They are critical, and love this. Look at Bujtas recognizing everything we're talking about. He's attacking Schreiner. Doesn't have much of a hand. Beautiful rundown tickets, 9854, double suited. He just expects Schreiner to be limp folding way more often than he's going to limp call or limp pot.
Yeah, certainly if we recognize it, we know the players at this table do, and Bujtas, putting pressure on Schreiner's, newfound chips. He knows he doesn't want to get stuck in a big one. Schreiner hits top pair, and we're in another 50-50 spot here. Another situation where both players have hit top pair.
For Schreiner, you'd love to have some sort of flush draw as backup to go along with that top pair, but he does have every card is live as far as two pair categories are concerned. The problem is the presence of an already flopped straight. Great aggression by Bujtas.
And then suddenly the 8 in the color I thought I have came on the flop, and it was like, shit. It would be a fold.
Yeah, it happened with me yesterday. I called a 3-bet, and I just realized I have Badui.
Oh my god.
I think he thought he was double suited. He thought he had king, jack, 8 deuce double suited, and then the 8 of diamonds hit the flop, and he realized, crap, I'm not suited. I've got the 8 of hearts.
You wonder if he would have even called pre-flop had he not realized. That last one, though, with Schreiner having as many chips as he have, with Rok being short stacked, just can't get involved. You're out of position with just, you got one pair. You could be up against the straight already. You just got to play it a little bit more carefully with his chip stack. And we're going to see the 2 chip leaders battle in this one. Ace high flop. Bujtas on 1.8 million. Vogelsang on 2.2 million. Bujtas going to put a small bet out there. That's half pot. Vogelsang makes the call. Bujtas hits the gutter and bets 90,000 and wins the pot. Easy peasy.
He's going to be ridiculously tough to get rid of. He not only is he playing great, but he's running great as well.
Poker Go Hold'em is here. Have you heard about this, Brent? It's amazing. Free to play online poker, available on your favorite device. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. PokerGoHold'em.com. I've already downloaded it. I did it earlier on today. I can't wait to play.
It is fun. I'll tell you what. It's a blast. Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, U.S. Poker Open, High Stakes Duel, all the great shows you've come to know on Poker Go. Shows of the past of High Stakes and Poker After Dark, they're all there. You can download it now for free in the App Store. Get chips, get in there and play.
Good stuff as we look at Laszlo Bujtas. Bujtas, 28 years old, from Hungary.
He's waving at us. Sure. Hi, Laszlo. Hello.
Yeah, hi. Either that or he wanted a glass of water. I mean, one of the two. A Nova poker player says, is this Vogelsang related to the other Vogelsang, Christoph? I don't believe so.
The other Vogelsang, Christoph Vogelsang, was born on a farm in Germany. This Vogelsang here, Tom, is part of a royal family in the Netherlands. 2 different Vogelsangs. They are not related, but they do both play high-stakes poker.
Bujtas, 1.93 million. Brings up an interesting question. I'll throw this out to the chat. Of players that share the same last name, who are the most famous and the best ones out there? I mean, you've got the Vogelsangs. I guess you've got the Bakers. Are there any other out there?
Boy, great question. I'm having a hard time thinking of some other last names. Well, there's no other Negranos.
We got the father-son combos, but I just, it's always fun to kind of think about, are there players out there that share the same last name? Is there a Coleman out there? Because we've got one really good one.
There is David Coleman and Daniel Coleman.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Daniel
Both are. Yeah, and David is sort of an up-and-comer on the PGT, plays a lot of high-stakes buy-in events. Call him the Iceman.
Trying to think of more familiar names. We got Martin Jakobsen, 2014 World Series of Poker main event champion. Most of you are familiar with him. There's got to be another Jakobsen out there at some point.
Oh, there we go. Someone said Deeb. How about Freddie Deeb and Sean Deeb?
Ooh, that's a good shout. The Mizrakis are obviously both great, but that's the same family. So I'm talking about two different families. But I like where you're going with that one.
Same with the Greenwoods. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got brothers and you've got father-son combos that are great. I mean, the Brunsons. We could spend hours on that. But it's always been the original David Baker and Bakes, the two Bakers. Vogelsang.
Both great players as well, both Bakers. Mixed game guys.
Yeah. The original David Baker, a good sports bettor as well. He
you can say that
won the
again.
Super Contest. He and Gregorich won that Super Contest last year in football. He just seems to crush it. There's our look at our chip leader, $2.175 million. Speaking of sports betting, I know you and Jeff Platt like to play around once in a while. You have a couple of dollars on the Masters?
Yeah, we do. We got some futures bets, of course, for the Masters. That's some long shots that are contenders right now. But I'll tell you what, all of our sharp, chalky picks, Justin Thomas, John Rahm, those are two guys we were pretty big on, at the moment are nowhere in contention. Justin Thomas shot 4 over par, which I think shocked everybody how poorly he played in round one. He's got his hands full remainder of the Masters.
What is Tiger now?
Tiger finished 1 under at the end of round one, which is just incredible. Everyone knew he was going to play. That was a surprise. And
has play started
not only play has started early tee
okay.
times for some of the groups. It's off right now.
Do you have money on Tiger?
I have nothing on Tiger. I'm a fish in that regard. It's honestly I'm embarrassed to say that I did not bet Tiger Woods, and I should have bet. My friend Nick Wright, who I'm sure you're familiar with him, Tuck. He's on Fox Sports 1, one of the loudest mouth on the East Coast, hot takes left and right. He's on Tiger Woods, and he got Tiger at 130-1, and that was when there was rumors of maybe him playing. So he got in there early. He is loving life right now.
Yeah, I have to imagine, though, right before round one, right before they teed off on round one, I have to imagine that it probably wasn't great value to bet on Tiger. I mean, he's just such a fan favorite. People probably poured money in then. But if you got in on him before he even announced that he was going to play, like Wright did, then you're a genius. Well done, him. Bujtas wins one as we turn our attention back to the poker. We are at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. The Super High Roller Series event number 1, $25,000. Take a look at the GG Poker leaderboard. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands continues to pace the field with $2.2 million. Bujtas, our chip leader at the start of play today, on $1.9 million. Schreiner and Gostisa, our short stacks, kind of battling for third. And this is what they're playing for. That battle to outlast the other player, worth 50,000 euros. I think sometimes to the average fan out there, they're thinking, these guys are playing high rollers. They're not laddering up. Who cares about that? 50,000 euros is a lot of money.
Well, it's a ton of money. Every player now guaranteed 6 figures at this final table. But for Rok And Schreiner, they're trying to outlast the other one. Tuck, you made a point early on. It's a race for third place between these two. Schreiner here with a horrific hand, 4 and all the threes. Going to give Bujtas a walk.
Schreiner, poker player by night, accountant by day. The Austrian looking to see if he can spin that short stack up and get going. Dan Carcioni in the chat says, huge Nick Wright fan here. I like that.
There you go. Nick's show's probably on right now. He's on television every single day, early in the morning for us on the West Coast.
Jack mentioning the Tiger was actually 80-1 at tee-off. That's not bad. I would have thought he would have been much worse odds. That sounds good.
Now,
Hope Jones says 80-1.
80-1 today, or
no.
At the start of day
yesterday.
one.
Yeah, and before day one.
I think European sports books, you could get Tiger at a great price. It's the American sports books that were very, they're going to take a lot more Tiger money.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You've got to shop. Hope Jones getting to the talking about the players with the same names. She brings out a couple of good ones here. Wei Leong Chan, Johnny Chan, also points out that Phil Ivey should just count as 2 people. He's that good. I concur.
Very good point. And how about Hope also throwing out Gus Hansen and Bart Hansen, your good buddy Bart. And I assure you there's no relation there.
No, there's definitely no relation. 2 very, very different people, but I think a really good shout. Bart Hansen, a phenomenal cash game player. Doesn't really play tournaments, but a very well respected cash game player. And
I've
Gus
got
Hansen,
one for you. How
everybody
about
knows him.
Jason Mercier and Isabelle Mercier?
Ooh,
now I believe
I like that.
Well, it's pronunciation-wise. I intentionally did it there. It's Jason Mercier and Isabelle Mercier. Spellings are the same, although you do say the names differently. There's no relation between Jason and Isabelle.
Get a raise here from Bujtas. Vogelsang is going to make the call. And you see players here just not overplaying the Kings, especially against the other chip leader. 180,000 in there. Event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series. Europe, 25,000 got you in. 40 players started this tournament. We're down to our final 4. Ace high flop, 2 hearts out there. 3rd heart. Oh, Vogelsang does have the king. No, he does not. Pardon me. That's the king of diamonds. So neither player with a heart in their hand.
Neither player really loving this sort of board. Content with just seemingly checking it down. It's a beautiful ticket. Whenever you do spike a king here, you feel pretty good about a set given the action thus far. Unlikely that Bujtas has a flush. Probably would have bet maybe the flop, definitely the turn, even of the baby flush variety. Let's see if Bujtas, though, does try and use this river texture as a semi-bluff card for his range.
No.
What a wise check down.
I mean, no chip, not one chip goes in post-flop. Bujtas just not taking the bait. Vogelsang certainly had a good bluff catcher on the river. Check to induce, did not get it.
Great
Laszlo
feel
Bujtas
for
continues to
Bujtas.
impress. Yeah, he just so impressive. It just seems like he always kind of knows where he's at.
He does. He plays. We've talked about it time and time again. We'll continue to talk about it. The biggest stakes online, the biggest stakes live as far as cash games are concerned of the Pot Limit Omaha variety. And his tournament chops are well-rounded. There's no doubt about that. He sees all the spots. He's opening wide, aggressive, leveraging that sort of chip lead type stack. You can see Vogelsang is our outright chip leader. Big hand here on the button. King, queen, queen, jack, 1 suit.
But you see, once again, even in position with a hand like this, just calling Bujtas and not 3-betting, not bloating up a pot against the other chip leader.
Yeah, and really no reason to do so, right, Tuck? It's it's not necessary. You don't need to be putting in 3 bets against the other guy. You've got 2 short stacks around you. If those shorter stacks were to repot, your hand is very good to essentially try and eliminate them. And interesting spot here. Bujtas obviously flops trips, but it's
talk us through this for
Vogelsang
a
doing
second.
the betting.
Yeah, what is Vogelsang betting for? What's the purpose of this bet on the flop?
Well, I think it's because and what a card here by Bujtas now. Ace is full of 9s. He does not need to use the 9s full version. But
He's
for
got 9s
Vogelsang,
full of
it's more
aces
about,
and aces full of 9s.
Yeah, hard to do. For Vogelsang, it's about what you touched on prior. It's like you have a big hand. You don't need to 3-bet. I think that it's the recognition. Bujtas knows Vogelsang is calling with a lot of big hands pre-flop, not necessarily 3-betting. So he's just going to bet the deuce ace texture with king, queen, queen, jack in hopes of taking it down on the flop. If he meets resistance, it's an easy getaway on later streets.
Fair enough. Well, he does go check on the turn. Bujtas bets the river. And a quick fold from Vogelsang. Bujtas just absolutely smashing that board here at the Super High Roller Series Europe in Northern Cyprus. I have been fortunate enough to travel a lot because of poker. I have never been to Cyprus, so I'm very jealous of Ali Nejad and Brian Rast and all these players who are there.
I'm just jealous in general of Brian Rast and Ali Nejad. It has nothing to do with their travel.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that's a good shout.
That folded to Vogelsang, who is going to pounce and attack both of these short stacks.
Yeah.
And, of course, Laszlo
and
waiting in the weeds. He's in the big blind.
Yeah, Schreiner and Gostisa just forced to kind of like fold and just wait out each other. And this has kind of become the Bujtas and Vogelsang show. We're just seeing these two play hand after hand together. Poker tournaments are a lot of fun when you have chips, and not as much fun when you're just sitting there kind of grinding out the short stack, but these guys are getting paid for that, doing that, so it's okay.
Really interesting lead here. Bujtas trying to represent this sort of texture, right? The range advantage for Bujtas, saying, I've got all of this when I defend the big blind, but it's Vogelsang who has the wrap wheel.
Bujtas does check the turn after firing the flop. Action on Vogelsang.
It's an interesting spot now for Vogelsang, right? It's what hands would Bujtas lead with on the flop, and then check on the turn whenever the jack does peel. And here we go, just king high for Bujtas. If he does want to tell a story, he's going to be betting here on the river. He's going to knuckle. Just gives it up.
Yeah, wow. And Vogelsang really, really happy to somehow win this with just 5s. I mean, the fact that Vogelsang has 5s, how much more likely is it that Bujtas should just have a hand there, right? I mean,
New player.
Certainly seemed that way. I expected sort of a 1/3 pot bet out of Bujtas on the river, but again, I think he just gave Vogelsang credit for opening stronger hands, could contain overpairs in that spot, and he didn't think he could get those sorts of hands to fold on the river no matter what sizing he chose. He would have been repping a 4 and really only a 4.
Sorry. Sorry. For the move.
6 in the morning here on the West Coast, 9 in the morning on the East Coast here in the United States, which means it's officially Friday for me.
Someone has to go next
Well, congratulations, Tuck. You did make it to another Friday.
I don't care who.
Yeah, hey, listen, at my age, it's an accomplishment.
Laszlo or you?
Every Friday matters.
We're staying.
Laszlo and I getting heads up.
10 high flop
no
out there.
surprise. It is Bujtas and Vogelsang again. Heads up to another pot. The short stacks are just staying out of harm's way, waiting for big hands, trying to get it in.
We are in the heads up in the end.
That's what I was thinking, right?
Yeah.
Well, you made a really good point. And I remember talking to Patrick Leonard about this during World Series commentary at some point. The collision effect. Every time you fold, you're earning money. You're giving your opponents a chance to collide. And when they collide, there's a chance they might get eliminated, and you can ladder up. Again, it's
nobody
not
knows
sexy,
ICM,
but
yeah, Patrick Leonard really just nails it too. He is an ICM expert, and it may even been him that said it best that folding just makes money. When you're short,
I think it was you and I doing World Series commentary together. We were doing commentary with Patrick Leonard, and Leonard was suggesting some folds that had you and I just dropping our jaws. We're like, wait, no, you're not folding that. Right. And he's like, yeah. Well, Schreiner's finally picked up a hand where he can't get away from this one. Double suited
nor
aces.
should he want to get away from this one. This money, pot it, try and get it in. Even if you win the pot right here, you're fine with it.
105 raise.
Further separate yourself from Rok Gostisa, who is close to the short stack. He and Schreiner are neck and neck.
I think Rok is the short stack. Schreiner probably about 100,000 ahead of him. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. Europe, event number 1 in Northern Cyprus. We're at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa, presented by Luxon Pay. For those of you watching on Merit's YouTube channel, thank you so much for joining us. Poker Go's YouTube channel, please hit that subscribe button, follow. We're going to be here for the next 7 or 8 days.
Yeah, and Tuck and I are in the chat. If you have any comments on the Poker Go YouTube channel, questions, let us know. We've had great conversation. Appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Another great name comparison, by the way, or I guess to consider. How about Justin Schwartz, Luke Schwartz, and Noah Schwartz? And how about Jake Schwartz?
Solid.
So there's a lot of Schwartzes in there.
Yeah, may the Schwartz be with you. That is that's strong. Mitch Heck points out that Schwartz Deli too. I've never been there.
I've never been to a Schwartz Deli. Yeah, there you go. Same.
But I have no doubt it's got to be good. Derek Lawler asking where Jeff Platt is. What did you say? Did he say he's playing poker now?
I think there's a chance he went off to Florida to play poker. Otherwise, he is sleeping and enjoying himself at 6 a.m. here on the West Coast.
Yeah, he's a poker player these days. I mean, just crushing.
Well, let's not get carried away. He likes to play poker. Far from
compared to common folk like you and I mean.
Yeah.
I mean, he's very quickly setting himself apart as the best poker playing commentator, or at least the most successful one out there right now.
I gotta, Tuck, I don't even think that can be true. I mean, Nick Schulman might have something to say about that.
Okay, fine.
Brian Rast was out there doing coverage for the Triton event. He might have something to say about that.
I don't put Rast in the same category because Rast doesn't do enough commentary. There's a lot of guys out there who do commentary once in a while, but Nick Schulman, of course, is always number one. Schulman's number one, but I don't know. I mean, Platt's performance last year, I know we like to rip him once in a while and give him some grief, but his performance in the World Series of Poker last year, I think puts him in some coveted area there. Bujtas currently second in chips.
Every once in a while, a blind squirrel finds a nut.
You won't give your boy any credit at all. I love it.
No, of course I do all the time. Jeff has worked very hard at his game. I know that. on the side. He's studying. He's running the solvers and the sims. He's got the charts. He does. He works hard at the game, and he oughta. He's got the time to do it. He's a single man. He's got no other responsibilities in life. Very successful. He has no excuses not to study and get better at this game.
No excuses at all. And it's the Bujtas show and Bujtas Vogelsang show once again. As these two players tangle. Yeah, it seems like yesterday I was commentating on the World Series of Poker Online event when Jeff made a final table and made just an absolutely catastrophic ICM mistake. We won't bring that up, though. King high flop here, 2 clubs. Vogelsang with ace king. Bujtas with the straight draws. Ooh. Vogelsang makes top 2 while Bujtas makes the straight.
Dangerous times right now for Vogelsang. 360 out there and a very good check by Bujtas, setting the trap here. Vogelsang is about to be disgusted.
Yeah, and if you're Bujtas, are you raising now? What's the play?
I think we can absolutely raise pot. You would be committing and putting a ton of pressure to Vogelsang. But let's see what Bujtas does decide to do. Are you at all worried about being up against a set or clubs? Do you want to see a clean river? Just the nuts and calls.
Yeah. Queen of spades. So Bujtas will win this hand, but not exactly. I'm sorry, they split the pot now.
Certainly
not the card you want to look for.
Bujtas.
Yeah.
You just went from collecting a 7-figure pot to now chopping it up. We can see that they're just going to both pot it and get it in and flip this thing up. I love the way that Bujtas made his hand. He absolutely had the trap set.
Yeah, I was so focused on the club draw, I'm missing that. Yeah, I think
just
Bujtas
a call
just
here by the nuts, 110.
And kind of a
why
disgusted,
Bujtas didn't repot on the river.
A disgusted call at that, by the way.
I don't know why. You think I know how to play this game?
To the dealer.
Why? Oh, the dealer. Okay.
Oh, that was sickening right there.
Certainly was. You know it's not sickening, though? Poker Go Hold'em is here. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience, Brent. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to pokergohold'em.com.
It is an absolute blast, the game, the app. It's free to play. Download it now. As you can see on the screen in front of you, I somehow am the voice of the game, the call the action. If you hit a royal flush, I think I say royal flush. All sorts of silly stuff.
Yeah, and for those of you out there who are deterred by that, you can play the game with no volume. Still really, really
you
fun.
You can absolutely turn it off. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Funny, I was so focused on looking for a club or the board pairing on that one to see if you get if our man Bujtas would get his action killed. The queen comes off and makes the whole hand null and void. 1.1 million chip pot.
You just had
between two players that really significant, by the way.
No, I had very few chances actually. I had no chance to make any money on it. I mean, a small chance.
Pass. 75. Pass.
And that's one of those spots where you win the hand, but feels like a loss, especially when you had the nuts on the turn, and then your hand basically turns into nothing but a chop. Bujtas wins a small one. He's up to 2 million chips. So we have two players now with 2 million chips. and 2 short stacks, and it feels like 2 different tournaments with 4 players remaining. Brent Hanks,
And
David
again,
Tuckman calling the action here.
Schreiner and Rok Gostisa, the short stacks, just trying to outmaneuver and outlast the other to collect that podium payday top 3 spot. And once the other guy busts, you know, it's sort of the gloves can come off. You can start swinging and gambling and playing more pots to try and get back into contention for winning these things.
Vogelsang and Laszlo very aware of the dynamic at this final table, and they are doing their best to put some pressure on these players. Vogelsang just calling here, though, as opposed to raising. Schreiner's got an interesting one here. Double suited, Jack 10, 8, 6. Don't see what Vogelsang's 4th card is. Schreiner checks it back. And Schreiner's got a little something here, that's for sure. King of diamonds on the turn.
On a Badoogie board, no flush draw present.
No.
Schreiner's still content to just simply check call with this sort of wrap. It looks like, did he just get out of the way?
Yeah, he did.
Just an open-ender, I guess not a full wrap. Clearly the 8 and the 6 in his hand. He needed a little bit more. I thought maybe we'd peel one time.
Yeah, chip conservation just so important at this point of the tournament. I want to say hi to all you guys in the chat there. Derek, Pot Dragon, Hector, David K, Chris Cooley. Thank you so much for joining us. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. This series running from April 7th through the 15th at the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa in Northern Cyprus. $25,000 buy-ins going all the way up to $250,000. What's the largest buy-in tournament you ever played, Brent?
$25,000 buy-in.
Next level already.
When you sat down to play that, how nervous were you?
I actually felt good because it was at the U.S. Poker Open in 2017. I had a couple final tables leading up to that 25K. So I was feeling pretty good. I was playing sharp at the time. And then I ended up, I think I was up against Scott Seaver and lost. I did.
Scott Seaver's
good.
good.
Scott Seaver beat me heads up. Yeah, he is very good. I tried to bluff him, and he's unbluffable. Meanwhile,
unbluffable. Yeah, Vogelsang was in the lead, but he is no longer in the lead as Bujtas has turned a bigger 2-pair. And Bujtas bets $150,000. Vogelsang has a flush draw to go along with his ace-deuce. He's going to make this call, and these guys starting to play some bigger pots. And spades get there. So Vogelsang, 2 hands in a row against Bujtas, gets very lucky on the river. Both times had the worst hand going into the river. First time he chops it up with that queen. This time he makes this flush.
Super. Flush.
And Bujtas will see that Vogelsang had a very strong hand. He had aces up. He had the wheel draw. Of course, he had the spade working. Vogelsang with a disciplined knuckle. Check behind. Just get the showdown. It's a very critical pot. No need to try and bet there when you have these other 2 very short stacks.
I'm kidding.
Directly next to you.
No. I don't. You full first.
Lines are now 20,000, 40,000. Here in event number 1 of the Super High Roller Series.
I haven't seen you bluff in like 6 months, so.
I haven't seen you bluff in like 6 months.
You only bluff online, no, never live. I see you never bluff live.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I choose the good hands, you don't see.
Yeah, when I fold. Yeah, but
Gostisa
that's the way it should be.
with jacks.
Bluff when they fold. Don't bluff
Just going to fold. Not even get involved. Gostisa, by the way,
Not
only
a great hand.
220,000.
Just have to have a good feeling for it.
Pass.
Two
Schreiner
jacks,
gets out of the
jack.
way.
I think it was jack, jack, 6 deuce. Even if you have one suit, is a garbage hand in PLO. Bujtas with a suited king.
An interesting flop. Vogelsang with a pair with the nut flush draw. Bujtas technically with the best hand right now, but he is a dog. No longer, though.
Those percentages
Bujtas
are
now
going to move
50%.
now. Yeah, still
Yeah.
flipping though. Keep in mind, he's got the pair. He's got the 2-pair draw. He's got the straight draw, and he has the flush draw here.
And Vogelsang just a little bit of pressure, and now with a sizable chip lead, has a really good seat position as well, being on Bujtas' left. You wonder, can Vogelsang start to put some distance between him and Bujtas? Can he really put himself apart as a chip leader?
That's a great point, having position on Bujtas. He really does have the king seat.
Let's change
Up to
stacks and I will bet
2.8
some
million
hands.
now.
I mean,
Winning the important all-ins. Life is good. Cannot complain.
Just to recap how we got here. Came back today with 6 players. Ali Imsirovic was our headliner. He is the leader in the PGT standings right now. Continues to be that leader. He finished in 5th place. Took home 80,000 euros for that. Eelis Parssinen from Finland was our first casualty today as he finished in 6th place. Ali, by the way, won a couple of hands early on, was actually our chip leader for a brief moment.
And Ali was quite the opposite of Rok and Schreiner here. He liked to press the envelope. He was trying to up the variance. He knows this is not his strongest game. He was attempting to put the other stacks, make them uncomfortable. And it backfired. He walked in the top set. Here we go.
We got an all-in
All in
here.
for his life.
Rok Gostisa all in for his last 130,000 chips. He is a favorite here. Bujtas outs in the top of your screen. He's got 10 of them right now. Pot is 460,000. Schreiner certainly rooting for the for Bujtas to win this one, and so he can ladder up.
Okay.
Is die kleine dan? Oef. Oh.
Oh, indeed.
Goede.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Werkt
Five.
many outs ook in Omaha, denk je, of niet? Kan je klein holden? Nee, hè? Dus gaat gewoon hitten. Oei, 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 oei.
And Rok with the double up. He somehow survives that.
And just a black deuce on the river, the purest brick he could ask for. And much to
There weren't
Schneider's
many bricks.
displeasure, Rok will double up.
Nee, maar deze zijn van Merit zelf, hè?
Well, there weren't many bricks. That was one of them, certainly. The deuce of spades. And even with that double up, still just 460,000 chips. But more importantly, he's still in there and now above Raphael
I
Schreiner.
am home.
You are, that's true.
A small hand, but I think certainly significant for that man. Laszlo Bujtas now a really distant second place to our chip leader.
You You have to, when you get all in versus me, it's over. He's not that good in all. I'm a lot better all in. Yeah, I am one of the best all in players, actually. Maximum.
What?
Maximum.
140. Pass.
See your flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, suited, yeah.
Schreiner shows it and then tosses it in the muck. Vogelsang picks up 60,000 chips as he approaches the 3 million mark. The sun just popping up here on the West Coast. I want to say good morning to any of you who are just waking up and joining us here. This is event number
Rise
one of the
and
Super High
shine.
Roller Series. Yeah. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. For those of you all around the world, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Some great poker action all week long.
I think I'm on my 4th cup of coffee, Tuck, which is actually reasonable considering we've been up since 3 a.m.
I think absolutely perfectly. I mean, nobody's judging you here.
I hope not.
No, not at all. I'm surprised you haven't downed a couple of nerd fuels as well.
No, I have not. The nerd focus. You blended the nerd focus and brain fuel together. Nerd fuel, which, by the way, perhaps you and we could enter the energy drink market with nerd fuel.
Yeah. I mean,
We just created it right now on the spot.
that's how quick you are. It's amazing.
Well, I just got it trademarked as well. We're good.
Nerd fuel. I like it. Rok peels back his cards before tossing them in the muck. In fairness, as we see these two short stacks kind of staying out of the fray, they've both been really card dead. I mean, we've been seeing what they're getting dealt, and it hasn't
they've
been
had
pretty.
nothing.
No. Something changed. I don't know why.
Bujtas on 1.3 million, Vogelsang on 2.8 million.
Check.
And it was really, there's a little wheel for Vogelsang. It's been this sort of storyline. These two have been playing pot after pot, heads up, while the shorter stacks have been sitting out, and it has been Vogelsang getting the better of Bujtas. The one moment, the one opportunity where there was more than 1 million chips in the middle, Bujtas had the stone-cold nuts on the turn, just called a pot-sized bet of Vogelsang, who had top two, and, of course, the river provided a queen, and it was a chop pot that really swung it all, the momentum. Bujtas did not win it outright, and it has been Vogelsang that has been able to maintain this chip lead because of that pot.
Yeah, very soon after that hand, we had 2 pair over 2 pair, and Vogelsang hit a flush on the river and won that one. But you look at that queen on the river, and if Vogelsang does go on to win this, that certainly was the pivotal card. Because if he loses that one and Bujtas takes the chip lead, you wonder what happens going forward.
Yeah, exactly right. Extremely fortunate, but that's what it takes oftentimes in tournaments. You have to get lucky in some way, shape, or form on top of playing good. You can see Gostisa now with Jack 9-7-4, double suited in the big blind.
And I think with the exception of maybe
may
Phil
wanna see
Hellmuth,
three.
I was going to say with the exception of maybe Phil Hellmuth, I think every poker player who ever wins a poker tournament will admit that, hey, yeah, I ran good. I got lucky. Not dismissing how good a poker player anybody might be, but you've got to be a good poker player and you've got to run good to win a poker tournament.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Hellmuth, he made his mark at the U.S. Poker Open. 3 final tables. Everyone had called him out. I mean, I've really gone after him over the last 2 years for not showing up and playing the majors against the best players in the world on the PGT. Well, he did it. Final tables 3 of the events. He showed us what he's got, and it is one hand in particular that everyone will remember with Queen 4 offsuit against Alex Foxen. Listen, I no way to explain it. I won't even try. But if you want a T-shirt, you can get yourself a White Magic Queen 4 shirt over at shop.pokergo.com. Brand new shirts available in the
Got an
shop.
all in
And here
here?
we go. All in for short stack.
And it is Raphael Schreiner is all in here with kings. He is a slight favorite against Bujtas' ace-queen 9-4.
We just score.
Bujtas with diamonds, Schreiner with spades.
If it's 400, you only call, or and then you play me out on the flop.
620,000 in there. Bujtas with the Queen 4. We'll see if that Queen 4 continues to provide magic for other players as well. Well, he doesn't need the Queen 4 because he's hit an ace. He's hit 2 of them.
Be tough.
And Schreiner says this is going to be tough, as he has only 10% equity.
It's got backdoor spades and live cowboys at the moment.
I don't know why he's here.
Well, now just the Cowboys.
Just hanging.
Waiting for Danger.
Waiting for Vegas.
GG.
Jack of clubs, we got a picture card, but it is not the one that Schreiner was looking for. And Raphael Schreiner, the Austrian, will bow out in 4th place. He'll take home 110,000 euros for his efforts. And then there were 3.
And Schreiner hung around as long as he could. He really did play a fantastic short stack game. It is Rok Gostisa who survives and has reached the podium. And here we go. Payouts.
Take a look at the Luxon Pay payouts. Schreiner takes home 110,000 euros. 3 players remain. Rok in a very an amazing spot. I mean, you ladder up here. You've guaranteed yourself 160,000 euros, and now it's okay. Let's gamble a little bit. Let's see if I can get lucky. Vogelsang up to 3 million chips. Schreiner, by the way, picking up 66 PGT points. Everybody looking for a place in the top 21. And that one, that'll certainly will be competitive throughout the year. Ace high flop here. Vogelsang does hit the ace. And once again, king's just no good in this table. Remco, good morning.
Oh, we've got Remco. There we go. Remco, your friend from high school, Woozy, was in the chat earlier talking about your addiction to Pepsi.
The Queen 4 will live in infamy. Hope Jones in the chat, yes. I mean, I put a simple tweet out there. I said, I don't even know why we're still talking about this. He won the hand, right? So it was the right play. Simple.
Yeah.
Yeah, simple.
He did, Tuck. Yeah.
He won the hand. It was the
Sure.
right play.
Uh-huh.
Criticize him all you want. Look at the scoreboard.
I can't make sense of it. I never will.
I mean, Helmuth has just been, he's been that guy who just says, you know what, look at the scoreboard for decades now.
140.
Well, he's not wrong there. Results speak. Clearly, 16 bracelets, Hall of Famer. No one will ever question the resume. He's obviously a great, great no-limit hold'em tournament player.
I mean, the thing about Helmuth, and I don't want to spend too much time on him, is he's added other games to his repertoire. I mean, he was always just a hold'em guy, but he plays mixed games pretty well now, too. I mean, he's probably one of the better Raz tournament players out there.
Well, you're exactly right. He's put in the work, and he, I do realize also he gets picked on for referencing Mike Matisow as someone he talks about poker with. Now, maybe No Limit, Mattisau's not your guy, but as far as mixed games are concerned, especially PLO 8, which I believe Mattisau considered to be elite, that is a good reference and resource to have.
Yeah, Omaha 8 or better is probably Mattisau might be one of the best tournament players in the world. I talked to him about that. I talked to my good friend Bart Hansen about that as well, who's great at Omaha 8 or better, and he talks about Mike. Mike is really, really good at that game in particular.
And I don't know what it is. Has Mike studied? He's put in the work. He's played the hands. Mike doesn't strike me as the kind of guy that's, out there running the solvers and whatnot, but there's something about that game and Mike Mattisau that they go hand in hand.
No.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I'm not going to the mouth for Hold'em tips, but when it comes to Omaha 8 or better, he's certainly one of the best out there. Remco saying in the chat, says, on another note, if you're enjoying Tuckman and Hanks, hard to believe, but I suppose it's possible. Please subscribe to our channel. We have 7 more days of live streaming coming up, all true as we approach the 250,000 mark. Yes, that's right, PokerGo here on YouTube. We have 246,000 subscribers, and I can't tell you how excited I would be if somehow we got to the 250,000 mark on my watch. So please, let's make that happen. If you have somehow not subscribed, please do this week. Let's see if we can get to that 250,000 mark. 7 high flop here, couple of clubs, and it is Rok who has flopped the absolute stones. Yeah, look at Vogelsang. I guess I'm going to double you up on this one, huh?
Yeah, going to be hard for Vogelsang. Going to have to go perfect here.
Yeah, he's not looking good. It's rare that you get it in on all in on PLO and get action, and you're a 98% favorite. That just doesn't happen very often, but that is exactly the spot that man has got himself involved in. 480,000 in there.
Okay.
And the 10 of clubs on the turn will seal it. Rok will double up.
And here
Still
comes
a very
the rise
distant third
of Rok.
Ren says he's going to be watching all 7. Oh, good. I like it. Now, this will all culminate in the 215,000 Super High Roller Bowl. For those of you just waking up, good morning. We're live from Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa, presented by Luxon Pay. This is the Super High Roller Series, event number 1. You've missed a little bit, but hey, we got plenty more action to come as we watch these final 3 players battle out. We're back at it tomorrow at 7 a.m. Eastern Time for Short Deck. It's a $50,000 Short Deck event that just started a couple of hours ago. And that'll be tomorrow. Bujtas flops the nuts. Third diamond out there, and once again, Vogelsang jumps ahead of him.
It's been this kind of morning or afternoon, depending on where you're tuning in from and playing at, for Bujtas. Vogelsang just continues to pip him. Nothing changed here on the river.
25 go. Showdown.
Great.
Bujtas put a little bit of a bet out there in the river. Vogelsang shows him the bad news. But, I mean, what a flop. I mean, you flop top 2 with the nut straight, and then a diamond comes on the turn, and you just give your chips to the chip leader again.
Why? I can tell you after the tournament.
You are watching the Super High Roller Series Europe, event number 1. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman calling the action. I like it. Derek Lawler says, yeah, I'll be watching every episode. My alarm is set to see it on time. Well, good to know, Derek.
There you go, Derek. Derek, where are you tuning in from? Everyone else in the chat, let us know what part of the world are you enjoying this coverage from. While you're at it, make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel. The thumbs up and the likes don't hurt. Everything you can do for us, show us your support. We're going to give it right back to you and bring you free streams every day.
Yeah, everything available here for free on our PokerGo YouTube channel.
Check.
Once again, it's the Bujtas Vogelsang show. Third spade out there. Neither player with the spade draw. Vogelsang does have the 10 of spades. 3-1 favorite to win this hand if he goes to showdown. He's got two pair right now with threes and deuces. And he's going to call. 160,000 in there.
Check.
Queen of clubs and Bujtas gives up, and Vogelsang is going to win it. I'm not keeping track, but it just feels like Vogelsang is, I mean, these two have battled, I don't know, they've played maybe 15, 16 hands since we came back from break, and Vogelsang has won 12 of them.
Mentally, it's hard, right? When you're Bujtas and this guy just keeps beating you pot after pot, it wears on you upstairs. And Vogelsang adding to his chip collection, adding to that chip lead. Seemingly it feels like these two will be heads up eventually. Now, I'm not going to count out Rok. Clearly, this is tournament poker, no matter how you look at it, and chaos will occur. But these two feel poised to get heads up. And right now it is advantage Vogelsang. He can do nothing wrong here today.
90 raise.
Yeah, everything going Tom's way. He's going to get out of the way on this one, though. Get a raise on the button from Laszlo. Laszlo, 28 years old, from Hungary, came into this final table as our chip leader. He is currently second in chips. He's going to get some action from the big blind, our short stack. Gostisa. 10 high flop. You can see Rok's very short stack here. You see those plaques next to each player. Those are time extensions. Players have 30 seconds stacked on their hands, and they can use those to get more time. We've seen none of these players actually use their time extensions, though.
Well, Rok might need one here, as it looks like Bujtas have just sent him all in. That is a pot-sized bet on the flop. We do not see the cards at the moment. Clearly decision time for Rok. And it looks like a low texture on that flop, and Bujtas pressure takes it down.
Yeah. And the 28-year-old Hungarian takes that one down.
And if you're unfamiliar with Bujtas from the live world, well, perhaps you'll know his name from the online realm. He goes as Omaha for Rolls. He plays the biggest cash games online, especially of the PLO variety. Upwards of 5K, 10K stakes when they run. He's an absolute animal.
And not surprisingly, I'm not familiar with him simply because I'm not going to play that stakes. Just too much for me. I don't need that much money. What would I do with it all?
I hear you, Tuck.
see,
I'm very content here in my little studio office that has my kitchen, living room, everything assigned. All three children here in the room with me as well. You just can't hear them.
Do you put muzzles on them in the morning?
Duct tape.
Duct tape. That works. That's even better. Show them right. 10 high flop here. 10, 6, 5, 2 clubs. We see Derek, by the way, is from Kentucky. We got Australia. We got Belgium. We got Florida. The Philippines. We got Vienna, Germany, Belgium, Toronto, Belgium, baby, Munich, Romania, South Carolina, Chicago, Jordan Russell's from Canada. I want to thank you all for joining us here. One of the greatest things about poker, it is truly a worldwide game. When I travel the world, try to hit as many local casinos as I can just to play poker in different areas. And it's just one of my favorite things to see different players playing from all over the place.
Let me put you on the spot, Tuck. I do know you're a world traveler, and you've been everywhere because of this great game. What is your favorite location, your favorite poker venue that you've been to across the world?
Oh, wow, that's a tough question. See this hand play out.
And if you can't do one as we watch this play out, have your top three. Can you go with top three?
I almost definitely can. I mean, it always changes, of course. By the way, the graphics will be back. We do apologize for technical difficulties where you can't see the graphics. Neither Hanks or myself are good enough PLO players to analyze the action without cards. That's for sure. But we do get a bet on the river and a call.
And I think Vogelsang has gotten the best of Bujtas again. Yeah, that is the muck face. That is the fold face. That is the I lost a pot face for Omaha for rolls. And Vogelsang continues to build.
And you have to wonder, at what point does this get into Laszlo's head? If it's not there already? Poker is just such a mental game. The psychology, the momentum, the argument of, is momentum even real or not? But it certainly feels real when you're on the losing side of it. From a poker playing perspective and from a traveling perspective, I'm always a fan of Italy. I love the food there. I love the people there. I have been fortunate enough to have been in San Remo a couple of times. And that is one of my favorite destinations. I love San Remo, Italy. Right before the pandemic, I was also in Madrid for a tournament. And if you like food, there might not be a better place in the world than Madrid. I still dream about the meals I had there. Just fantastic. And I'm going to go back to Spain once again.
You got San Remo, you got Madrid, and here comes your third.
This is simple. It's cliche, but I'm lucky enough to go to Barcelona pretty much every year. And Barcelona is just, there's a casino right on the beach. It's just gorgeous. Love it. I love it. And then, by the way, I'm going to go fourth here. One. You got an all in. So I'll give you my fourth in a second because Rok is all in for his tournament life.
And it looks like maybe two queens, maybe of the suited variety for Rok. Uncertain what Bujtas has. Again, apologies. We do not have graphics at the moment. We are working to get those back.
And we'll see if we can grab these cards. Hopefully the camera. There you go. So queen, 3-8, one suit. We got hearts versus aces. Wow.
Here.
Aces still in the lead. We got the graphics back.
There we go. A 10 now for Rok would make a straight.
And it's looking for a 10 or a queen right now. Rok with just 6 outs. And diamond out there does not help. Rok still just looking for a queen or a 10, 6 outs with 1 card to come. 740,000 in there, and Rok's tournament life for a diamond seals his fate, and he has gone in 3rd place.
Yeah, should do.
That'll do it for Rok Gostisa, young up-and-comer. Good friends with Ali Imsirovic. They traveled here together to be a part of the Super High Roller Series, and we are now heads up, baby.
Yeah. Rok Gostisa gone in 3rd. We'll get his name up there in a second. 160,000 euros for him as we take a look at the Luxon Pay payouts.
I didn't realize that Vogelsang wasn't wearing any pants with that dress shirt as he walked away from the table. Perhaps he didn't realize the cameras weren't on here.
We are heads up, and it's not a surprise here. It is Laszlo Bujtas versus Tom Vogelsang. Players are going to take a quick break as we sort out the heads-up play. Back in about 9 minutes for exciting conclusion to event number 1 here at the Super High Roller Series.
Put some pants on, Tom. Come on.
Welcome back. The 2022 Super High Roller Series, event number 1. We are live from Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in Northern Cyprus. $25,000 pot limit Omaha. We are heads up down to our final 2 players. Tom Vogelsang, our chip leader, on 3.3 million chips with a 2-to-1 chip advantage over Laszlo Bujtas. Bujtas came into this final table as our chip leader. Take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. The loser of this heads-up battle will take home 240,000 euros. First place worth 360,000. I am David Tuckman, joined by Brent Hanks.
Beautiful little trophy there as well, Tuck. Just realizing that right in the middle of the table that these guys are playing for. Here
Playing for that trophy and 120,000 euros. Queen high flop here, Queen 5-3. Bujtas' king still in the lead. He bets 120,000.
Has the gutter, has the pair, has backdoor clubs. We are heads up and deep. I don't
think he's going to fold.
Appeals.
How long do I need to put them? Because I want to keep them in my hand. 5 seconds.
Yeah, players have 30 seconds stacked on their hand. If they need more than that, they use those time extensions. Those are little red cards next to each player. Each one is worth an additional 30 seconds. And again, another river goes Tom's way.
8-5.
No way.
8-5 is good.
You heard Bujtas mutter, "No way," saying, "You did it again. You got there." He was very live in Vogelsang's defense. His hand was just fine, especially up against the King 7-5.
I like this one better. Thank you.
Yeah, it just it has to be frustrating at this point if you're Laszlo Bujtas, just because, yeah, nothing against Vogelsang. I mean, he's been live each time and he goes to the river. But to get there every time when you're, 60-40, 65-35, when you get there each and every time, it eventually starts to wear down on you. Once again, thanks for joining us here, the Super High Roller Series. This is just event number 1. We're in Northern Cyprus, the beautiful Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Vogelsang bets, Bujtas folds, and he rolls his eyes as he looks up to the heavens, wondering, can I turn this around? I mean, he's still got a pretty good chance of winning this, but that man right there with 75% of the chips in play, a 3-to-1 chip advantage over Bujtas. And what looked like was going to be a long final table, when you and I looked at the chips and how deep these players were, we thought, okay, this could be here. We could be here for 5-6 hours calling the action on this one. Looks like it might have a quicker resolution if Vogelsang continues to run this way. Obviously, Bujtas going to do everything he can to fight back. Check on this 6-6-30 board. Heart draw for both players. 8s are still good. Ace of spades on the river, and once again, Vogelsang with the best of it. Not a big pot, but all these small ones can start to add up. And Bujtas is going to bluff at it, and you heard Vogelsang earlier on say that Bujtas, he hasn't seen Bujtas bluff in 6 months. Well, there's one.
He hasn't really needed to bluff in spots, especially when the stacks were shorter prior to heads-up play. That will change, clearly. Heads up, you have to bluff in spots. And we know Bujtas plays the biggest PLO cash games in the world time and time again.
Raise 120. Call.
Jack 6-5, 2 diamonds out there. Kind of an interesting board here for Vogelsang, who flops top pair. He's also got the straight draws with the 7-3 and the 9-7. He's got both top and bottom covered, and he hits the 9-7.
Bujtas, again, nothing but a potential bluff candidate. Not a great hand to do it with. He's going to try it anyway, I suppose.
Yeah, the last bluff got
7-4.
through.
Queen high.
This one's not going to work. And I think even Tom knows how good he is running right now. Big smile on his face as he is looking for that trophy that's just on his right side. $360,000 up top. The loser of this battle will take home $240,000. Delta Neutral points out, he says, when Tom gets first, he can buy some pants.
Put 25.
Hmm?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
Poker's Goat wondering where this is. We're in Northern Cyprus at the beautiful Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Patrick Mason saying, is this a very late final table? Well, it's event number 1's final table. It's the $25,000 pot limit Omaha event. The short deck is going on right now.
And cannot confirm quite just yet, but in the event that this final table would, of course, cease to continue within the next hour or two, I bet there are talks of us covering day 1 of the short deck event, which is Super High Roller Series event number 2. When we have details on that, we will, of course, confirm. The stream would be right here on the Poker Go YouTube channel. Surprise, Tuck.
Yeah, I mean, I will. I've already had a couple of cups of coffee. I'll have 6 more. We'll be good to go. 240,000 in there is Tom Vogelsang, the model from Netherlands, looking for the trophy here. Queen of Hearts on the turn. Bujtas open-ended now on this Padugi board. Vogelsang not a believer. He's going to call. 10's our best right now. Let's see if Vogelsang wants to bluff at it.
Thanks.
Nope. He's going to check it back and grunt. I think he realized, I could have bluffed at it. Still about a 3-1, a little bit less than a 3-1 chip advantage for our chip leader. Laszlo Bujtas, once again, the Hungarian, 28 years old, came into the final table as our chip leader. Perfect time to talk about our Poker Go Hold'em game, which is here. You can play free Texas Hold'em poker It is from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, all those great shows. Be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. My man Brent Hanks' voice, he calls it. It's available now on the App Store, Google Play, or you can head right over to pokergohold'em.com. Check it out. I have downloaded it already. I'm looking forward to it.
It is a blast. Negreanu, Helmuth, Antonio, Maria all have avatars in there, a part of the game.
Weird you guys didn't approach me for that. I don't understand. Double paired board out there. Bujtas with the best of it right now. No, I'm going to continue being the best of it. Vogelsang's going to bet, though. I don't think it's going to work. No. Not only is it not going to work, Bujtas is going to raise. Bujtas back up to 1.5 million chips. Vogelsang still with a more than 2-to-1 chip advantage. Wisco Baron making, saying what we're all thinking. He says, Tuck, can you adjust Hank's mic? I can hear him. Hanks, we're making jokes at you at your expense. Hope you're okay with that.
Well, I'm just used to it at this point.
Yeah.
Wisco Baron has long been a loyal supporter, all the Poker Go streams. Excellent troll game as well.
Man, his troll game is on spot, right? That's for sure. On fire. 8 high flop here, 2 clubs. Bujtas with the 8. Not much going on. Trip 8s now for Bujtas. He cannot lose the hand unless he folds.
300.
Bujtas getting right back into it. Now up to 1.4.
Yeah, he's Laszlo doing his best to kind of like just stay in there and see if he can battle. Yeah, with that hand, he's up to 1.7 now. So just about a 2-to-1 chip advantage for Vogelsang. You asked me the question of my favorite places I've traveled for poker, and the list goes on and on. The more I think about it, I mentioned San Remo, which is gorgeous, just a beautiful Northwest Riviera, Italy, Barcelona, Madrid. Madrid for food, Barcelona for everything. Vogelsang with 3 aces, by the way, here. You like 2 aces, a third ace.
At least he got one suit.
Yeah. Bujtas with the open-ended straight draw. 6s are alive. There's only 1 ace in the deck. Vogelsang is going to bet 300,000. See if Bujtas wants to continue here. I'm going to add 2 more to the list, by the way. One is I went to a tournament many moons ago in the snow where you could snowboard and ski in the morning and then play poker at night. And that was great. That was in Austria. And I forget exactly where it was, but that was fantastic. It was the poker started every day at about 2 o'clock, so you could play. You could go skiing and snowboarding every morning until noon, have some lunch, and then play poker in the afternoon and the night, and that was just brilliant. Pretty big pot here, and Vogelsang is going to bet pot and take it down. Put some real pressure on the 5-3 of Laszlo Bujtas. The Hungarian forced to fold his hand as Vogelsang takes that one down. And I'm going to add the last one, I mentioned it a couple of times, was Montenegro. That
was part of the Triton series as well?
Yeah, that was the Triton series, and that was just the location was just absolutely brilliant. A lot of times I will travel, and I can tell my wife, I'm like, you don't need to come with me on this one, or you need to come with me on this one, or whatever it was. And the hotel that we stayed in for that, just 5-star, just absolutely gorgeous. It was my first ever visit to Montenegro, and it's right on the coast. You could see, it was the other side of Italy. You could see Italy from the hotel. Just gorgeous. I mean, just breathtaking. So those are I think, off the top of my head, my top 5 poker locations that I have been to. Keep in mind, I've never been to Australia for poker.
Nice.
And I've heard a lot of good things about
Any
150.
now, will you go to Australia? Is that clearly on your list?
that. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not like I've been offered to go and I've turned it down. I just, I've never been there for the Aussie Millions or anything like that. I've just never gone. It's never worked out. So, I've been to Africa for poker. I've been to South America for poker. I've been all over Europe, but I have never been to Australia. Never really been to Asia either. So a couple places that certainly would be on my list of places to go to. I think it's one of the great gifts of if you play poker, if you work in the poker industry, or you play the game, having the ability to travel around and see the world and also play poker is just amazing. I urge everybody who can, do it. Bujtas going to bet 150. Vogelsang quickly relinquishes his hand as we continue. Derek Loyler says Hanks is one of the most entertaining commentators on Poker Go. Is there a...
Well, that's only if nobody else is working.
Dirty Deed says Australia has banned poker. No, poker's still there. Just think online poker is not really there now.
Raise 150. Call 150.
Jack high flop here. Bujtas with top pair. Vogelsang with a little piece of it. Four doesn't change much, except Bujtas now a huge favorite. Bujtas now going to go for a little bit of value.
150.
Yeah, great value, 150. Gosh, could this work? The 9 changes absolutely nothing. All of those straight rundown hands missed. That was nice thin value with ace-jack in that spot. Out of Bujtas.
Milan says Hanks doesn't leave Vegas. No? You're not a traveling man?
Not often. No, I mean, not very often. Since the kids arrived, all 3 of them, we'll do family trips. Haven't left
It's
the
hard.
country.
It's hard with a family,
No, I haven't even looked yet. I'm waiting for it. I have to wait 5 seconds, right? Check.
Thanks to the players for playing fast, by the way. Love it. Bujtas with trip 9s. Bujtas starting to make some hands. And he is doing his best to eat into Vogelsang's lead, but Vogelsang picked off one of those bluffs. Still more than a 2-to-1 chip advantage.
But 75.
I got to get my hands on one of those Queen 4 shirts. How do I get one of those again?
Well, you can go to shop.pokergo.com. I'm going to put the link right here in our chat. And there are tons of shirts that are available, including Poker Rush shirts, which is like the Mount Rushmore of poker. No gamble, no future merch is on there. And the hand heard round the world, Helmuth's Queen 4 offsuit against Alex Foxen. That shirt now available at shop.pokergo.com. Link is now in the chat. Get in there before they sell out. They're going to sell fast.
Yeah, I've got the no gamble, no future hoodie. I like that one. I wear it. I wear it till it's threadbare. The Queen 4 one, I'm definitely going to pick up one of those. That's a good shirt. My favorite part of that hand was Foxen's face. Foxen's reaction was my favorite part of that.
Oh man, yeah. Just at first he said nothing, and then as the dust settles, just kind of what was that?
Right. And I think that was all
What
of our
just
reaction.
happened?
What was that? Yeah, what was that? Ace high flop here. Vogelsang, though, with trip sevens. Vogelsang also has the flush draw. Bujtas is going to bet 75,000. Vogelsang quickly calls. Vogelsang now with a full house. Check, check. 450,000 in there.
Full house.
Vogelsang bets 150,000. Bujtas with ace king feels obliged to pay him off. Can't blame him. He sees the bad news. Where are you originally from, Brent?
Outside of Buffalo, New York, a very small farm town called Fillmore, New York. I mean very small. There's a population of about 500 people. One blinking light, gas station, a couple restaurants, and 3 bars.
Are you the pride of Fillmore?
Not even close. Not even close. We've got musicians that are living in Nashville.
We've got a beautiful
there's
trophy
that
there.
trophy.
The
Yeah.
Merit Poker Super High Roller Bowl in Europe, $25,000 pot limit Omaha. That is a pretty trophy. Really nice.
Call 15. Check.
You ever heard of the pizza chain called And Pizza, like the and symbol? It's more East Coast. It's all up and down the East Coast.
Bujtas makes a straight. Vogelsang's got a set of threes.
Ooh.
And I got a big pot here brewing. I have heard of that pizza chain, by the way. Being from the East Coast myself. I'm also from New York.
Right now, Vogelsang knows he's up against the straight.
Yeah, you
Keep in
think so?
mind, the 9-6 is a key with the 7.
Oh,
and of course, every time we
another.
pair it, here we go.
Yeah, 550,000 in there right now. Vogelsang hits another river. Oh.
Wow.
And now Bujtas just with a bluff catcher.
Flush comes home. Obviously, all the houses come home.
Yeah, this is, I assume, though, with the board pairing, with this sizing, this is a full house or nothing, right? And what a fold.
Water river.
You had it?
What a river indeed.
And give Bujtas credit. I mean, he has been able to stay level-headed enough to still make some good folds. I know a lot of players might get frustrated and just make bad calls in those spots, but Laszlo not doing it. Yeah, I am from New York as well, and I am familiar with that pizza chain.
Well, where I was going with that is that would be your most recognized guy from Little Fillmore, New York, as the owner of that chain. Really made a name for himself, named Mike Lastoria. Started one of the first online ad agencies called Innovation Ads years and years ago. All the pop-ups you would get online back in the early 2000s. Here we go. My gosh.
Yeah. And it's a flip, basically. 54-46. Bujtas slightly in the lead here. Ace, King, Jack, 3 diamonds for Vogelsang.
I think. How about,
you know, when you say bad kings, this is the definition of bad kings.
If I hit,
Such
you
a fun
don't have
heads
any
up.
chance.
No, just keep on playing. It's good for everyone.
I would.
Yeah,
I would very
Vogelsang
much
says if
enjoy
I
to
hit,
win it right
you got
there.
no chance.
I wouldn't mind it at all.
That is certainly true.
I thought we were friends.
There's the ace. Yeah, and as Vogelsang said, he said if he hits,
Five.
Bujtas has very few outs. Right now he's got 1 out.
I really hope.
The king of clubs.
I'm not saying anything.
And unless Bujtas gets very lucky, this
I roll
tournament
green.
is over. Six of clubs. Bujtas down to 1 card, just 2%. Looking for the king of clubs on the river. Otherwise, that man right there will win the trophy and 360,000. Here's the river. The 3 of clubs.
GG.
And there's your champion, Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands. $360,000, 360 euros, pardon me, and the trophy. There's our second place finisher. Laszlo Bujtas put on a great show himself. The 28-year-old Hungarian came in as a chip leader. He leaves in second place. He'll earn himself 240,000 euros. But there is your champion.
Vogelsang, baby. Looks good. Plays good. Taking home a pile of cash, the trophy, the title of event number 1. Maybe now he could put on a pair of pants. Talk, I don't know what's going on here with the attire, but who cares when you've got all the money?
Yeah, when you can play poker like that and look like that, who cares if you're wearing pants? Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands takes home the championship as we look at our Luxon Pay final payouts. Eelis Parssinen was our first casualty. He took home 50,000 euros. Ali in 5th. Schreiner did a great job laddering up, earned himself 110,000. Rok with 160,000. Laszlo Bujtas finished in second place, but everybody looking up at our champion, Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands, who wins it all, takes home the trophy and 360,000 for first place. Welcome back. Bonus coverage here. We are live from Merritt Crystal Cove Hotel Casino in North Cyprus for event number 2. You know what, Brent? We finished event number 1. We wrapped that one up, put a bow on it. We're going to jump right into event number 2. Now, the final table of the 50K short deck will be tomorrow. But we have day 1 coverage of the short deck here for you. I'm David Tuckman. He is Brent Hanks, and that man right there in seat number 2 is the legend himself, Phil Ivey. That's right. We have a stacked table, as you might expect. Carrie Katz, Dan DeVoris, and the one and only Phil Ivey at this table. Thank you for joining us here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. We're in North Cyprus. He's Brent Hanks. I'm David Tuckman. Thank you for joining us here. We'll be here for the next 3 or so hours.
You could put a little logo
Playing
on
some
it.
short deck. And Brent Hanks said it before. He is an expert in this
I'll
game.
allow it. Cool.
Certainly am. Probably better than Ivy.
Because I have a few more in my room.
10-8, not a very good hand. You're going to see a lot of premiums today, folks, as we've removed half the deck.
Yeah.
For short deck. Sixes through aces. Aces swing low. They go both high and low. They can make the bottom end of a straight, representing a 5 of sorts.
It's kind of annoying because I got my stack up to like 5 points.
Short deck rules, I mean, fairly simple once you get to it. I mean, it's just a stripped down deck. You get rid of those deuces through 5s, right? Flushes are nearly impossible to make, so flush is ranked higher than a full house.
All right, I call.
As you mentioned, the ace can go, you can make that ace 6, 7, 8, 9 straight, which still always gets me anytime I play this game.
I don't think it'll be a while before I get into better spots.
Unlimited rebuys in this tournament, by the way, so you might see a player get eliminated and then pop right back in.
Of which just happened to Ali Imsirovic, who went and hopped right back in after playing one hand. And if you're wondering how I know that, well, head on over to pgt.com, check out live reporting You will see everything going on here on day one. Up to 25 entrants at the moment.
I had like, you know, a very small step when I came to the final table. I was like,
yeah, especially in the early goings of these short deck tournaments are wild to say the least. Carry Cats with a chip lead at our featured table, but that doesn't mean a thing.
And then I got the chip.
He could be out in 20 minutes and then have to rebuy.
But the chip was too close.
Buying on this tournament was 50K.
Very volatile.
Pull away a little bit.
What the win for call with him?
Boris going to bet 15K here. Take it down.
You have quads, you have to show it.
Hmm?
You have quads, you have to show it.
My hand is stronger than Winford's calling regular turn is correct, but then Winford.
This is an interesting game. It's been around a few years now, but early on, a lot of the players just kind of figuring it out, getting a feel for it. But I think a lot of the best players in the world have kind of, they're starting to figure it out now for sure.
I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, a lot of, Jason Kuhn considered to be one of the best short deck players out there. Dan Cates certainly among many. Daniel Dvoris, Tuck, who I know you spent time with in Montenegro doing broadcasts for this game. Clearly a well-rounded tournament player. He'll be able to apply his skill sets in this format today. Ivy's played a ton of short deck as well.
Next time, and then
Just a hugely popular game across the Triton and major European and Asian markets.
Yeah.
A little tight.
All till we fall, asking, so PLO is over. Yeah, event number 1, the 25K PLO is done. Tom Vogelsang bested that field of 40 players, earned himself 360,000 euros for his first place efforts. And Y King Young all in with the Jack 10 suited.
I'll buy you a trade one.
Yeah.
Jack 10 suited is an extremely strong hand in short deck. Even if you were to get in against two aces, you're basically in a 60-40 spot.
Yeah, you're very rarely crushed with Jack 10 suited.
Commentary, they sending the feedback to Vegas, or?
Yeah, they're doing it from the studio.
Okay.
So it's probably, let's see, what time is it?
Isn't it like?
Yeah, it's really early.
It's like 7 a.m., right?
Yeah. Brent and Jeff love getting up super early like this, like at 5 in the morning.
Yeah, they seem like morning people.
Well,
they're talking about us.
It's probably Jeff and Brent.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about Jeff and you, but it is me instead of Jeff. I'm David Tuckman. And it looks like we've got an all-in and a call here. A little bit of gamble early on in our short deck event.
Yeah. Wyken Young got it in against maybe one of the worst hands you could be up against, an inferior Jack.
I like your hand.
I accept your apology.
He's going to have a little cocktail, I think, Tuck.
Yeah, well, there's a Jack.
Jack.
As you can see, Loon, a big favorite here.
Ooh, bad turn for Wyken Young.
Fair.
Oh!
Well, not a bad turn when you know the river's going to come as well there, and they're going to chop this one up.
I believe Wyken Young is the son of Richard Young, one of the founders of Triton. Good job. A regular.
What's he? You think is it a cocktail? Is it a tea? What are we drinking there? What do you think?
Yeah, good job.
I have to imagine that's more of a tea than a cocktail, but I mean, who knows? When short deck is going, maybe, maybe the juice is loose. There goes Danny. He's drinking a little bit as well.
King and queen.
And Danny, a talented poker player in his own right. Sporting the Triton hat.
All right, you don't need the hat anymore.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, not for now.
You are watching the Super High Roller Series. This is event number 2,
Wow,
not final table coverage. This is just day 1 of event number 2. Dana DeVoris
Lost
standing up.
DeVoris already. They're going to relocate him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, my mic.
Yeah, registration's still open on this, and you know what else is still open? Poker Go Hold'em. That's right, you can play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the show. Let's help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or by heading over to pokergohold'em.com. Get in on that action. As we watch this one unfold, Carrie Katz on the right side of your screen. There is the legend, Phil Ivey. Ivey having a great series. He's actually leading this series right now, and for looking for the player of the series honors.
He is. He's leading the series. He's also jumped into the top 10 on the PGT leaderboard. And remember, if you finish in the top 21 on the PGT leaderboard, you will qualify for the Tour Championship in December. That is a $500,000 free roll, winner take all for your top 21 on that leaderboard.
22% is here. 22nd person.
People in the chat are suggesting that is a Turkish tea that is
Right.
popular in those parts.
Yeah, listen
Appreciate
to
that.
Danny
Mr. Is that Izan Friesen and Mr. Lucky Licious? Donnie Peters in the chat. Good morning, Donnie.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, check out that Poker Go Discord channel. That is growing rapidly every single day. All the information you ever wanted about poker and more, head on over to the Poker Go Discord channel. Click that link right there in the chat. It's a blast. I'm in there. Platt's in there. Phil Helmuth is in there. Negreanu's in there. David Tuckman's about to join.
I'm in there.
The blue in.
Oh, sorry.
There you have it.
Cool.
I'm already in.
Boss.
Yeah, I joined during the World Series last year. Johnny Reddy in
really?
the chat says, you don't see much slow play in short deck. He says variance is way too high. Catch with Jack 10, Danny Tang with the King
Something sketchy
Queen.
going on over there when you do that 25.
You get very paranoid in your
I do, right?
your older
I'm gonna
age.
check this.
6, please.
Maybe your hand's just not that good,
Yeah.
and now you're just pretending that you have a
Maybe
good hand.
That too, maybe. You check?
No, I do not.
Ace 10, 9, 2 hearts out there.
I check.
Check.
What a brilliant Friday. I mean, you got the Masters, if that's your thing, and how can it not be?
Check.
Check.
We've got the Super High Roller Series. Bonus coverage for you as well. As we are now on to our second event. Danny Tang's going to win this one with a pair of queens.
And no good.
You got a queen?
I'm not being a dick. I want to see.
Okay.
Yeah, I think
Tang wanted to see that hand, making Kerry roll it over. I guess curious what he's playing a little defense with out of the big blind. Jack 10, clearly.
Was it good information, Dan?
Very good hand.
Yeah, I don't know. You mix your live shit up, you know. You do. You know, sometimes you're like, I'll give you a free cut.
Yeah, good luck figuring out El Jefe, Danny Tang. I don't know what hat that is that he's wearing, but that is not the normal Poker Go or PGT hat that we're so accustomed to seeing Kerry Katz wearing.
Yeah, it's just a stylish black hat. I can't tell either. Monterosen is going to call.
No more after this?
I don't know.
They'll probably have to throw some in there.
Yeah, we probably changed something. I thought we moved something
King
up.
high flop here. Danny Tang with a king. Monterosen with the ace king, though.
Is it just me, or does that clock on the table sort of look like a mini bomb of sorts, like something you see in a movie that
He didn't play the 75.
you know you got the red and white, the red and green wires. They're
Yeah, no,
intimidating, aren't they? Tuck?
You can ask him after the hand. If that's because
I hadn't thought about it, but I think you're spot on. That thing looks like it could go off at any minute. Hopefully,
Stop the timer. I'm getting nervous.
I mean, hopefully Carey or Monterosen can diffuse that thing. By the way, in a real life bomb diffusion situation, I'd be terrible. I would crack under pressure. The red wire, the green wire, I don't think I'd see colors. I'd cut them all.
Are you colorblind, or you're just saying in general you'd just be?
Nah,
does it make a difference?
I'm not
for you?
colorblind, but I don't
75
think
to
I would do
50K?
very well under pressure there.
I don't
No?
think many
So
people
you
really
just
would
decided
do
not
well
to
under
play the
pressure
fight?
there, other than MacGyver.
I played this tournament because it's boring.
Because he's bored here. He has nothing to do.
Yeah,
So he would have played if it was 75. It would have,
3 days, weekends.
What a boss.
But I like the game.
Yeah?
Yeah. More action.
your English is much better than 2 years ago, huh? Yeah. There was none. Yeah. Wow.
Sorry.
Call. Call.
I need to. I think I'm going to learn Mandarin.
I think Ken probably has another just let's ram it home sort of candidate. 24,000 out there.
Always.
You're going to see a lot of this today.
Why Mandarin?
2 hours. I don't know what else.
Our circle's small country.
Yeah, we don't have any 1K
Difficult to
chips.
learn that? If you're like starting completely fresh, it'd be easier to learn.
I
one.
wouldn't know because I learned it from.
That's what they say. You went all in here. They say it's much easier to learn.
But Mandarin is more worthwhile to learn because
I need five. You need one.
because
1Ks.
there's a much bigger population that
He
speaks
gave me
that
change.
language.
That's what I mean. And they say it's easier to learn, like by like a mile.
Wykin takes that one
你
down
覺
with
得
ace
人哋同
king.
你講廣東話有親切感啲啊，定係普通話？
And by the way, the players are talking, especially Phil Ivey. We'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
Well, it makes no difference to you.
廣東話嘅咩？
親切感
咩語言啊？
或者普通話。
廣東話啊。
Right? I know, right? Yeah.
And again, don't be
bring us, like,
confused by the
Can you bring us like
title
20
of the
1K
table
chips? We
here.
just don't have any at this
The
table.
PLO event has concluded. That was event number 1. We are now offering bonus coverage of event number 2. This is the 50K short deck event, day 1, featuring, of course, Phil Ivey.
Yeah, any opportunity we can we have to show you Phil Ivey, we certainly will take that.
What can I learn? What happened? I was not free to do anything.
Three ways to this one. Pot's 24,000. Both Carey and Young hit their king. First time I ever covered short deck, I just didn't understand how difficult it was to make a flush. I understood the concept of, yeah, there's less suits in there, so you're going to make flushes less. But I can tell you that, I mean, over 80 hours of commentary, I think I saw 2 flushes. It was just amazing how rare.
It never
they're
happens.
made.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like a unicorn.
Check, showdown.
And you'll see if you watch over the next 6-7 days, we're going to be covering short deck a bunch. And if you watch over the next 6-7 days, just see how often a flush is actually made. It's just, it really is astonishing that it's just not made very often. They're going to chop that one up. Welcome to the Super High Roller Series, event number 2, the $50,000 buy-in short deck event. We are in North Cyprus at the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. I want to thank our sponsor, Luxon Pay. Super High Roller Series going on from April 7th through the 15th. And it all culminates with our $250,000 no-limit hold'em buy-in event. Corey Moe says, what's the difference between short deck and regular no-limit hold'em? Well, first of all, we get rid of the deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s. So it's a stripped-down deck. Flushes are better than full houses in this game. The ace can go high or low. You can make ace high straight, or you can make an ace 6, 7, 8, 9 straight, where the ace acts as a 5 in that spot. Yeah, Dig asking if Ivy already won an event. He did. He actually he did win a Triton event earlier this week at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Cats has flopped the straight.
Pass.
Nice little pot there for Hefe. Extends his table chip lead.
Yeah, he's up over 400,000 chips. Make sure you guys hit that like button on the video and subscribe to the channel. We're at almost we're at 246,000 subscribers. See if we can hit that 250,000 mark this week. The more you do, the more content we can bring you.
A current chip count that I can tell you going on right now in this event. They're up to 26 entrants. Remember, you can continue to re-enter. It's unlimited re-entry. A lot of people will come in last minute because of the high variance nature of this game. But current chip leader is Chris Brewer, 740,000. Steven Chidwick is second at 670,000. Jason Kuhn is third, 475. Mike Watson, fourth, 470. And Ivan Liao rounds out the top five, right around 420,000. You can see Kerry Katz knocking on the door of the top five.
Not a surprise to see the heavy hitters up top. Sir Watts, Jason Kuhn, and the like. Chidwick. Brewer, as you mentioned, chip leader here, he was our bubble boy in event number 1. Finished in 7th. So did not cash, did not make the final table. See if he has better luck here in event number 2. Not much there for Cats, and you imagine this hand's not going to go much further.
A terrible flop, clearly, for the king-queen suited. As a one backdoor draw. I guess you always have a backdoor draw in short deck, but that backdoor spade draw, quick fold, out we go.
And day 1 bonus coverage from the Super High Roller Series. Event number 2, the 50K short deck. Phil Ivey on the left side of your screen. Just been dominating the felt for so long. Always exciting to be able to watch him play, and a privilege to be able to commentate on him. I have been fortunate enough to commentate on a number of Phil Ivey hands. The most famous versus Tom Dwan many, many years ago.
I'm trying to think what year that was, Tuck. Was that like 2000?
Man, it was like 7.
10? 7?
No,
Wow.
2007, dude. It was like 15 years ago. It was forever. The infamous oh my gosh hand.
Yeah.
Where Tom Dwan made a 7 high straight. Phil Ivey made the wheel. They were playing 3-handed. And when it was all said and done, $1.2 million went in the pot. Yeah, I was commentating with RW the third.
Wow, Robert Williams. The heck happened to Robert Williams III?
He was the original PLO stud. You know what I mean? He was the, back when it was only Europeans playing PLO and no Americans. He seemed like the only American who could play PLO back then. And just always seemed to play well.
And then Isildur, Zygmunt, Gus, Ivy. They had other ideas about PLO and just took it all over.
Ivy all in for a little bit under 100,000.
Pass.
He's not going to get any action.
Matthias, is it going to be a huge Triton cash game? TBD, man. Not sure what they're going to do. I think if they organize a cash game, we would show it after the final table coverage that we start early in the morning. Hopefully we'll have more on that. Uncertain what cash games will run.
Oh, really? Why?
I don't know.
Or who will play.
Interesting.
Yeah, the only thing we are certain of is there will be poker, and a lot of it here on the PokerGo YouTube channel all week long, heading into next week. And the coverage will start each and every morning at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. So get up early, get yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea, toast and Marmite or Vegemite if you're in Australia. Whatever suits you, okay? Wake up, join us each and every morning.
What's wrong with a mimosa?
A mimosa works too. What's the
Bloody Mary?
See, now you're speaking my language. I might have a Bloody Mary tomorrow morning.
If you do, I will.
I like the Bloody Maria better.
Nothing better than a 4 a.m. Bloody Mary or Maria. Now, what's a Bloody Maria?
Same as a Bloody Mary, but tequila instead of vodka.
Gamble guy, are you?
Ooh, all right.
Yeah, that's
see a lot of gambling going on here.
Chop it up.
That's my my way to go here. Yep, this is a gamble. And oh wow, what a flop
hello.
here. Yeah.
I asked for chop it up. I still lose. Punish him. 6 on the road.
Fourth diamond out there doesn't mean a darn thing. And Martrosin is going to make the straight, flops it, and Danny Tang has been eliminated. He can rebuy, and I expect him to
This is for short
rebuy.
deck tournament, so
I'm uncertain
gonna run
what
hot.
the rebuy situation
line?
is, or if that is simply a reload. You may get X number of bullets for your $25,000 or your $50,000 buy-in. You notice the tickets
That's a good
there
point.
on the table. Perhaps you get 3 bullets that are all worth $100K in chips. I do not know. We will try and find out for you.
Yeah, that's a good shot, though. A lot of times these short deck tournaments do. You'll get like 3 bullets, and you can buy in all of them at the same time if you want to, or you can save them. But that is a very frequent option in these tournaments. So it certainly looks like he had multiple bullets, each one being 100K. So I would imagine it's 3 100K bullets.
That would make sense. And here's another, if he elects to, great hand to just simply move it all in. Deny that equity. If you run into another hand, you're always going to be live with ace-king suited.
Yeah, and I mentioned this during the PLO coverage when I talked to some people who actually know how to play this game, and I'm not going to even pretend that I do, but just kind of regurgitating what I heard them say is this game is really about denying your opponent their equity.
Come on, gentlemen. English only at the table.
By the way, Donnie Peters is he's doing an AMA in the chat. If you guys want to ask him anything, go ahead. He's an open book.
Call.
DC Michael 333 saying any chat about short deck ever making it to online poker is maybe short deck will become part of the PokerGoHold'em.com family at some point.
No, it absolutely will not. Our IP, as far as Vegas is concerned, inside the studio, we have we have laid to rest the game known as short deck.
Check. Check.
I don't even think they offer it anywhere online, right? I know GG Poker is one of our presenting sponsors here, but is that
I
that
believe
a
on
part of their-
Sundays. I believe on Sundays they run a game there.
Is that accurate, or you're just making that up?
No, I mean, somebody said it in the chat, so I can neither confirm nor deny that, but somebody mentioned that in the chat, and it seems like an odd thing to lie about, so I'll throw it out there.
All right.
in the dark.
So short deck on Sundays on GG Poker.
Yeah, again, I could be wrong, but somebody said it in the chat, and it seems like it would be a weird thing to lie about. That is Daniel Kalkowski who mentioned that in the chat. Thank you, Daniel. I hope you're right.
Queen 10 wins.
We had short deck running live here in LA. Not often, but it happens occasionally.
Yeah, well, you might get a groove. I mean, it's a great game. Cash-wise, you want to get in there and splash around and gamble? Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not? Johnny Red says that there are short deck cash games and tournaments every day.
Oh.
There you have it. Philip Corey, when is the 250K tourney? That would be the Super High Roller Bowl. Day 1 will happen on April 13th. 3-day event, April 13th, 14th, and 15th. That'll be the final event. Of course, cap things off.
Oh.
Ivy with a shove. Ivy takes it down. What percentage of the year, over under, if you're a handicapper, what percentage of the year do you think Phil Ivey spends in his birth nation, the United States?
There's 3% what we're buying.
Oh, I would easily take the over 70%.
Oh, really? Wow. You think he spends over 70% of his time in the United States?
Are we talking now? Are we talking throughout the course of his life? What percentage has he been in the U.S.? Or are you talking like just right now?
Right now, I mean,
Ivy's current.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, clearly the
would-
first 25 years of his life, he was probably in the United States 95%. Yeah, I'm talking about now. The last few years.
I think he's been here quite a bit. Unless there's large events running overseas. I hear stories about the golf course. Ivy getting out there. I know he lives in Las Vegas. But yeah, big game's going off somewhere. He's not going to miss it.
Yeah. Okay. Is he a good golfer?
There's a difference
what do you hear?
between. Here's what I would say. I think there's a major difference between being a good golfer and a good gambler on the golf course.
Oh, 100%.
My assumption would be that probably not a great golfer, but absolutely a terrific gambler on the course.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there are some rumors. I remember stories I've heard about Puggy Pearson. And they say that Mike Sexton used to say this. He said that Puggy Pearson, when it comes down to, making a putt for tens of thousands of dollars, he'd rather have Puggy Pearson taking that putt than a PGA golfer.
Wow. Yeah. Some
That was
people,
what Mike
man, they
used to
just
say.
ice in the veins. They don't feel pressure. They just go, and even if they know there's big money on the line, they live for those moments. Ivy's one of those guys, lives for big money opportunities and moments. I've heard a lot of stories about the golf course with Mr. Ivy.
Well,
All
Tommy
I want to
Peters, by
do
the
is
way, with
caddy,
you.
Tuck. I have a full caddy suit. In fact, it's for the Masters, which happens to be on right now, ironically. Masters hat, Masters white suit. I've offered. I just want to get out there and caddy for the round and partake while carrying their golf clubs. That's it. I don't even have to help them. I just want to be there.
You should offer that as a charity. I think like an auction charity event for Poker Go. I mean, I think people would bid for that. I would bid for that. Having you caddy me, that'd be great. I mean, I know that's not you. I know that's not what you put out there. I know you want to caddy for IV.
I would do it though.
Yeah. Let's take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. This is just the featured table. As you saw, 25 players entered this. We're down to 19. Registration's still open though. Carry Cats with 352,000. Ivy with 106,000. But the players also have some bullets behind. As you saw, Danny Tang lost. He lost an all-in and just put a bullet in there, so we get an extra 100,000.
Got to run
I am
good.
not privy.
Short
I'm not privy to. I mean, Katz might have bought in for all 300 right away.
I doubt it. No, he's a one bullet kind of guy. I'm sure.
Okay.
Probably just ran hot. Got some good spots. Yeah, there's a lot of gambling. I mean, you're seeing all the all-ins. It's not hard to wake up with 2 kings, 2 aces, and there's an all-in in front of you. In fact, I would suspect we'll see it multiple times throughout coverage here today.
Yeah, pairs especially vulnerable in this game. Donnie Peters, by the way, agrees with you. Said he would take the over 70% on Phil Ivey being in the United States. He says, I don't think the big Macau games run as much as they used to.
Yeah, and you know, those types of games, those size of games, they're happening now more in the U.S. than they ever have. You hear about that. Here's another all-in. Ivy 2 jacks. I have to imagine Marty Rosian's going to call with ace-queen suited. There it is. And we've got ourselves a short deck coin flip. Let's see what the percentages pull up. I have to imagine ace-queen suited might actually be a small favorite.
I would think so, although the jacks do block some straights possibility. There's a queen.
Straight.
Really?
So we didn't have it up pre-flop, but we can see that Matrosian is a massive favorite post-flop.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Ivy. Oh, Ivy.
You ask, you get.
Never a doubt, huh?
why you don't ask
That
often,
little
you know? I asked.
slim with the
That's
tilted
why
grin.
he
What's
doesn't
my
ask
name?
often.
Phil
He
Ivy.
does it when he knows he's gonna win.
100.
Oh, maybe I ask too often, huh? You're the best. 點啊？點啊？誒，股東，同你報下先，呢度冇嘢㗎，第3槍啫嘛。
Ivy looks good, doesn't he? He's in great shape.
都係。你係咪尋日
I understand that he's in a great place mentally, working on the mental game along with the physical game. Daniel Negreanu was talking about how Ivy is back with a vengeance. Will we see the return of Phil Ivey on a much grander scale? Yeah, he's top 10 PGT, but is he coming for the World Series of Poker? Is he coming for that bracelet race against Phil Hellmuth? And if Ivey's going to play a full schedule, watch out, Hellmuth, because Ivey's got 10, and he will catch you.
My money's on Hellmuth.
Well,
I said this 5-6 years ago. I said this 5-6 years ago, and people were. I remember I was talking to a couple of guys, and they were saying, "Yo, Ivy's going to do it eventually. He's going to." I just don't think for Ivy, I just don't see the motivation there to put those kind of hours in when you're talking about smaller buy-in events. You know, this is a guy who plays the highest stakes games in the world. I don't see him grinding 3-day 3K 6 maxes.
Yeah, that's fair. We just don't know what the motivations are. If he has some big bracelet bets, perhaps it's simply just pride and for all the glory, which was what Ivy was known for back in the day. You know, and there's also something to be said for just, serving it to Hellmuth, right? I mean, who doesn't want to take him down? Trying to tell me Ivy doesn't want to just shut up Phil Hellmuth?
I think he'd love to. It's just a question of, I mean, as good, as great, we're talking about the greatest of all time, Phil Ivey, still winning a bracelet. So much has to go right. So much has to go away. Winning 6 bracelets, even if Ivey played a full schedule, that could take him 12 years.
Certainly could.
And that's assuming Hellmuth wins no more.
Let's say Ivy plays. I'm going to throw it to the chat. I'm going to throw it to you, Tuck. Let's assume Ivy's going to play a full schedule this summer at the World Series of Poker. I'm not talking about every event, like the 50s and all those
No,
rinky-dink
he's not playing the
circus
small
events they
ones. We
put
know that.
together. But let's say he plays a full schedule based on Ivy's terms, right? He's going to play 25-plus events. What are the odds of him winning a single bracelet? Give me the betting odds for Phil Ivey to win a bracelet.
Assuming he's going to play all the 10Ks, the 25Ks, all those, maybe some of the 5Ks.
Everything. Yeah.
Maybe plus 180.
Seems fair. I was thinking right around plus 150, plus 180. Yeah, I think that's right.
I mean, somewhere in that range.
Now, I'm going to throw you a part two. Okay.
And I could be totally off base, by the way. I have no idea. But
we know Helmuth would play. Well, maybe. Let's go plus 180, but here's part two.
Go ahead.
You've got Ivy's line. What is Helmuth's line? Who's the favorite to win a bracelet? In an equal schedule at the World Series of Poker, let's assume they play the same number of events.
That's a big assumption because, Helmuth will truly play all the small events, too. Well, Ivy does not. I don't think Ivy would. But let's assuming they play the same amount of events. I'm going to give Ivy the edge. I'm going to give Ivy the slight edge. Maybe your line's a little bit better. Maybe it's plus 165, plus 170 for Ivy, and maybe plus 200 for Helmuth.
Fold.
I think that's right. I'd go Helmuth plus 250. And even if Helmuth played the smaller events, that's not saying much, right? Because those are harder to win. You're talking about like 15,000 people in some of these small events.
I'm not talking about the $1,500 no limit events. Which Helmuth and Ivy. I don't care how good you are. You've got to just, the deck's got to hit you in the face to win one of those events.
Big dogs.
I'm talking about the $1,500 Raz event because that's the one where Helmuth's going to play that, and I don't know if this man here is motivated to play in a $1,500 3-day Raz event. Where first place, first place in a 1,500 Raz is what, $180,000? I mean, is Ivy going to grind 3 days for 180?
Unlikely. But what we need to happen clearly is a big bracelet bet. We need someone to step up, and Ivy's out there firing.
That's a totally different thing, right? If somebody makes a 7-figure bracelet bet with Ivy, and he's got to win X number of bracelets in X number of years, then all bets are off. Who knows?
I think there's one guy in particular that could, do a bracelet bet with Phil Ivy and motivate him to want to play. That one guy is Daniel Negreanu, his good buddy. I don't think anyone else would put in the schedule or the volume like Negreanu does at the series, challenge Ivy like Negreanu would at the series. We know a guy like Jason Kuhn, for example, is not going to be out there bracelet hunting. We know this. He's going to play the biggest buy-ins, and that's it. Not going to play these 5Ks, not going to play these 1,500s, but Daniel, he would.
And I think even more so now. The ante now up to 4,000. The button is 8,000. For those of you new to short deck, everybody antes. The button puts in a double ante. You can call that. Going around, you can raise. It's no limit. Put as much in as you want. I think even more so for Kuhn now. I mean, you're talking about a guy who got the monkey off his back. He won a bracelet last year. And he won it in an event he really wanted to win it in, the 25K heads up. Put on a great show. But now he not only is this a guy who's made a ton of money and had the accolades and won a bracelet, but he's also a father. I just don't see him putting in that kind of schedule during the summer either. I agree with you. But Negreanu, Helmuth, you're talking about players who the bracelets mean something to them. They want those bracelets. They want to win. And the money is secondary. The bracelets are everything for those guys. I mean, listen, we'd all love, as a fan of the game, as somebody who's worked the World Series of Poker for many years, I would love nothing more than to see Phil Ivey go for it. So hopefully somebody does step up and give him that motivation. I mean, the other issue with the World Series of Poker for a player like Phil Ivey is because it attracts all of the big players in the world and all the high-stakes players in the world, there are some really big games going on in Vegas at that time of year. There always are. And that's going to attract the Ivies So it's just a question of, number one, is he motivated to sit down and play in a World Series event where he's going to grind for 3 or 4 days for, a couple $100,000? Does he also want to give up the opportunity to go play in a high-stakes game where you can get 7-figure swings?
Right. I hear you. And you're going to hear that. I mean, that's going to be the case with a lot of guys. It's the Coons, the Ivies, the Bryn Kennys of the world. They don't have interest in winning bracelets. It's just not what drives them, to your point.
Flush draw here for Matrosian. He's got a straight draw as well. Cats with a pair of 7s and a straight draw. Donnie Peters says Sean Deeb would be my pick as the betting favorite to win a bracelet each year. It's not a bad shout. You're talking about somebody who plays all the games, plays a full schedule.
But 32,000.
Doesn't seem like it was too long ago where Sean Deeb was one of the considered the best player to have not won a bracelet. But I think he has 4 to his name now.
Yeah. Jason Mercier is another one. He came up on the first show we did today. From what I understand, he's going to come back for this year's World Series of Poker. He's notorious for having bracelet bets as well. Let's see what kind of schedule he does put together. It'll be nice to have the return of a guy like Jason Mercier.
Yeah, he and Natasha they just keep putting out babies. What do they have, like 11 now?
I think they have 3. Yeah, 3 kids. Crazy. Who does that?
Time bank.
Oh, wait. I have 3 children.
You have 3 too? My gosh.
Yeah, we do. Yeah. Free roll here for Martirosian. He's got that flush draw.
Yeah.
As it stands, we're chopping, but you can see that extra percentage next to Martirosian's name.
Yeah. Flushers never get through, though. Katz has got to play a little bit of defense here, though, right?
Absolutely. You're worried about being free-rolled in these spots. You're also still very concerned about just Jack 10 being out there.
Right.
For Martirosian, he doesn't really care. He's got 130 behind. There's 128, 130 essentially in the middle. I mean, the money's going to go in. It's a matter of can he find another heart or not.
But 52.
Interesting.
That's 52,000. That's about 35-40% of the pot here.
Yeah, that is interesting. You keep the flush draws in there. You keep the sets, perhaps considering peeling. And look at this.
Just let it
Hefe.
go.
Wow. Gives him credit for the Jack 10.
Or realizes that maybe he's up against a 10 with a redraw. I don't know. But
right.
He lets it go. He's getting a good price, too. I mean, pot was 180, 52 to call. He's getting more than 3 to 1 to make that call, but he lets a hand go. Preserves his stack. And, I mean, hate it, love it, whatever you do. I mean, I'll tell you this. He was right there. He was calling it best for a chop, so hard to criticize it.
I can change.
Donnie Peters pointing out Jason Mercier did just place 5th place in Seminole in the $50,000 no limit for 141K. That is, by the way, a PGT qualifying event, that 50K down in Florida.
Yeah.
So Jason picking up some points there.
Ace 10 of hearts.
And
Flush draw.
oh, nice.
Call. Showdown.
Bet queens.
I had a 10.
Bet a 10.
All in, all in. Got the ace queen versus Jack 10.
I had 10-7 suited. I was looking for. I preferred the 2 pair. I was drawing for the. I didn't like the 8. I wanted
Gary
the,
telling him what he had. He said he had
wanted the
10-7. No,
10-7.
no lie there.
The 8 was bad because your range
Ace,
is so
6, and
Runner.
well, this looks like a big double for Danny Tang.
Back. Batman back.
Just wasn't excited about putting 150 in to make.
I'm going to count that one out, and Danny Tang picks up 100,000 chips.
It's good bet.
What's up, Ebo? Hey, Seth, Derek. Hope Jones, thanks for joining us here on this glorious Friday. You know what's going to make it even more glorious, Brent? How about the Poker Go Hold'em game? That's right. Play free Texas Hold'em poker from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. Poker Go Hold'em is available now on the App Store, Google Play, or you can just head over to pokergohold'em.com. And by the way, here's a bonus. When you're playing the game, you can listen to the sultry voice of Brent Hanks. He's calling the action in that.
That's right. We're in there. Free to play. Download it now.
Johnny Reddy says, anyone watch Tigers play at the Masters yesterday? Nice to see the greatest back at it. When does Tiger tee off today?
I believe it was around 11 a.m. Pacific time, so he's going to get out there when the weather is cleared up, a little bit warmer. You got a nice draw as far as tee time was concerned.
Just have one pair. Yeah.
Gotcha.
All in.
No, I didn't.
We'll get another all in here. Cards on their back. 10s versus ace-jack suited. I don't know says this isn't live, right? No, this is live. We're here. I think we're alive. Brent, you're alive, right? Yeah.
I'm alive, and we are live.
We're here. There's the ace. Tell you somebody else is alive.
Martirosian's barely alive.
Yeah. This is just going to be a small dent to a stack. No big deal. Looking for a 10 on the river. That is not a 10. And Yang will double up to 98,000. Martirosian still on a healthy 211K. Matt Plumley lets us know it is a 140 Tiger tee off. There you go. This is perfect then. So we're going to go right into basically Tiger.
Yeah, we're going to end today with Ivy and then go right to Tiger. It's a perfect day.
It really is. It doesn't get much. I mean, the only thing that would make it better is if somebody brought me a Bloody Mary.
You know what, Tuck? Can we order each other a Bloody Mary off like Postmates?
I was going to say, can you DoorDash that?
I'll buy you one, you buy me one. You know, there's got to be a way, right?
Done.
All in.
You know what I DoorDashed the other day that was absolutely brilliant? I just didn't feel like going out. Fried chicken and waffles.
How much is it?
With
71.
Yeah, with maple bacon.
Oh.
That hit the spot.
171 all in.
So good.
Yeah, it really was. Ivy all in for 177,000. Just a crazy game.
Hear the chants in Northern Cyprus, everyone up on their feet. Ivy, Ivy, Ivy. Everyone pumped for day one of Short Deck
behind here.
Northern Cyprus.
Maybe I will win once versus you.
Maybe.
No, you net rolled him. You net rolled him, so I don't think you're winning.
Net rolled.
Called him out for the knit roll.
It's going to be in a painful way also.
Ivy looking for an ace or one of Martirosian's queens. There's the ace.
Oh!
There you go.
Ivy
Easy
does
game.
it again.
He does. Well, that's what he said. Yeah, Ivy said, you know what? You knit rolled me, so you're going to lose. Look at that. Look at that smile from Phil Ivy.
The gallery is just erupting. People going bananas in Northern Cyprus as Ivy continues to climb the leaderboard. We're going to need to get extra security in there. Keep the fans and spectators away.
We are live in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. This is our second event coverage today. We earlier on this morning or this evening, wherever you might be, Tom Vogelsang won event number 1. Took home $360,000 playing the $25,000 PLO event. This is event number 2. Probably thinking, wait, wasn't the Triton Series just here? Yeah, it was, and this just, we were just coming off the back of the Triton Series, the Super High Roller Series. We're just seeing an all in every hand, Brent.
Well, that is the nature of the beast. Just always premiums dealt. It's inevitable in this game. And even when I say premium, that extends to hands like Jack 10 suited, 9-10 suited, Queen 10 suited. All these suited hands are just going all in if there hasn't been any action yet in front of them.
Fold.
If you are just stumbling upon the PokerGo YouTube channel, hit that like button. It helps our self-esteem. Hanks is suffering from low self-esteem, so those thumbs ups really help him. And while you're at it, please subscribe. See if we can get up over 250,000 subscribers. They say if we get over 250,000 subscribers, I might be able to keep my job. So please, let's do that.
That's great news. Yeah, keep clicking subscribe. Man's got to work.
Why do you feel like the underdog?
You should.
Queen 10, 10, 9. There's a queen.
Oh, no, not this time.
Pots.
I see. I think this is okay for IB. He's like, listen, yeah, I'm gonna win the. Listen, I'll win the small ones. I'll win the big ones. You win the small ones. That's fair, right?
The man life of Phil Ivey.
不靠他有钱咗，哪個？
我唔識打牌喎。
唔會啩？
Matt Plumley says, tough day at work. You have the Masters on one screen and go on the other. I'm all about that.
Isn't it great? I'm not going to lie, Tuck. I've got a huge monitor right up here, a huge TV on the wall, and I've got the Masters just fired up, corner of my eye. I'm going to see it all.
I like it. Well, let us know if there's anything exciting happening in the Masters. I know usually when you're covering poker, you got the Buffalo Bills on that screen, but
oh yeah. Corey Connors is making a run today. He's 3 under, -1 on the day through 9 holes. Keep an eye on him. Canadian. Great player.
Call.
Check.
Check.
Jack 10-8 here, so Matrosian open-ended.
Check. Check.
Cats with a pair, also open-ended.
And look at the percentages. Martirosian's actually a favorite now, has a lock on it.
Yeah. And he's got the stones right now. Made Broadway. But Cats is going to bet, though. So a check through on the flop, and now Cats bets. The only question now is your Matrosian, do you raise right here? Do you just call?
I think with that backdoor flush draw being available, the fact that he's only got 90,000 chips, yeah, he's going to put in half.
Ends the hand right there. That's good. I like that. Pablo Bahena says, I'm subscribed on all 3 TVs in my house. Good job. And you can subscribe more than once. Go ahead and do it.
No. You want the hat back?
It's all right. Maybe.
Matt Plumley, do you like the signing extension?
I my sunglasses.
Of Stefan Diggs. I do, Plumley. I do.
Moving me?
I think it's great.
Okay,
Brandon
good.
Bean's doing an amazing job. The front office over there.
Moving me?
The contract structured in a way that
Now, yes.
certainly is not going to put them on the hook for all of those years. There's an opt-out after year 2025. Everybody wins with that contract. By the way, Hefe's hat is
I was
going
to say a little bit.
Got to give it back.
A little bit more controversy on the Carrie Katz situation. You wondered. You said, "What kind of hat is that?" And I heard him saying, "Do you want your hat back?" And DeVoris was like, "Yeah." And there it is. I will tell you that it looks like Carrie has stretched the hat out a little bit.
Yes, you know, DeVoris doesn't quite rest on the head well. He's got it backwards. I'm not sure. But the point, you know, it's not, it looks good in it though. It's very stylish. Carrie did confirm it's DeVoris's hat, he forgot his lucky hats at home that he typically wears.
So is he going to go hatless now? Or is he going to borrow somebody else's hat? Can he buy a hat? I mean, I'm concerned about this.
He can buy anything he wants. I think he wants his hat from home, and then he saw Dvoris's hat and wanted to borrow it. The lighting is difficult at these feature tables. Awfully bright. It don't affect this guy, though, Ivy. He's just used to it all these years.
So it looks like Carry Cats has been moved from this table. So we got a player, we lost a player. We get Daniel Dvoris back. We lose Cats. But
we're up to 30 entrants, by the way, in this event. So it continues to climb, and we do have a new chip leader. That is Lun Loon, up to 870,000 to the moon, Loon. Mike Watson, second. Chidwick, third. Jason Kuhn, fourth, and Ivan Liao remains in fifth.
Know about poker players saying probably not that easy to find the baseball hat in Cyprus. Yeah, I imagine you could probably buy a Triton hat, though. Right? They got to be selling them there. Look at Danny Tang. He has emerged as a threat at the poker table every time he plays. Played a lot in Asia. She plays a lot of short deck, but he seems to really love the game because he comes over to Vegas and plays in the World Series now as well.
Yeah, what a moment when he won his first bracelet. I think it was 2018 or 2019, and just tears of joy streaming down his face, surrounded by his family and friends. Really a beautiful sight to see at the World Series of Poker. It's what it's all about. It's a great example here for this hand, understanding that the aces swing low. So Martirosyan is in fact open-ended, if you will, although there's no fours in the deck. He does have 5, 6, 7, 8. Any 9 would make a straight. He has backdoor diamonds.
All right. And for those of you new to short deck, just beware, he cannot continue to wrap it around. He can't use the king also. In this case, the ace would only be a 5.
Ivy bet with absolutely stone zilch on the flop and was called by Martirosyan. And look at the story that Ivy continues to tell. No club in his hand, nothing. Gets it done.
Yeah, Ivy has been, and always has been, just so good at understanding where he's at, reading his opponents. If you ask him about GTO or his range or all these different, the poker vernacular, I think many times he'll say he doesn't even know what it is, but he does it all. But it's just intuitive to him.
There's something special, clearly, about Ivy and his presence at the poker table. He sees things that nobody else can see.
All in.
Divorce all in. Ivy says, let's party. This is a 232,000 chip pot. M Stone asking, is this the game where a flush beats a full house? It is. Flush is extremely rare in this game. Very hard to make one. Jack, Jack, 7, 2 clubs out there. Divorce still with king high. Ace high is the best hand. Oh, there's a 9 for Divorce. Running 9s. And Divorce with the full double.
For Ivy, that's clearly annoying. But it is so hard to win these 60-40s and 55-45 types of scenarios. All in, all in, all in. You have to call. You just have to hold.
Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series Europe. We are live in North Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Event number 2 in front of us, the 50K short deck.
Ну, примерно.
They're approaching 30 entries. Registration is still open.
А у тебя таких нету?
So if you've got $50,000 to burn and you're happen to be in Northern Cyprus, jump on in. You can play against Phil Ivey, Daniel DeVoris, Jason Kuhn.
Canadian?
I was just talking gibberish.
You're like the most sarcastic person in the world, I swear.
After you, maybe. All in?
All in.
I didn't even want to. I just wanted to punish you.
Punish you.
Yeah.
Danny Tang might gamble here, King 10 suited. He'd be in rough shape, but you can still see 33% despite being dominated.
Punish.
A lot of gamble in this game. If you like gamble, stick around. Short deck no limit, short deck hold'em is a game for gambler. A lot of variance in this one.
UK, Hong Kong.
You get a lot of all-ins and a lot of calls.
When have I been sarcastic to you? I'm trying to think.
You don't remember your whole hair episode?
What episode?
All in.
All in.
Oh, you meant the anti-rating?
Another red all-in here?
No, with the wax hair.
Pass.
That wasn't being sarcastic.
That was an extended... That was like a half-hour long troll.
Half an hour? Maybe 5 minutes.
It was more than 5 minutes. And I'm still not sure, like, what the answer is.
Winfred used colored wax. Is the truth. Look at his hair now. Is it as grey as that day? It's not.
Is he the
Talking
carries,
about
right?
Winfred Hughes' hair.
Is that what they were talking? I was wondering.
I don't
Whose
know
hair they
if
were
we're going to
talking
get a
about.
shot of that.
That would be classic.
His hair is nowhere near that grey that day. Way more grey that day.
All in?
All in.
DeVoris just continues to put pressure on his opponents. All in with King 9, he gets there. All in with Ace 10, he gets no action. All in here with King Queen. I mean, he's not picking up many chips. I mean, he's only adding 20,000 to his 268, but just 20,000 here, 20,000 there, and now suddenly he's up to 288.
Oh, you're right. So wait, why did he do that then?
You done?
Ivy picks up Ace King.
All in.
Looked like he dabbled with a couple of other thoughts there. Do I want to raise small? Do I want to play it this way? Let's just go stick it all in and see if I get some action.
All in.
Martirosian's going to call with a dominated ace.
Can I get counts for both, please?
DeVoris wants to count. He's got King Jack. He's in pretty bad shape here against these two particular hands, but he's got diamonds.
And then that is
90.
Thing about divorce, no matter whatever he does, you know it's right.
Well, he certainly has studied the game. He's talked to the right circle about the game. Will not make a mistake. And a gamble now opportunity for Ivy and Divoris equally. Or excuse me, Martirosyan.
Yeah, Martirosyan in there with the dominated ace.
Well,
Yeah, 2-8.
it was my button.
I had 2-8 to start, so there it is.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, mine's already in there. Yeah.
Pot just under
I mean, it's yours,
222,000.
but- Well, oh, right. Never mind.
An ace
Yeah.
hits both Ivy and Martirosyan. Ivy's king, still good. And it continues to be good. And Ivy up to 329,000 chips. Martirosyan loses all of his chips. Not sure if he has any bullets left. It looks like he does. He's not getting up.
And if you're wondering, why is this happening? All these all-ins, it is the nature of the game. You just simply are hoping to be in a heads-up situation with a reasonable hand, which is often, and moving all in, trying to accumulate. Ivy's in a sort of a safe zone. You're up over 300,000. Remember, each ticket that you have is worth 100,000 in chips. And I believe whatever tickets you have remaining at the end when the registration closes, I think they'll then convert, Tuck, to 100,000, another 100,000 chips you would add on to your stack. I believe.
Yeah, you don't lose those. You can cash those tickets in at any point, from what I remember. And yes, when registration closes, you just have to redeem them then. So you'll see some players just, their stack will just automatically go up by 100. Some players' stacks might go up by 200, depending on how many tickets they have used before that. Danny Tang effectively all in, as he has put 140 of his 144 in the pot. I assume that's some sort of psychological thing. What's the point of doing that at this point of the tournament? Putting in 140 of your 144 in it at this point?
I guess, but it also, you're obviously committed to the hand. Would you just, I don't know. I guess you just don't lay a price to anything out there. It's like, yeah, hey, I'm all in, but I'm not really all in yet.
Right. Yeah, it's just, I get it, at final tables where you can make some really ridiculous folds if there's an all-in and, if there's let's say there's an all-in and a call before it gets back to you, you can fold after sticking 60% of your chips in the pot, theoretically. But in a spot, like if the registration's not even closed yet, he's not folding no matter what once he puts that many in. Young moves all in with the ace-7. Ivy wants a count. New Orleans says, it would take about 7 million hands until I noticed the ace-9 straight. Yeah, that was definitely an issue for me as well the first time I commentated on this game. The ace-6, 7, 8, 9 straight is something you miss a lot if you're new to the game.
Yeah, so for Wykin here, right, it's 5-7 suited or it's ace-7 suited. You pick whichever one you want. It goes both ways, and here we go.
Yeah, I'd be willing to gamble with him a little bit. Equities run pretty close in this game in most spots. And
now that 5-7 suited comes into play, right? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now the 8.
Ivy hits a jack, though. Ivy also has the queen of spades, by the way. Ooh. And the ace of the river. Oh, hello.
Again, for Ivy, these are just sort of, they're mosquito bites. It's such a nuisance. It's annoying. You lose these little all-ins. You're trying to build up a healthy stack before registration and the rebuys end. It's so hard to win all in after all in after all in, but you're going to do it. You're going to try.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why, as I mentioned earlier, you'll see some chip leaders. You'll just see crazy swings where somebody might have 700,000-800,000 chips and think, oh well, they're a lock to make the final table, and you blink and 15 minutes later they're rebuying.
Hold 8, John.
Yardbird says, I hate short deck. I always go broke. Yeah, it's a tough game. The variance is strong in this one.
Yeah, you're not alone.
All in.
Young all in, all again, and he's going to get this one through. Once again, welcome to the Super High Roller Series, event number 2. We're in Northern Cyprus at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. David Tuckman, Brent Hanks calling the action. And thank our sponsor, Luxon Pay. Ten events running during this series, starting with the 25k PLO event, which we had on earlier today, and all culminating with our 250,000 Super High Roller Bowl
24.
on April 13th, 14th, and 15th. Young's got queens, and I expect this to go all in.
All in?
All in.
How much is it?
Now, ace-10 suited, this is, I think, a quick call for Dvoris. Ace-10 off, a little pause consideration. Yes, it's rare to make flushes, but all that added extra equity does, in fact, help your decision-making. And ace-9 might even be a better candidate because of the opportunity to make the low end of the straight, whereas ace-10, you can only make Broadway. And yes, you can use the ace as sort of a one-card liner if it runs out. Again, it would act as a 5. But you're better off having ace-9 suited than ace-10 off.
Yeah, the ace 6, 7, 8, 9, they're in this game, they're almost like ace wheel card and no limit hold'em. So that added value of being able to make that straight is very good. But it's pretty crazy when you think about it. Normally you think queens versus ace 10. If you're from a no limit hold'em background, you're thinking, maybe you've only got 33% equity, 31% equity. But you see here, Dvoris still with 40% equity. And Dvoris is going to find the better spot. He lets it go. And that's a nice little pickup for Young, who's up to 220,000 chips. For those of you who are new to the game, I think like a lot of games, the more you learn, the more you watch, the more you realize you don't know. But when you learn the nuance of this game, you learn the intricacies of the game, it becomes really, really interesting.
Yeah, not mine.
And I have seen the game kind of develop over the last few years in my limited time of commentating on it. Just the players getting better at picking spots, being more aggressive in certain situations, and such.
Taboo, short deck is great. You just don't understand the intricacies of the game, it sounds like. No, I mean, yeah, both are true statements. Tuck and I are not renowned short deck commentators. We don't really get it as well as the players involved. And certainly there's a lot of gamble. There's a lot of skill. I wouldn't disagree with any of those statements.
3 minutes.
Long day.
I just find it intriguing when you kind of wrap your head around what each game kind of, what strategies you need to employ in each game to be effective and to be profitable.
And there's a great deal of thought that these guys put in, a great deal of study and learning. And, you know, that we know about the solvers, the sweet science of solvers when it comes to no limit hold'em. Certainly they're out there readily available for the masses. Now, short deck is sort of its own animal. Do they exist? Yes. Does everybody have access to them? No.
It's not busy.
It's the folks that do have access that are able to run sims, that are able to look at these spots that are clearly going to, you know, flourish and take off in this game.
Yeah, for me, this is like old school when I used to just take a deck of cards on my bed and I just give myself 2, give a couple of people 2, and just keep playing them out. See what happens. A lot of clubs out there. Divorce does have the 10 of clubs in his hand. Wyken Young with ace-jack.
But 12.
So Divorce does have, and you don't really see it, but Divorce has 40% equity here.
Call 12. But
做咩唔問大師兄嘅？大師兄
King of Diamonds on the turn. Yeah, that's the one frustrating thing about a game like this, or a game like, I almost compare it to like Deuce to 7 single draw. Very different game, but in the sense that we get to commentate on it once in a while, but it just doesn't spread that often, so we don't get to play it as much. And
yeah, there's not a lot of experts out there for a lot of these different variants of games. That's just the nature of the beast.
From a commentator's perspective, I love being able to play these games so I can bring a little bit of that to the game. But this is not a game that spreads normally, especially not in the States. Divorce with pretty much the worst hand he'd ever have in this spot. He's going to bluff.
Yeah, he's going to try and rep a queen here. Obviously, we have the 10 in our hand. Could have 10 jack. Likely would have been heard from on the turn if it was 10 jack. This is really designed to look like some sort of queen with a club that would have made sense for Divorce to peel on that flop. Divorce has one of the only few bluffs he could ever really show up with, right? It's the 10x with the 10 of clubs in his hand. This might work. Look at this.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. Divorce just so good at picking his spots, understands the situation, realizing that he's going to have so many queens in this spot, and really well played. And that is going to take us to a break, Brent. Player's going to go on a quick 10-minute break. We will as well. Daniel Divorce up to 272,000 chips, courtesy of that bluff. This is a look at our feature table. Nearly 30 players entered in event number 2 at the Super High Roller Series. Back in 10. Welcome back to the Super High Roller Series here in Northern Cyprus. We are live from the Marriott Crystal Cove Hotel, Casino, and Spa. I am David Tuckman, Brent Hanks alongside me as we look at the beautiful landscape outside and the players inside. Daniel Divorce, our chip leader at our featured table, but far from the chip leader throughout. Ivy, yes, that Ivy, Phil Ivy, is there in second place right here at 221,000 chips. In fact, our featured table actually, not a ton of chips in play here. So we're going to get
Now
a
that
lot of
you're used to it,
all-ins
it's
at this
like, feel
table.
naked.
Yeah.
Yes, we will. I can tell you right now, Tuck, looking at the live reporting, which you can check out at pgt.com, Ivan Liao is the current chip leader with 1.3 million. That's right.
Yeah.
How much is it?
1.3 million already for Ivan
he
Liao,
has-
up to 34 total entrants.
He has more chips, by the way. Ivan has more chips than our entire feature table. Just to put that in
Incredible.
perspective. Yeah. So you're going to pretty much have an all-in almost every single hand here at our feature table. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series. Once again, this is event number 2, the 50K short deck. The final table will be tomorrow. Queen 10, Ace 9, a 10, a 9, a little bit of something for both players. Queen 10 in the lead, though. Not anymore. A 9 in the turn, and Matrosian looking for the full double up, and will get it. Earlier on today, our broadcasts are going to start at 7 a.m. Eastern time this week and next. And our broadcast earlier on was event number 1. Tom Vogelsang from the Netherlands won event number 1. Earned himself $360,000 in the process. And we figured, hey, Phil Ivey is playing a tournament. Let's cover another tournament. Why not?
Yeah, hit me with that low guitar, Tuck, huh? Little poker go hold'em. It's here.
It is here. You know what? You can play free Texas Hold'em poker. The game is
Yeah.
from the creators of High Stakes Poker, Poker After Dark, and more. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience.
Build it up,
Brent
Tuck.
Hanks'
Come on.
voice. Poker Go Hold'em is available now in the App Store, Google Play, or by heading to pokergohold'em.com. That's right. It's free, Hold'em. It's fun. There's really no reason why you shouldn't be downloading this thing and playing it right away. Let us know what you think in the chat if you have downloaded it and you are playing. Let us know what you think of the app.
I played on the app last night for about,
yeah?
I don't know, 3.5 minutes. Got all in. I was at the Poker After Dark table, got all in and lost. And I couldn't even get any more chips. I'm in the game, and I didn't have access to any more chips. I was just flat broke. So I got to spin the wheel to get in there to add more chips. I had to wait till today.
Oh, that's frustrating. I mean, you'd think that
I
you
know.
don't have any pull here? You can't
I
talk to
thought
somebody
maybe
over
I'd
at
have
Poker
like
Go?
unlimited ammo in there. I'm the voice of the game, for crying out loud, and I can't even play anymore. I'm out.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see that there's no nepotism and no favoritism. Okay, I'm happy about that. I want to be able to take down you and the likes of Phil Hellmuth and Maria Ho and Dan Negreanu.
Yeah. The Hall of Famer, our president of Poker Go, Maury Escandani, he's in there. He's going to play. El Jefe himself, Kerry Katz, he's in there. He's battling. You can find him playing pretty much every day. I think he's got a real problem.
Well, now you're telling me if
When the
Maury's
fun
in
stops, you know. Yeah, Maury's in there.
there. If Maury's in there, I got to get in. I want a piece of that guy. Divorce all in here. Danny Tang all in as well. Jack 10, a very good hand in this game. Not as good when you're up against 2 jacks.
Yeah, not a great spot for Divorce. But fortunate that Tang really doesn't have many chips, 59,000. Half of a lammer.
Yeah, you make a lot more straights in this game because there's no deuces, threes, fours, or fives. If you're new to short deck, we'll explain all the rules in just a moment as we watch this heads up. All in. It's not a bad start for Jack 10.
There's life.
There is life. But a clean run out for the Jacks, and Danny Tang gets the double up to 138,000. So if you're new to short deck, very simple. We're going to play Hold'em, right? We're getting rid of the deuces, the threes, the fours, and the fives. So it's a 36-card deck.
I wish.
Flushes, extremely hard to make in this game.
59.
We might see one all week, maybe two. I'll set the over-under on how many flushes we see at 2.5. What do you think? Over-under.
I'll take the over.
Okay.
But
maybe
that
we
is a
get
good
30.
line. I don't think we'll see many, So I need 3
flushes
flushes
are-
on the week.
There you go. Flushes are higher ranked than full houses. They beat full houses. And the ace can be high or low. An ace can act as a 5 in this game. So if you have ace 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, that is a straight. There are antes in this game. You'll notice everybody's antes. The button is going to put a double ante in there, so there are no blinds. That's pretty much it.
Call.
Ivy limping in with the 7s. Danny Tang on 133,000, just doubled up. Is he going to move all in again? Well, not quite, but effectively he's all in.
And 7s for Ivy is a very bad hand in short deck. It's essentially, Jason Kuhn explained it to me one time where imagine you're playing no limit hold'em and the pair you see in front of you, knock it down by 2 spots, by 2 pips. So 7s is more like the equivalent of having a couple of 5s here. The hand strength is much less with these baby pairs.
Yeah.
Well done, Dragon Homer.
Yeah, with no deuces, 3s, 4s, and 5s.
Okay.
There just aren't many, there's just aren't many cards that are going to be safe when they come out, Tiger asking who's commentating. Well, I'm David Tuckman. The other voice you hear is Brent Hanks. We are here on the PokerCo YouTube channel. You can also, if those of you who are watching us on the Merit YouTube channel, welcome. Tomorrow, I believe, we'll be on the Luxon Pay YouTube channel as well. If you are watching on the PokerCo YouTube channel, please give us that thumbs up. And if you haven't yet subscribed, make sure you do.
Call.
Divorce all in. Ivy all in as well. We got a huge flip here for 402,000.
I think Jack 10 suited is actually a favorite here, Tuck.
Oh, yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Might even be like a 60-40 spot. I don't know if we'll see the percentages, but here we go.
Pair of 10s here for Ivy. Straight
Ooh.
draw for
Open-ended
Divorce.
now for Divorce.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Divorce had a lot of outs there. He picked up a lot of outs with that turn card. And Ivy getting up, I assume, to rebuy and re-enter? Can't imagine he's a one-and-doner.
Now, get him back in there. I'll tell you what, the fans, the mob that's supporting Ivy, everyone there at Merit, they are coming after Daniel Divorce now. He is #1 villain, eliminating Ivy like that in dirty fashion.
Yeah, why do you have to say it like that?
Yeah. Huh? And Divorce up over 400,000 chips now. If I have to, I will Venmo
You have to anti-sweat.
Ivy the money to make sure he gets back
because of
in.
incentives in the tournament. Probably shouldn't have those incentives.
I mean, yesterday was completely understandable.
Nah,
Oh, thank you, Thomas
Of
Charter. I
course.
appreciate the love.
I mean, if it was like the other way around, if it was like you, Sam, Seth, Timothy, I would be okay,
Yeah, you see that little blue card next to Young's right hand that says reload. So each one of those cards is worth 100,000. So when you buy in, you get 3 of those worth 300,000 chips, but you can do them in 100,000 chip allotments. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hand, so they also have time extension cards as well.
Call.
Zachary says, I like this short deck. Yeah, it's a fun game. As we mentioned earlier, a lot of variance, a lot of gamble in this game. the game is played much differently when you have chips as opposed to our feature table where nobody really has any chips. You'll see a much different game tomorrow at the final table.
We will, and mainly because of the ICM implications in play, the payouts. What we won't see is a lot more of the day one coverage, where even after registration is closed, you're still going to see a lot of these hands pre-flop moving it all in, depending on how many antes. Again, there's no small blind, big blind. It's all about antes here. So depending on how many antes you have, you're still going to see a lot of all-in scenarios pre-flop, if that makes sense.
Queen 7 offsuit, probably, I think that's the 7 deuce in this game, isn't it?
Queen 7, Queen 6, Jack 6, I believe, is the worst hand you can have.
Yeah. Just a hand that can't make a straight, really. Just not much going on for it at all. Stewie asked if we can turn him into...
believe.
Yeah, that's the case. If you still have those reload cards at the end of the rebuy period, at the end of the registration, yes, you can turn those into 100,000.
Yep.
And like I said, unless I'm off base, I think you can turn those in whenever you want if you just want to have more chips. But most players like to use them one at a time.
Look at Tang here. What is he thinking with the Queen 7? I can't imagine he's going to call with Queen high. Yeah, we do beat some high hands, right? 10-9, 10-8, 8-9.
I mean, would he call? Would he ever raise here?
That's a great question, Tuck. Maybe considering the raise, a call would be just absurd. Oh,
he
my
does
gosh.
Just call. Yeah, he called him with, I mean, he has nut no pair, right?
Wow.
I mean, certainly you've made a call with king high or queen high in a no-limit hold'em game, right?
Absolutely.
The only difference
probably not that ridiculous.
Yeah, the only difference in this game is because there are no deuces, threes, fours, and fives, because there's only a 36-card deck, I believe, and my math could be off, but I'm pretty sure I've read this somewhere, that it is more likely to have a pair than not to have a pair.
All in.
So if you don't have a pair,
yeah.
If you don't have a pair, how much more likely it is that your opponent does have a pair? So, I mean, DeVoris could actually be bluffing there with just a 6, in theory.
Oh, Tang now. He's going to wake up with the goods here. He's going to have Martirosian in pretty rough shape.
Yeah. And Martirosian has him covered by 1,000 chips. So both players essentially all in. Pot is 271,000. So if you start factoring in that it's more likely to have a pair than not have a pair, it becomes very difficult to call without one.
Ooh.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Ooh.
Martirosian picks up diamonds as well. Yeah, a lot of outs here. Endo does not get there. How did he miss everything?
I don't know. I thought for sure we were going to have the first flush, and I was going to have one on the counter against your line that you put out 2.5 for the week. That would have been a great start for me.
Now, in fairness, I don't know how much short deck we're going to cover. I mean, if it's just the final tables and this, I like my line. But if we have a lot of bonus coverage, we cover, another 4 hours of short deck, you might win. Of course, by the way, the moment I mention that it's easier to have a pair than not have a pair, we get 2 players without a pair.
Open the flush for
Pair and 8 kings, yeah. That is a rarity.
Zachary Duran says, how about a free PokerGo subscription of a flush on the next hand? You know what? I'll throw it out there.
Is he entitled?
There's a flush on the very next
entitled to
hand.
win 4K, right?
Very next hand.
Because
myself,
it's not like
I
a
will
dead,
donate a PokerGo
big
subscription.
blind ante.
There you have it. To who? To Zachary? To who gets it?
To some, no, to
Get a
somebody
random.
in the chat.
I'll tell you
randomize
what.
it.
They have to go to our Discord channel, sign up for Discord, and then we'll do a randomizer based on the Discord giveaway channel. How's that?
Done, and I'll pay for it. Happy to do it, but it has
Gotta
to be a
flush
flush
here.
on this hand. And
Right
Divorce
here.
has got a chance.
I hope you get punished for this, Tuck. I do.
18. Boss.
We might not even see a flop.
Martirosian's all in for 1,000. No, we're
we're
going
gonna
to.
see a flop.
Martirosian's all
Yeah.
in. Yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing a flop. Okay.
Boss.
I mean, if it happens here, it's just.
Come on.
I mean, I run so.
Come
how
on,
bad
Shovels.
Could I run? How bad would I run here?
Spade. Put the royal out there, too. Make it the greatest flush we could possibly see.
I mean, if I'm gonna lose, let it be a royal. Are you kidding
Oh.
me? Oh.
Oh, my
Wow.
gosh.
I
All right,
saw
we're
that
3 to
queen
the
of
royal.
spades.
Come on, baby. Oh.
Divorce hits the river. Had a lot of outs, as you can see. And he picks up a small little pot. I listen, I saw the queen of spades right out of the door. I was like, oh, maybe? No.
I had a real shot.
Hey, look, I was ready to donate.
Alexander in the chat says there's actually only a 17% chance you don't make at least a pair, even with a full deck in Hold'em. Pairs being more likely than no pair is not specific to short deck. I don't.
Nah, that's not right.
I don't think that math is right, Alexander. You got to check that out again. Are you talking about if you run all 5 cards? Even that I don't think is accurate.
No, it's not even close. I mean,
If
there's
you're
no
making
way.
a pair 83% of the time, Alexander, you're the luckiest player on the planet.
Yeah, well done you. Well done you. Yeah, if you start with 2 cards in a 52-card deck, if you start with 2 cards, there is Ollie's in there. Hello.
The Phenom, he's back. The Bosnian Bandit.
Fresh stock, right?
The leader in the PGT standings right now. He added 48 points to his lead earlier this morning, or this evening. He's all in right out of the gate. He doesn't have many chips. But yeah, there's no way in a 52-card deck, if I start with 2 cards and you put 5 out there, that I'm going to have a pair at the end of that 83% of the time. No way.
Kind of.
Yeah, I don't
Not
know.
even
Maybe
close.
we're not understanding what he's putting out there.
My parents
Not
taking care
sure.
of my dog.
I think you only make a pair about 20% of the time.
No, you'll flop a pair. No. If you start with 2 cards, if you start with 2 cards, you will flop a pair about 1/3 of the time.
There you go.
Never seen me play poker.
Yeah, if you don't have a pair, if you have 2 cards that are not a pair, you'll flop a pair about 1/3 of the time. So you can do the math. My guess would be that you probably make a pair probably 40%. I could be off by a couple of percentage points either way.
Against me playing.
But I would say right around 40%, but I would take under 50 for sure.
Not again.
Here you go.
She would probably prefer me go take a job.
Right.
I don't know, like a regular office job. Kind of hard now.
I remember reading about all that stuff in Super System a long time ago. It's a shame I forgot.
Yeah, I've got the book right behind me. I could find the chapter and read it for you. Question for you, Mr. Hanks. You might know the answer to this.
Yeah.
Instinct by Al says, will this stream be on the channel after the live is done? What happens to these streams when they're done?
Yeah, they're going to stay right here.
There you go.
You will have
So even more of a reason. Yeah, you guys can, when our show is done, check out the PokerGo YouTube channel. Ton of content on there.
every day for the Super High Roller Series, including the Super High Roller Bowl. The 250K will be entirely free on YouTube for you guys to watch.
Got an all-in here. Martirosian all-in for 90K. Ali all-in for 115,000. Neither hand particularly special, but both players ready to gamble. And that's a good start for Martirosyan, who's flopped the stones. He's got the nuts.
Here comes Ali.
Yeah, Ali with 2 pair now. And Martirosyan made a flush.
I think that is a flush. Yeah, chalk it up, huh? There we go. There's one.
Number 1. Now you're looking good.
All right, I'm a favorite now.
No, I'm not.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna get an all-in every hand, so we always get 5 cards, you're gonna be a strong favorite. No doubt about that. Poker Go Hold'em is here. Free to play online poker, available on your favorite device. You can download it on the App Store, Google Play. Head over to pokergohold'em.com. Phil Hellmuth, Dan Negreanu, Maria Ho, Antonio Esfandiari. You can play poker after dark. You can play high stakes poker. It's a lot of fun. I have downloaded it earlier today. I'm going to check it out.
I might start playing right now, Tuck. You want to get in there and battle while we do commentary?
Let's do it.
No, never mind. I don't have any chips. They took my chips away last night. I went broke.
Do you get them back, though, every day?
I don't know. I'm going to load up the game right now and see if I can. Let's see.
Antes are 10,000 right now. There's an all-in from Dvoris. Ooh. Ali's all in for 25,000. See if Martirosyan wants to play ball. Nope. Ace King versus Queens, the classic flip.
This is pretty big.
Well, I mean, Ali's only got.
Oh, he's got 20. I thought that was 250. Never mind. Yeah, who cares? Move on. There we go.
Well, top 2 versus set.
Spin it up, Ali.
25.
Yeah. Divorce flops top 2. Ali hits a 2-outer on the turn. And he is going to triple up. Goes from 25,000 to 75.
Anyone else?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, if we're going to see 5 cards on every single, if we continue getting all-ins and we continue getting to the turn in the river, then I think you are a strong favorite to win the over on the 2.5 flushes.
I love when you set the lines.
It's just meant.
Well, I also don't know how, like I said, I don't know how much hold'em we're going to see. How much short deck, I should say.
You can take it, right?
Yeah.
Got some New York Islander fans in the chat. There you go. Like that.
How do you know they're Islander fans? Because they say, let's go New York?
Well, it says, let's go New York NYI, which is New York Islanders. And then 2
Oh,
lines
I didn't
later,
see the I.
And then 2 lines later, he says, Casey Cizikas is my favorite, who plays for the Islanders.
Oh, that'll do it, Tuck. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm a detective like that. I can figure it out. Ace Jack 10 here. You know, I was talking to one of the producers of the World Series of Poker main event and Poker Go, who called me out and said, Tuck, I think it's time you retired the Islander jersey next time you play the main event. No more Islander jersey. I got vetoed on that one.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I've worn it a couple of years going, and, you know, I've made, not deep runs, but I've cashed and got a little bit of Poker Go time. And I was told, okay, time to retire the Islander jersey.
Unlucky.
I mean, I don't know how to say it's unlucky. I just, I think I got to find the new jersey.
Well,
maybe I'll
who's
go
your
maybe I'll go
football
the Max,
team again?
I can't go there. I could go the Max Steinberg route and dress really, I could just like get a custom-made suit and dress real sharp.
I think you got to go over to shop.pokergo.com and get yourself a nice hoodie, Tuck. Fit in with the rest of the kids.
Yeah, I could get I've got the no gamble, no future hoodie, but maybe
I've got it on right now. Look at this.
Yeah, it's a solid hoodie.
Yeah.
It's comfortable too.
Really is.
Call. Showdown.
All in a call. Queen 10 versus queens. Doesn't seem like a fair fight. Yang has brought a knife
Let's
to
see
a
what-
gunfight.
Yeah, well, not in short deck. I mean, any weapon is an asset. Here we go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, not a good flop.
Okay.
The, Queen 10.
Hearts?
Running
Yeah,
hearts?
maybe.
Oh, wait a second.
Oh.
Oh!
Oh, no.
Wow.
How?
How, whoa, how. I like it. Nonetheless, Young is going to double up to 326,000. Devoris down to 282.
This game is sick and twisted. I mean, Devoris had a little smirk on his face when the jack hit the turn, like he knew it was coming.
Yeah.
Tim
He was
Duckworth.
about to lose his chips.
Every hand, big hand.
Tim Duckworth in the chat says, I cannot imagine Tuckman or Hanks in a suit. What is he saying about us?
I'm on top boat against just quads twice.
Hey, listen, we clean up well. 36 entries in this one now, 21 remaining.
You can take
Looks
my
like
seat.
we're getting somebody at our table.
I want queen of spades.
This is event number 2, the 50K short deck.
Oh, the magical mullet of Chris Brewer has graced us with his presence. There he is. Look at the locks on this guy.
Yeah. I mean, listen, we talked about earlier, I couldn't pull off the sweatshirt, the hoodie that Ollie is wearing. We'll see that hoodie in a moment or two. I definitely can't pull off the mullet. I just can't do it.
I'm trying. I mean, now listen, I keep referencing the Masters. We all do. It's the leader. He has a beautiful mullet from Australia. As far as mullets are concerned, you know, if we think about a top 3 mullet list, I got to imagine Kenny Powers is somewhere on there.
Oh, for sure.
You know, I'm not familiar with a lot of mullets, but certainly they're out there. Chris Brewer, his name now has to be on that list in some way, shape, or form. I mean, look at that cut.
Yeah, it's not something that I suggest many people can try or pull off. But if you can pull it off, then you're just an absolute star. You're a superstar.
I
And,
believe
Chris
he's
Brewer,
the only mullet in the industry.
He should be. I mean, who's going to follow that?
15.
He brought his magical mullet and his one T-shirt that he's got one little raggedy T-shirt on as well. We're playing in high roller events. This guy looks like he just came out of the barn.
True to form. He's got to listen. He's got to be himself. Okay. If you're going to be at the poker table, you got to be yourself. You got to be comfortable, and Chris Brewer is certainly that. So
it's probably like a $600 T-shirt, though. Let's get real.
And that's the kind of stuff I don't understand. I mean, listen. I mean, clearly I'm not their demographic, but the $600 T-shirt market, I don't understand it. Danny Tang still very much in the lead as the board pairs. 55,000 in there.
Check.
I think we're streaming for about another hour today. Is that correct?
I have no idea, Tuck. We might be here for, the rest of the day and night for all I know.
Yeah.
Not a lot of intel. Thomas Charter says, whenever you see a mullet, an angel gets its wings. That's pretty good.
Pass. Pass.
Take it down, Mr. Tang. Billy Ray Cyrus, the mullet goat. But like I said, I think Chris Brewer is right in there. That's a solid thing. Brewer, by the way, was the bubble boy in event number 1, finished in 7th place. So did not make the final table, did not cash. See if he has better luck in event number 2.
No, that's
That
not
explains the T-shirt, man. Times are tough.
Oh, sorry, no.
No.
What is it?
Just got it.
Who's this young whippersnapper? Also donning a $600 white T-shirt. He looks like he's about 21 years ripe.
Now, I get my white T-shirts from Target.
All in.
They don't cost $600, but if I wore one, do you think I could? I mean, if I wore one in a high roller, do you think people would just assume it was a $600 T-shirt?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
7. Plus.
This is, maybe we'll get a name here. Or not.
No name for you.
Plus.
No soup for you.
Plus.
Martirosian all in. Not going to get any action. We continue here. Once again, thanks for joining us here, the Super High Roller Series on Poke & Go YouTube's channel. We're in Northern Cyprus, the Merit Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. Neither Brent nor myself are there. We're both doing this remotely, but all the players are. Cyprus certainly a place that I would love to get to at some point.
Maybe if we were Ali and Rast, they'd fly us out, but
we're not
us, Tuck. We're not them. You know, they got that
Plus.
full treatment out there at the Triton event. They flew first class, private airline, probably some sort of Merit King Suite.
They flew in first class?
Well, Ali will only fly first class private.
All in. Plus.
I think there's a picture
Brewers
of them
all
boarding
in.
the jet.
Oh, seriously? Brewers all in. Have you ever flown first class in your life?
One time, I believe, way back in the day. But I think it was just a cheap upgrade.
I flew first class once, and it was a it was a mistake. It was just an error. They thought I was somebody else. They probably thought I was Ali.
They did, Tuck, yeah.
Yeah, no, I always I do follow Ali on Instagram, and I always see his private jets, and he's flying around the world, and I'm just thinking, man, I'm doing this wrong. I'm getting middle seats on my 12-hour flights to Europe.
Plus. Cool.
I still don't know who the young gun is next to Danny Tang here. Sipping on his
Yeah, he looks
latte.
familiar, but I don't know either. Hopefully we can get a name attached at some point. I assume he'll play a hand at some point.
All on.
All in.
220. I mean 120.
All in.
How much is that?
Brewer's all in, and Martirosian is all in as well. He's got Brewer dominated. But as you mentioned earlier, Ace-9 has some hidden value as you can make that low straight.
Plus. Slow down, please.
Brewer has 2 live suits as well. Martirosian with just 1.
Oh, man.
Kingpin?
I don't want my hand.
Well, both players hit their ace.
What happened?
3 spades out there. Brewer's got the 9 of spades. Oucher in the top there. And he makes a flush too. Are you kidding me? What's going on here?
Another one. Here we go. That's 2. This is the easiest line ever.
I mean, they're not even real flushes. These like 4-card, four-card backdoor, like accidental flushes that players are making.
Yeah. He was the other guy. What's his name?
Tim Duckworth in the chat has revealed his name.
Yeah. So Winfred had all the chips now?
I lost some other pots too. But yeah.
Javier Ramirez says this game is like a bingo game. Yeah, sometimes it feels like that. A lot of variance in this game. And the feature table, we just don't have a lot of chips at our feature table, so you're seeing a lot of all-ins. You might get the over today, the way we're going.
Oh, I think I will. What a terrible line you set. Great for me, though, Tuck.
Yeah. I'll send you the check.
Tim Duckworth says that the young whippersnapper's name is Reen Van Krevlin.
It's not Renee.
Could be Renee.
Or it could be Reen. We don't know.
Probably is Renee. Maybe it's Rennie.
Yeah.
Reenie?
Yeah.
But
Esru says, at this straight, what's the over-under on straight flushes? Oh, there you go. Tang wins a small one. Trying to get word on whether Phil Ivey is still in or not. Has he re-entered? Can we find that out?
Let me see what our live updates page.
Well, where can I get the live
is
updates?
reporting. Well, I'll tell you what, Tuck. If you head over to pgt.com/live reporting, you can't miss it. It's right there at the top. Up to 39 entrants in this event. And I see Phil Ivey has 620,000 chips. He's in the top 10. So Ivey is back.
Ivey is back.
Call. Check.
There he is, Van Krevlin. Brewer with a pair of sevens to Voris. Voris has got a straight draw. Ace 6 7. Remember, it's ace 6 7 8 9 is a straight.
25.
孤勇者齊上都唔新，有冇其
Van
他？
Krevlin also
都唔使定新嘅，好聽都。
with a straight draw. Got backdoor diamonds as well. A little bit of something there for everybody.
試下先。
Pass.
DeVoris gets out of the way.
Pass.
Van Krevlin gets out of the way, and Brewer wins it. Easy game.
How you can have free reload?
What?
How you can have free reload? It's free.
Oh, it's supposed to be 2. They obviously, yeah. They gave me an extra reload. I do appreciate that, but that's no. Ignore that. I'm not supposed to have that. They gave me 3 instead of 2.
I'm good.
You guys just gave me 3 reloads instead of 2. You gave me 3 instead of 2. So just
Thank you very much.
no problem.
Brewer.
Honest save.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that.
It
I like that.
disappoints.
There's some ethics.
Yeah.
That would be funny if I was like on the phone. I was like,
So at least that clarifies exactly what's happening here. So you buy in for 50,000 euros. You get 3. Well, you get 100,000 chips and then 2 reload cards. So
That makes sense.
total of 300,000 chips.
All in.
Brewer's all in for jacks. Martirosian's going to give him some action with ace king.
Pass.
Wasn't Brewer our chip leader at some point earlier on? You mentioned. This game's quick. Things change very fast in this game.
Blinds will be 6,000, 12,000.
All
Here,
in.
please. We're going to introduce all the reload cards. All
Van
the
Krevlin's all in as well.
Pass.
Well, he's going to gamble,
Everybody's ready to
a little
gamble.
10-8 suited.
Yeah.
Continue.
Jack in the window.
Brewer calling for the jack in the window.
You're not even safe if that happens. You got to fade all the Broadway and smaller straightening cards.
Yeah, I mean, in this game, there are no bricks. It's almost, I mean, especially when you get all in against 2 players, there's just no bricks. Tell me what card is, I mean, there's 2 pairs.
Well, thanks for everyone.
Martirosian looking for a jack. Brewer looking for a 7, a 9, or a queen. Ace on the river. And Van Krevelin is going to make 2 pair. Now Martirosian is going to get the small side pot. Van Krevelin triples up to 185.
Oh, he has only 60 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. And he wins an extra 10 from you.
70.
Good luck, guys.
What? Yeah.
Seat open.
Jimmy Bluffett in the chat. What's up, Jimmy? Good to see you on this Friday.
What's up, Jimmy?
I didn't think he'll hold in. So I didn't think he was going to hold though.
So Martirosian, he is out of reloads. TBD if he's going to buy back in. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out in a moment. Let's take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Danny Tang on 311,000. Brewer, 220. Van Krevelin, that young whippersnapper that you mentioned, tripled up to 215,000. As we watch our feature table. Again, not a lot of chips at our feature table when you compare it to the rest of the field. We have players with over 1 million at the outer tables. If you're wondering, well, why aren't we watching those tables? Well, there's a process. We can't just move a table. It not easy. That would take time. So
usually takes about a half an hour at least to just get everything set up. Lun Loon, to your point, chip leader, 1.3 million. Ivan Liao, 1.1 million. Mike Watson, the Mad Dog, he's got 900,000. Kenna Stanasinicin Osisapio, 4th with 860. And Paul Poix, 5th, 726,000. Again, those are your top 5 on the outer tables, your outright top 5 tournament leaders thus far on day 1.
Yeah, Paul, a businessman, poker player, but really, really adept at short deck. Plays a lot of it. And Athanasios, I love that guy's name. I mean, I can just say it. I just say it over and over again. At home for fun. That music, too, that is catchy. Brent Hanks, David Tuckman here for the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel, Casino, and Spa. We'll be here over the next handful of days. Each day we start at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. Grab a cup of coffee, get a breakfast burrito, get a Bloody Mary or a mimosa, whatever is your favorite, and join us each and every morning.
Call. Check.
C. Kobe Lars says, I played short deck poker a while back without realizing the rules. I thought I was getting great hole cards every hand. Yeah. Yeah, there aren't many hands you're going to get that you're like, oh, this is garbage in this game if you don't know.
10. Pass. Call.
Yang with the bluff with 10-9.
Now we got something.
Yeah, runner, a very real possibility in this game.
For Tang, you have to be worried about, yes, certainly a 6. Whatever that he could have involving a 6. The Queen X of Diamond variety.
Yeah, the question I have is, and I don't know Young's game enough to know this. Young is not in the, he's not in, he's on the button. So I guess in theory he'd actually have a lot more sixes, right? You're not going to be
He
limping
would,
in with too many sixes?
Right.
I mean, from early
Go give
position,
up
you
there
shouldn't
on
have
the
too
end.
many sixes, right? Matt Plumley asking, he said he got called into a meeting. Is Ivy out or did he get moved from the main table? He rebought. So he was eliminated from our table and then re-entered. And he is, last we checked, up over 600,000 chips.
Pass. Call. Pass. Call. Check.
Three-way action. Pot's 48,000. Pair of kings here for Van Krevelen.
Check.
Brewer with the straight draw, looking for a 7.
Check.
And there it is. And there's the ace through 9 straight that we talk about.
Yeah, first time we've seen this today. That is the absolute nuts right now. The 8-9. That ace swings low, represents a 5 in this instance.
Yeah, you never get used to this, do you?
Five.
Brewer debating whether he wants to raise or just call. And if he is going to raise, the question of how much does he raise? These players all have some chips. I mean, all around 400,000.
You do need to deny and protect your hand. It is vulnerable. The backdoor puppy paws are starting to come home. You have to be a little concerned about sets, 2-pair combinations. Remember, it's a lot easier to make a house in this game. So a hefty size for Brewer.
Yeah, Young, unfortunately for Brewer, just doesn't have anything to come along for the ride. He lets it go, and Brewer wins a small one. Brewer, though, up to almost 500,000 chips. Well, thank you all for joining us here on this Friday, April 8th. Masters Friday. Baseball opening day yesterday. The NBA approaching the playoffs. The NHL approaching the playoffs. It's just a good time to be alive, right? We got poker here in Northern Cyprus. All good stuff going on as we hear more of that fancy music, and we can talk about Poker Go Hold'em because it's here. That's right, it is here. You can be part of the shows that help shape the game with an authentic online poker experience. You can download it on the App Store, Google Play, or head over to pokergohold'em.com. You can play
Now,
with Brent
speaking of
once you get
music,
chips back.
the music for that ad is not in the game, but the original music for Poker After Dark, High Stakes Poker, our shows, that's all built into the game.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that? Very fancy.
Yeah, the original Poker After Dark music is my ringtone.
Is it really?
I love
You still
it.
have ringtones?
Yeah, I've got different ringtones. You know, if somebody calls me, that particular ringtone goes off if a poker contact calls me. Then I've got one for my wife. I've got one for my mom.
Like a little under 400.
Okay.
What's the ringtone for your wife, out of curiosity?
Cold as ice.
Omaha. You have me covered, right?
Yeah, I do.
And your mother?
I don't have one for my mother. I just ignore those. It's just automatic spam.
There you have it.
Jack Dvorak with pretty much the worst hand you can start with in this game, but he has hit a jack. But as you can see, he is an underdog at this point to Brewer's ace-king.
And I think Dvorak knows that. Again, Jack-6, the worst hand you can be dealt in short deck. You are never in a good spot. Here's a great example of that. Still slightly behind, even when you do flop top pair. Tread carefully, my friend. Dvorak will do just that.
He's getting a pretty good price, though, so he's going to call with top pair.
Brewer has a fun one. Obviously, having the king in his hand is able to represent a hand like king-queen, which would be the nuts. The one-liner into a straight. You can put all sorts of Jack X's and even two pair in really bad spots. This is beautiful by Chris Brewer.
Yeah, and it's an interesting spot because I don't know if Dvorak is calling that flop with many eights, just eights, because while he does have a straight draw, if the queen comes off, it's a worthless straight draw. Nice double barrel there from Brewer. 38 entries, half our field is remaining, so half the field has decided not to re-enter or re-enter it again and just got eliminated again. But you're looking at a pretty good prize pool. I mean, 38 entries at 50K a pop. We are approaching $2 million euros in the prize pool. This is event number 2 of the Super High Roller Series.
Cool.
Event number 1 already in the books. Tom Vogelsang. The very good-looking Tom Vogelsang took home 360,000 euros in first place in that one.
He doesn't even wear pants when he plays. It's amazing.
If you're that good at poker, you don't need pants.
Beautiful dress shirt. He's got the nice jewelry on, the chest, the bracelets, the watch, the hair he's got going. He doesn't wear pants.
Mr. Lucky Licious says Van Krevelen is the second best looking guy in the room after Vogelsang. Care to comment?
I'm trying to find out where Van Krevelen, like, what is this guy's story? Who is he? Where did he come from?
Who is he? I mean, I can tell you this. That gray hoodie, that very unassuming gray hoodie, is probably a $300 gray hoodie, right?
I mean, I've heard of the Van Krevelen diagram.
Ooh.
It's back in the old math days that I failed at miserably.
That's the Venn diagram where you got like circle, circle, and you got to put the things in, right? That one?
Maybe. I could be very off there. Let's see. Van Krevelen from the Netherlands. Another one of the Dutch, which explains because Vogelsang was also Netherlands. Good-looking guy. See, I always thought that if you're from the Netherlands, maybe you're not that, maybe you're average, sort of like an American. Like Remco is from the Netherlands. I would never associate Netherlands with good-looking people until today with Vogelsang and now Van Krevelen.
Oh, yeah, no, the Dutch are extremely good-looking. Tall and good-looking. Remco I mean, he was, clearly the runt of whatever.
Well, he's ruined it for him, really. I mean,
Yeah.
no wonder he moved. He's no longer living there. They probably kicked him out.
I think it's at least a reasonable assumption to make. Or he left figuring he'd have a better chance of success somewhere else.
Right here in America.
Yeah.
A mutt just like the rest of us, Tuck.
Yeah. I mean, imagine, walking amongst the giant, good-looking people in the Netherlands if you're Remco.
Yeah.
That must be tough. Well, speaking of the Dutch, Van Krevelen wins a hand with kings, no flop necessary. Any updates on the Masters? I'm hearing that the conditions are far worse today than yesterday.
Oh, the wind just looks awful. Let me pay my attention over here at my monitor. Yeah, the wind looks terrible. Players are struggling. Tiger Woods has yet to tee off today.
That's good news for him then.
I have not seen any movement up the leaderboard. I know the Sung Jae Im is lost a shot. He slipped to 4 under, tied with Cameron Smith. The best round of the day so far belongs to Charlie Schwartzel, who's 3 under. And then here comes Colin Morikawa. He is now under par, 2 under for the day.
True story. Schwartzel, by the way, I was watching golf one day many years ago, and my wife walks in and hears the name Schwartzel, and she was so just enamored by the name that we ended up getting a fish and naming it Colonel Schwartzel.
Colonel Schwartzel.
Yeah, that was our fish's name, and this was 100% my wife hearing the name, the golfer's name.
Wow.
Yeah,
Colonel
for those of you wondering, Colonel Schwartzel is no longer with us. He's in a better place. Van Krevelen, by the way, has flopped a flush draw. Not just a flush draw. How about a royal straight flush draw?
Boy.
The royal. Yeah, he's looking for the
Make
king
it
of diamonds.
happen. Do it.
Not so quick. Not so quick. And amazingly, Brewers King 10 is still best. And the king does play. Both players with aces and tens. Brewers king does play, and he has the. It's amazing that king 10 versus jack 10 of diamonds, and king 10 somehow holds.
Check showdown.
So disappointing whenever you don't hit that royal or win the pot.
Yeah. It's got to be a bit frustrating. Brewer dodges a bullet on that one and rakes in the chips. Event number 2, the $50,000 short deck here in the Super High Roller Series. Prize pool just about $2 million.
Yeah.
Are you much of a golfer, Brent?
You know, I love to play. I just don't get the opportunity to play these days with 3 little guys running around and always working. But, you know, there was a time in my life where I'd play a decent amount. I was getting my game in decent shape. Probably like I'd say around a 12 to 15 handicap or so.
That's not bad. You can play. You're one of those guys I would describe as probably sneaky athletic.
Sneaky athletic, not in my past days, not anymore. Now I'm just fat.
Jack 10-9, 2 diamonds out there. Divorce with ace jack.
Check.
Young also with a jack. He's got king jack. Young's going to bet 30,000. Is he going to get? No, he gets divorced to fold. To the aggressor goes the spoils. Young with the bet. Young takes it down. Yeah, golf is hard. If you if you got a job, if you've got kids, family, other obligations, golf is a tough sport because it takes so long. I mean, you're talking about a full day. It's by the time you get to the golf course, you go to the range, you practice a little bit, you play, you go to the clubhouse, you have a beer, you have some, you have a little bit of lunch. You're talking about a 5-6 hour day, easy.
Oh, no doubt. Now, hopefully, as the kids get a little older and they're all in school, and I have some days that are a little slower than others, I can enjoy the golf course again. But that is not the current state of my life.
Yeah.
All in.
All in here from Van Krevelen. Can you play golf? Are you one of those guys? Can you play golf in 120-degree weather? I know I talked to Daniel about this, and he's all about it. He has no problem playing noon in the middle of July in Vegas, and I just think that's crazy. To me, I like the game, but I can't do it. I can't do it.
I'm used to it now. It's hotter than hell, but you put a little lotion on so you don't get burnt to a crisp. Brewer,
I'm all about.
Listen, he's got a really wild spot here for a relatively big shove, 375, and Brewer's going to go with it, ace king. This is massive here.
Yeah, you can't be afraid to gamble in this game, and Brewer does. He is all in for 600,000. This pot, 774,000 chips. Ace queen versus ace king. Van Krevelen with just one live suit as well. So Brewer in pretty good shape to win a monster pot.
Chop it up.
Two jacks.
Chop it up every time, yeah.
Ooh.
Well, now he's. Now. I guess I'll just have to scoop.
Yeah, Brewer looking for help. Does not get there. Ace on the river, and Brewer can just roll his eyes. Van Krevelen with the full double up to 774,000. A tough one for Brewer to lose, as he's down to 225,000.
Brewer just, again, the unlucky streak sort of continuing here inside Northern Cyprus. He's the
that would have put him
bubble
up over $1
boy
million
in event number 1, and that was a huge pot for him to lose.
Van Krevelen up to over 750,000 chips. Take a look at our GG Poker leaderboard. Rene, Paul, Van Krevelen. It's a lot of names. 784,000 chips. Danny Tang on 425, and Chris Brewer really unlucky there. Is that pot would have brought him up over 1 million chips and really put him in a good situation. Unfortunately for him, down to 220,000. Not out though. Daniel Divorce, always a force at these short deck tables. Really any game he plays. 319,000 chips as we watch this one play out in front of us. By the way, the final table of this event we will have tomorrow for you at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. You can watch that on the PokerGo YouTube channel for free.
What you left with, Chris?
A lot. That's no. There's just 219 behind.
Ken Young, he might want to stick it in here and gamble. He's just going to come with a call instead. Brewer, the price is right.
Looks like DeVoris might be contemplating something there, but he decides just to call. And we'll see this one 4 ways. Pot's 54,000 in there. Ace 9-8, DeVoris with bottom 2.
Remember, Tang folded ace-6 of hearts. I thought he was interested in the pot, but I think because of the stacks around him in later position, he thought otherwise. He got out of the way. As DeVoris with bottom 2 is a relatively favorite.
22.
And good news for DeVoris. His hand is certainly vulnerable, but I'm not sure if we're going to get. Yeah, not sure if we're going to get to another card. Bet and take it for Daniel. And we continue on. Yeah, I don't know how you deal with the heat. I know a lot of you in Vegas. You can just kind of brave that 110-degree heat in the middle of the summer, and I'm all about, like, listen, you want to get up at 6 in the morning and get off the golf course by 9? Sure, sign me up. But playing 5 hours in 115-degree heat, teach their own. All the power to you, my man.
Well, it's probably sort of similar if you flip it around for, the skiing diehards that are out there going down the mountains and relatively frigid temperatures, but they love to ski. I know you're bundled up, but it's the same with the golf course in a way, right? You're wearing the shorts. You're not going to get burnt if you apply the lotion.
No matter how
there's water, You could. Well, yeah, you throw a little wet towel around the back. You're all right.
I suppose. I mean, I feel like in really, really cold weather, I can bundle up enough. There are clothes out there that can make me comfortable. When it's 115 degrees out there, I feel like there's nothing that's going to make me comfortable. But hey.
Well, you're still going to have, the snot from the nose freezing to the bottom of the nasal passage. Your lips are still going to be numb. You're going to get the wind burn. It's just about the love of the game, really. And people that love to ski in the outdoors, they're going to find a way to do it.
Maybe that's it. Maybe it's just I just don't love golf enough. I think that could be the case. I just don't love it enough. I love poker, though. Would I play poker in 150? Yeah, I would do it. I don't care.
They used to do it, right, at the World Series. Remember, they'd have the tents out there by the Rio, barely air-conditioned. You'll be playing at about 100 degrees.
Still one of the most iconic broadcasts you'll ever see is when they play the World Series of Poker main event right on Fremont Street, right outside Binion's. It's, well over 100 degrees. That was everybody sweating while they're playing. I love those.
Amazing they did that. They pulled it off. It looked great.
Yeah, Van Krevelen with the bet. Van Krevelen with the check mark, and he's going to take that one down.
No, button.
Fancy, yeah.
Event number 2, the 50K short deck. We're here in Northern Cyprus, the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. I want to thank you all for joining us. Kerry Katz was wearing that hat earlier, but it is Daniel DeVoris.
All in.
DeVoris all in with ace-jack. Van Krevelen with sixes, not going to play. See if DeVoris gets any action here. Oh, yeah, he will. Don't think Young's going to fold queens. Nope. We're going to get a big pot. 722,000 in there. And it's ace-jack versus queens. Hanks is wearing his no gamble, no future sweatshirt, and these two players certainly willing to gamble.
You have more, right? I have 344.
Close, I think, very close.
Queen's still good. Board pairs. That's good for Young, and the river is the 8. And Young's queens do hold, and he's up to 728,000 chips now.
I think you cover by like 6.
Divorce says, I think you've got me covered by just a little bit.
330.
Let the dealer do their job. I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Divorce eyeing, is it worth getting back in? Should we do it? Should we fire again? I have a feeling the answer is yes. We are now up to 42 entrants in this short deck event. And how about this? New chip leader once more. Elton Sang has 1.7 million chips. Canastanacian Osiapio has 1.4. Lun Loon to the moon, 1.3. Li Wai Kiat, 1.1. And Ivan Liao, 940,000. That's your top 5. And if you want to follow along with the live reporting here on day 1, pgt.com. Click on live reporting. It'll take you right to it. Phil Ivey is inside the top 10. Stephen Chidwick is inside the top 10. But what a chip lead for Elton Sang. 1.7 million.
Yeah, that is a hefty lead at this point of the tournament. A lot of poker to be played. We'll pick up the action tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll have the final table of this event.
Ladies and gentlemen, on the tee, day 2 of the Masters. Tiger Woods about to tee off right now.
I mean, where else can you have exciting poker action and Masters coverage all in one? That's right. Nowhere else. Only here. 3 clubs out there, not a club among the 3 players, though.
Sure.
Nobody with much of anything. Van Creveland with a pair of 9s so far.
When are we going
Brewer
off?
and Tang with straight draws.
Yeah.
Not sure we're going to get to a river, though. Whoever bets is likely to win this one.
When is the break? Oh, sweet.
I think we've only got a couple more minutes of coverage. I think.
So when the players go on break, are we calling it a day? Is that how it is playing out?
I believe so. At break, we wrap it.
I don't think anybody likes activity.
So once again, a reminder to all of you. I want to thank you all for joining us here at the Super High Roller Series in Northern Cyprus. We'll be back at it tomorrow, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, bright and early.
I used to love it.
Coffee, tea, Bloody Marys, Bloody Marias, whatever you're drinking, come join us. Brent and I will be back for the final table of event number 2. Will Phil Ivey make it? We'll be here to find out.
Ladies and players, in the short deck feature now we have 15 minutes break, 15 minutes break.
A pair of 10s for Young. Danny with the straight draw.
15 minutes break, short deck, once cats will be in the air, register and will be closed.
And board pairs. See if Danny Tang wants to double barrel at this. Well, looks like that's your answer. It looks like he's going to. That's 22,000. Back over to Young. Makes the call. Danny looking for some help. Ooh. And he gets there. He really wasn't. And now he's going to check it back because. And look at that. He gets all excited. He's like, oh, got caught with my hand in the cookie jar and got lucky.
Good one to end it on, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Danny Tang bluffing and then getting there and winning that last pot of our day. And it's been a fun day, Brent.
That's been outstanding. Congrats earlier to Tom Vogelsang, our Event 1 champion. Tomorrow we're going to be back for event number 2. Who will final table, Tuck?
Yep, event number 2 will be here at 7 a.m. Eastern Time. I want to thank GG Poker, Luxon Pay, and everybody at the Marriott Royal Hotel Casino and Spa. For Brent Hanks, I am David Tuckman. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you 7 a.m. Eastern Time right here